Good morning, everyone. I'm sorry I can't be with you in person today. I've been planning on being there, but state business has pulled me away. But I know this entire conference is going to be amazing. I want to thank Karen Ritzenhoff and all of the conference organizers for the hard work they have put in to make this happen. Dr. Ritzenhoff saw me walking around campus last fall and asked me if I'd like to speak. Of course, I said yes. What an honor to be among so many distinguished critics and scholars from Connecticut, the US, and around the world. I'll admit, I don't believe I was invited to give a talk because of my scholarly expertise in this area. I was invited because I'm the chancellor of our system and because I'm Asian. And you know what? That's okay. But I hope to contribute to this conference with some perspective and my personal story. Because the fact that you are having this conference is important. It's important to research and critical to the academic lens and rising trajectory of several fields. It's also important to people like me, who decades ago never would have dreamed of a conference like this. Finally, it's important to our students who will normalize these next few days and expect such dialogue, investigation, and focus to be the baseline as they continue in their own journeys. So, who am I? I was born in Taipei, Taiwan in 1972 and moved to the US with my parents in 1973. My parents both had good jobs in Taiwan, but came to the US for a better life, for me. But life at first was not necessarily better. My mother spoke some English, so she waited tables. My father did not speak good English, so he pumped gas and stocked grocery shelves. We didn't have a lot of money, and somehow they made it work. This is not an uncommon story, but to me, back then, it felt uncommon. We lived in Levittown, New York, the only non-white family in our neighborhood. At school, I was teased and bullied. I didn't understand anything about anything, except that I was different. I didn't learn about Levittown's racist past until I was maybe in my 30s, and frankly, I didn't think about or understand anything about structural or systemic racism until I was well into my 40s. As a kid, growing up, I just knew I was an outsider. But growing up wasn't all horrible. There were a lot of things I loved and looked forward to, like Kung Fu theater. Some of you may remember if you grew up in the 80s. Every Saturday afternoon, there was a Kung Fu movie, and you scrambled to make sure you were in front of that TV to watch. These were mostly Hong Kong films made in the 70s, poorly dubbed, and 100% scintillating. The Five Deadly Venoms and Five Fingers of Death or Unbeatable Dragon. You see my point. For a 10-year-old Chinese kid in New York, those 2 hours every Saturday were an important escape. What would it be like to be a chiseled, fearless warrior, the slayer of evil, or savior of a land? What would it be like to be able to use your fists and feet, not to mention swords and spears and nunchucks like that, to be superhuman and fly through the air with kicks and twists and spins? Because growing up in the 80s, day to day, I had no such heroes. I already worshiped Bruce Lee, even though he died just 1 year after I was born. The flying kicks, the 12-pack abs, the 1-inch punch, the speed and grace of a killer angel, and the facial expressions to make sure we all knew that if he was killing someone or just kicking their ass, he truly, truly meant it. Later this conference, you'll hear from Charles Yu, and he will talk about his brilliant novel, Interior Chinatown. Please, do not miss that talk. His book breaks down, better than I ever could, why Bruce Lee was, and still is, the ultimate. We loved Bruce Lee so much that we even loved his impersonators, Bruce Lee or Bruce Lay, and I'm sure there were at least one or two others. It didn't matter. Those folks looked like me and did things I wished I could. They allowed a young Chinese boy in New York to dream. Because when there wasn't Kung Fu theater or a Bruce Lee knockoff, there was no me or fantasy me on screen. Even the martial arts movies I grew up with, Karate Kid or Bloodsport, or movies with Chuck Norris and eventually Steven Seagal, had white heroes. Let's meditate on that for a second. Martial arts movies with white heroes. Don't get me wrong, I enjoyed them. I will still sit down and watch Karate Kid from whichever point I pick it up when I'm flipping channels. But Asian faces were not present on big or small screens. Even the television series Kung Fu, think about it. The show's title is Kung Fu, starred a non-Asian actor playing a Shaolin monk, a role that Bruce Lee, the real Bruce Lee, was passed up for. So, ages 12 through 18 were kind of a blur. I was one of 3 Asians in my high school. I couldn't ignore it, but I did everything I could to not think about race. I was still an outsider, and nothing was going to change that. I just tried to blend in day to day and survive. I do remember one moment during that time, and it would be a moment that would eventually change my life. I was a senior in high school and working at a nightclub, picking up garbage, stocking the bar. We were closing, but I saw on the television images of smoke and fire, shadows and chaos. I saw faces, Chinese faces. I saw soldiers with guns and tanks and people hurt and crying. I saw anguish and I saw blood. This was not a show or a movie. I was watching coverage of the Tiananmen Square massacre. I remember feeling numb, not sure what to think or what to do. So I went back to work, and then I went home. And eventually, I went to bed.
Tanks, armored personnel carriers, and troop trucks came rumbling down Chang'an Boulevard towards Tiananmen Square. There was quite a bit of gunfire as the convoy passed. The crowds that were still in the streets scattered in panic. Some of the crowds went back out on the streets, and they are now burning a bus at an intersection near Tiananmen Square in a gesture of defiance.
Government loudspeakers told the students that they must all leave the area or they could not guarantee the safety or lives of anyone left in Tiananmen.
It wasn't until I was in college that I distinctly remember Asian faces on screen again. It was the 90s, and there was talk of a new show. It was going to be groundbreaking. It was going to change things. It was going to give us Asians hope and a kind of representation in the mainstream that we'd never had before. Maybe it was the kind of show that would validate us, prove that we deserved respect, that we were not outsiders, but legitimate threads of the American tapestry, like everyone else. This is what we saw.
I'm gonna start.
Eric, we will eat when all members of the family are present.
In old country, one sit at the table 12 hours waiting for great-grandfather Kim to join us. Turn out he die overnight. Meal get cold, great-grandfather cold. Patty.
Why don't I go check on her?
Stuart, your sister knows what time we eat.
Of course she does. I'm sorry, everyone. I'm afraid I let my tummy take precedence over tradition.
Oh, jeez. Well, we're probably going to see Psycho Sluts from Hell at the Plex. No, I will not go to the Rialto. Well, for one thing, they don't carry the large size Good and Plenty. And for another, their floors are always sticky. And I don't even know why it's sticky. It's like tar or something. It's so... I gotta go.
Margaret, do you know why I encourage your brother to become a cardiologist?
No.
Because I always knew that one day you'd give me a heart attack. What are you wearing?
Funny how fashion come back. Your uncle in the Seoul have a concubine who dressed just like that.
I have a date with Kyle.
Kyle, you're not still seeing him. Oh, I don't like him.
You don't have to like him. He's dating me.
He's wrong for you.
I'm not gonna get into this, Mom.
Oh, good for you, Margaret. For once, we can have a nice family meal without you and your mother.
Okay, why is he wrong for me? And I hope you've got something better than he's not Korean.
I do. He's American.
Oh, well, I've got news for you, Mom. I'm American. Eric is American. Even Stuart is American. Tell her.
I'll try. Mom, 참으세요. 나보내는 아니에요.
Be good, sweetheart.
I like rice, it's binding.
Mother.
Kimchi is a bulk.
Mother.
Bulk, binding.
Dad, there's someone here to see you.
Good.
Dad, this is Lonnie.
Park, I have the books you special ordered for your bookstore, Mr. Kim.
I didn't special order any books. Are you
Of
sure
course you ordered books. Don't you remember phoning the publisher? You know, Lonnie is about to start graduate school at MIT.
In the spring.
He's a very smart boy. Tell Margaret what you are studying.
The behavior of neutrinos and superheated gases.
Those aren't special order books, are they?
Oh, why, of course they are.
Phone books. My mother put you up to this, didn't she? Mother, I've told you about these fix-ups.
A friend of mine came this close to achieving cold fusion.
In college, I decided I was going to be a writer. So I studied and found my literary heroes. Cormac McCarthy, Don DeLillo, Philip Roth, William Faulkner. See any similarities? I didn't study Chinese or Asian writers. I was too ignorant and too stubborn to explore, still pushing away my Chinese history and heritage. I didn't listen to the advice of my professors. They told me that my writing was good, technical, but lacked heart and depth and passion. I told them they were wrong. Doesn't that sound familiar? It wasn't until graduate school that I started to listen. My advisors, John Balaban and Lester Gord, pushed me. They both had incredible stories and work driven by their experiences, their passions, the disruptions and tragedies and joys that shaped their lives. So I asked myself, what pushed me? What shaped me? And what disrupted me? And it forced me to see and embrace who I was and who my family was. Imposter syndrome is real until you become comfortable with who you are. Then you are no longer an imposter. I thought back to Tiananmen Square, that night in the club, watching destruction burn. Just a day later, there would be the man in front of the tank. I wanted to know who he was.
Guys, you see that guy?
No.
There's a guy in front of the front tank. Standing right in front of him. climbing it. It's climbing on.
Writing Sons of Heaven was cathartic. The novel imagines the life of Tank Man. It was a test, it was an obsession, and it is the one thing that has instrumentally and tangibly changed every aspect of my life. Sons of Heaven to me was a reconciliation. I had to reconcile the fact that there was so much I didn't know about Chinese history, about my own family's history, and about myself. There was also the process of writing for validation. Would the book be published? Would it be successful? Would it make a difference and matter in the world? It was published, fortunately. But was it successful? Yes and no. Did it become a movie and make me filthy rich? No. Did I even earn out my advance? Not even close. But did it help me in my life? Absolutely. So I'm going to call it a success. Did it make a difference or matter in the world? I'll say this. A few years ago, I was on a panel with someone who said Sons of Heaven was the first book he had read where he felt he saw himself. I was blown away. Because if you can create art that moves people, that makes them connect, makes them feel seen, then it matters. Maybe that is how we should calibrate success. My second novel was a bit of a lark. My wife and I got married on a Saturday, and on Sunday, our wedding announcement came out in the New York Times. On Monday, I got a call from an editor, an Asian woman who had read Sons of Heaven and saw the wedding announcement. She asked me if I wanted to write a book. Deep in the Mountains was published less than 2 years later, and it was another journey of reconciliation. It allowed me to delve further into art, the study of Chu Chizan and Chinese painting, and connecting that to my own grandmother, who was a politician, but also a painter. It allowed me to examine my own past, the complex relationship between immigrant parents and first-generation children, the balance between being seen and unseen, being young and finding yourself, and coming to terms with who and what you are. I don't get a lot of fan mail these days, which is the nice way of saying I don't get fan mail. Deep in the Mountains certainly did not make the Amazon Top 100 list, much less the New York Times bestseller list. I don't know if Deep in the Mountains has been read by some Chinese or Asian kid out there who might say, wow, I get that. Or they might say, this story's dumb. I don't know. But if they read it, maybe they'll see and feel even a small glimmer or twinge. Maybe it will make them feel comfortable and okay, just for a moment, like they belong on the page, or the screen, or in the classroom or conference room, or just in life. Maybe it will tell them that their challenge is a shared one, and that they are not alone. I hope this is the case. And if it is, then this book too, I would call a success. It wasn't until after grad school, when I was working, that I remember a film with all Asian characters and an Asian story in the mainstream. I'd never seen anything like it. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon, directed by the great Ang Lee. It's a martial arts film, but it's also a drama and a period piece, a sliver of Chinese history and mythological fiction that's well acted, beautifully produced, and ultimately groundbreaking. I think it's clear we've made even more progress in the last 23 years since Crouching Tiger. So here, I'm going to remind you, I'm just a guy, a writer. I'm not a filmmaker or historian. If I miss a title in this list, Don't get mad at me. But what an abundance of talent and variety of stories and representation we have today. Crazy Rich Asians and Minari, Pachinko and Parasite, Shang-Chi, and animated films like Turning Red and Bao, and so much more. Of course, there is the namesake of this conference, the indelible Squid Game. And now, maybe next year's conference, Everything, Everywhere, All at Once. These are great works. Some of them will become legend. They tell remarkable stories, and they make us see and feel in ways we have not before, with characters we have historically never seen portrayed as anything but the other. They show us what I had hoped All American Girl might begin to show: that we are here, that we belong, and that we are human and not the other. We are not objects or punchlines or sideshows or affectations. We are indeed legitimate strands of America and the American story. The penetration and permeation of these great works drives home that message, charts that path, and paves the way. But why is this so important to me personally? Because the 10-year-old kid in me who wished he wasn't Chinese, who just wanted to be like everyone else, that kid sees where we are now and knows the pain was worth it and knows he is not alone. The 30-year-old me, the writer trying to find his way, looking for a path beyond tokenism, who was mystified by barriers he could not see and did not understand, wondering about white editors and why they would care, and white readers, why would they care? That struggling, upcoming writer and young man knows that he wasn't all wrong and knows he is part of something that grew into something more, and that he was not and is not alone. The 50-year-old me, the professor and administrator, the husband and father, he sees progress and knows that his children, and maybe someday his grandchildren, will find all this to be normal. Asians on TV, Asians in movies, Asians in books and in music. Maybe BTS won't be a K-pop band anymore. They'll just be a band. This 50-year-old, 51 to be exact, can have more faith that the world will accept his daughters without thinking and not find their pearl and golden skin and round faces and almond-shaped eyes to be of any note at all. They will just be, which is all any of us can truly want. I said at the beginning that this conference is important. All of your work in this vein, in this arena, is important. The arc and trajectory that you are contributing to is important. It is important to me, it is important to us, and it is important to all who will come after. So I thank you. With such events, they are sui generis and cannot be replicated. Please take all this in, because it will not happen exactly this way with anyone ever again. That is art, that is passion, and that is life. I'm grateful that you have spent this time with me, and thank you for continuing this important work.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Mickey Lee, Professor of Media Studies at Suffolk University, Boston. Today, I'll be very happy to share with you my research on democratic movements in global cities. The title of my talk is 2046 in 2019, Dystopian Hong Kong in Wong Kar-wai Cinematic Test and the Anti-Extradition Bill Protest. The talk will be structured in the following way. First, I will state the argument. Second, I will explain why I chose a film and also Hong Kong extradition bill protest as a comparison. Next, I will lay out the timeline of a brief Hong Kong history and also the production of the film. In the next part of the presentation, I will be explaining how three keywords, time, memories, and also love, guide my inquiries about the comparison of a film and also Hong Kong protest site. This is the arguments of the paper. I think we can take some time to read that in silence so that we will have a deeper understanding of the keywords used here. The keywords are time, memories, and also love. Some may ask, why comparing a cinematic text with Hong Kong protest site? While there isn't short of study that examine the representation of political movement on screen, and there are also studies that look at how political movement draw on popular cultural references, I would like to argue that a film such as 2046 actually explain and also explore how activists feel about the protests and the motivations about why they went to the streets. This is a scene of 2046, which is about a film which is about a 1960s writer's imagination of the future, and the future is 2046. This is a scene from Hong Kong protest site in 2019. Both images ask us to think about this. What would a dystopian Hong Kong future look like? First, before diving into the analysis, I would like to give a timeline of Hong Kong history and also where the release of the film 2046 fits into the timeline. Hong Kong had been a British colony for 150 years. In 1842, Hong Kong Island, the smaller part of Hong Kong, was ceded to Britain after 2 Opium Wars. Starting in 1970s, the British and also the Chinese government have been in talk about the future in Hong Kong. There was no negotiation about Hong Kong was set free as an independent city or as an independent nation, as in the case of Singapore or as in the case of a lot of African countries. In 1984, the two governments signed a declaration that is called the Sino-British Joint Declaration. In this declaration, Hong Kong population were guaranteed to have 50 years of no change, that their political freedom, economic freedom, and also cultural freedom will be respected. However, after the return of Hong Kong to China in 1997, a lot of residents felt that the freedoms have been slowly stripped away by both the Hong Kong and also the Chinese government. The last straw on the camel back was an extradition bill in which that Hong Kong people who commit crime in Taiwan, Macau, and mainland China, if they escape back to Hong Kong, they can be sent back to the place and get a trial. Even though it began with a murder case, but a lot of people believe that this bill is a smokescreen to prosecute Hong Kong activists in mainland China. In 2019, millions of Hong Kong people took to the street to protest against the passing of this bill. Even though so many people took to the street, but the Hong Kong government refused to listen, a lot of young people then took much more extreme means, such as burning down buildings, such as sitting in the airport, vandalizing storefronts in order to get the Hong Kong government to respond. Instead, the Hong Kong government sent Hong Kong police to exercise much more violent tactics against the protesters. In 2020, the protests mainly died down because of COVID-19. But in the same year, the mainland Central Chinese government, they passed a national security law in which that Hong Kong's people's political freedom is severely being curtailed. 2046, the title of Wong Kar-wai's film, and also the first year after 50 years of no change. But have there been absolutely no change since 1997? I don't think that the protesters agree that to be the case. Now, we are going to go to the second part of the talk. In this part of the talk, I'm going to give examples from both the protest sites and also the film to illustrate how the three keywords time, memories, and love are illustrated in protest sites and also in the film 2046. First, time. In the protest, a lot of protesters explain that they are willing to take much more extreme actions. It is because they don't see any future at all. The song from Mockingjay of the Hunger Games, If We Burn, It Burn With Us, has been used by protesters to show that they have lost their hope. So if they don't have a future, the Hong Kong government shouldn't have a future as well. In this case, because there isn't a future, the present actually becomes the past. It is a past that the protester cannot change. Similarly, in 2046, the character, who is a writer from 1960, he tried to imagine what the future in 2046 will be like. But it is also known to him that it is impossible for him to imagine a happy future. Now, let's take a look at some images and also some clips about these ideas. This is a graffiti on the ground on the protest site. And on the top, you will see a protester with gas mask and also the song title, If We Burn, You Burn With Us. This is an image from the film 2046. We see the tip on the fountain pen is an inch or even 5 millimeters close to the piece of paper. Because a writer, it's impossible to imagine the future.
Just before dawn, the rumours started spreading, and so did the fire. Protesters set their defences ablaze, convinced the police were here inside Polytechnic University.
不用客气了。还有件事情，他叫我问你。没有。他看了你写的2047，非常喜欢，不过结局太惨。他问你是不是可以改一下。
我試下。
The second keyword is memories. During the protest, Hong Kong people use a lot of icons to remember the colonial days, such as the Queen, the Union Jack, the last governor of Hong Kong. They use these icons and images not to represent accurate history, but simply to memorize the good old days. Lime Rock, another landmark in Hong Kong, is also used as an icon to show how much better the old days are. In 2046, the writer from 1960, he uses 2046, the year, as a space, as a destination, where people are desperate to go because from there they can find their memories, because in that destination, nothing ever changes. In Wong Kar-wai films, he also uses a lot of motif. For instance, mannerism of the characters, names of the characters, and also the soundtrack. This is an image that shows the death of the Queen and how Hong Kong people memorize her. In there, you will find on the top right-hand corner, which is the old flag of Hong Kong. These are two images of Wong Kar-wai's films. These two women, although played by a mainland Chinese actress and also a Hong Kong actress, they look essentially the same. If you look at the hairstyle, their qipao, and also their gesture, and also the background, the wall against which they lie, you will find that the use of costume, the use of set, they are motif in Wong Kar-wai's movie. This is an article that was shown on CNN after the death of the Queen. Even though the death of the Queen took place 2 years after the Hong Kong protests, but this event became a rare opportunity for Hong Kong people to show their defiant attitude towards the mainland Chinese government. These are images of Lion Rock. The Lion Rock is named after the shape of the rock that looks like a lion. But you can see banners and you can see neon signs from the top of the mountain. They are all protesting signs to ask the Hong Kong government to give freedom to Hong Kong people.
(2046) では壮大なネットワークが地球上に広がっている。怪しげな列車が2046に向かって時々出発していく。2046へ行くすべての乗客の目的はただ一つ、なくした記憶を見つけるため。なぜなら2046では何も変わらないから。それが本当か誰も知らない。だって今まで誰もあそこから帰ってきたやつなんかいないから。俺一人を除いては。
Lastly, the keyword love. This is actually the keyword that is the most difficult to make a comparison. In the protest sites, the object of love is very ambiguous. Protesters all say they love Hong Kong, but what is Hong Kong? Is that a place? Are they the people? So this sign is really unstable. Also, protesters very often find that their love for Hong Kong conflicts with their love for other things, such as the next generation, or their love for freedom. In 2046, love is relatively simple. It is love for a person who wouldn't return your love. In here, because the person wouldn't return the love, so the character often projects the love on other replacement, but not the original. These are some quotes from two protesters to show what love is. The cost of leaving behind the city they love and people who made it home. So the love of the next generation is more important than the love for Hong Kong. Because of the next generation, they need to leave Hong Kong, even though they love the city very much. So much is now lost in the city I love, the freedom to tell the truth. For another protester, the love of freedom is so important that they rather lose their freedom in order to love Hong Kong. In Wong Kar-wai's film, loving the original, such as the original woman, is impossible, so the character has been finding replacement to project the love. This is the film that was made previous to 2046. In 2046, the main character find a replacement of love. The motif here is, of course, the similar composition, a similar set, and what is interesting is in the smaller picture, you can even find a mirror from which we can see the two people having dinner together. In this scene I'm going to show you, we are seeing how love is being projected on a robot.
有啲人可以輕而易舉咁走咗，但係對某啲人嚟講係需要好長時間。你要付出好大嘅努力，甚至會遍體鱗傷。我已經唔記得上咗呢架車幾耐，我開始覺得好寂寞。
剛開始呢，你是有點枯燥，不過慢慢的你會適應。我們車上有不同的服務員，可以滿足你不同的需要，他會全心全意的照顧你。 就像伴侶一樣，不過你可千萬不能愛上他們呢。愛することはいけない。
誰がアンドロイドなんか
に？这个很難說，有很多事情要來的時候都是不知不覺的，有可能性ですよ。
Thank you for listening. I look forward to answering your questions.
All right, Amanda, if you could please share your screen so we know you're here. Oh, 1 second. Oh, no, we're doing the Q&A at the end. Yeah, do the Q&A at the end.
Hello, right, I'll share my screen.
Thank you, Amanda. I will introduce you while you get yourself settled. So Amanda Potter is a visiting fellow at the Open University and the University of Liverpool, and her research is on the ancient world on TV, film, comics, and fan fiction. She is currently working on edited collections on Xena, Warrior Princess, and Wonder Woman. And she has a revised title for us today. Her paper is Japan as Dystopia and Utopia in Netflix anime series Thermae Romae Novae 2022 till whenever Netflix cancels it.
And I'm just struggling a bit. Hang on, let me just...
Not a problem.
I'm trying to share. It seems to not be very...
You are listed as a co-host, so you should be able to share your screen.
I think so. I'm hoping. Is it working now?
Okay. Right.
Right, something went very strange then. I'm going to try again.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. Right. Can you see my screen now?
Now we can. Awesome.
Okay.
Thank you.
Fabulous. Okay, and I'm so sorry I'm late and for the change in title. So I was going to be talking about Blood of Hades and Thermae Romae Novae, and I broke my arm and I've run out of time, and so anyway, I'm just going to talk about this series. So thanks very much for inviting me along. On the series then, Thermae Romae Novae is the anime series created by Japanese anime studio NAZ, and it was released on Netflix in 2022. And as you were saying, probably not going to be continued because there's no date for it to be renewed. However, it is based on a manga, which is here. I can struggle to lift it with my broken arm, but there are more than the 11 episodes, so there's plenty of material in the manga if indeed it was ever continued. Mari Yamazaki's award-winning manga, seinen manga for adult young men, was first published in 2008 even, and ran to 2013. So there's a number, it's in 3 volumes, and that heavy tome of mine is the collected omnibus edition. And it was an award-winning manga, so it won a short story award and a big manga prize. And so what the point of this series is really about a time travel comedy. So you might be wondering, I'll get on to why this is dystopia and utopia in a moment. The manga was already adapted into a short anime television series, which aired in Japan on Fuji TV and made into 2 Japanese live action films in 2012 and 2014. But for English readers and viewers, the manga had been out of print in English for some years until 2022 when the Netflix series came out. And the series were not widely available and the films in English. And so, as I said, the subject's a time travel comedy. And the premise behind this is that the hero is a bath architect from ancient Rome named Lucius Modestus. And he magically travels from ancient Rome to modern day Japan when he's in different baths in Rome. It was rated 12 because there's some nudity. So Lucius is always getting his kit off, but it's not full frontal. There's a lot of male bottoms in this anime. And Netflix describe it as quirky and feel good. So perhaps very kind of the opposite to what we find in Squid Games. Sorry, I'm trying to navigate with a broken arm and 2. There we go. So this gentle comedy, as I say, might be in many ways opposite to Squid Games, the violent dystopian world where children's games become deadly. And while Squid Games garnered large numbers of viewers in English-speaking audiences and was very, very popular in the UK, Termai Romai Novi has passed most viewers by. And apart from people that are particularly interested in the ancient world on television or have come across the manga before, and although was enjoyed by some, hasn't had wide viewership. The animated series, though, like Squid Games, could be argued to be a comment on capitalism, as Lucius the Roman steals the inventions of the future to find success in his capitalist world of ancient Rome, where convenience products are valorized by Lucius, and he brings them back and makes a name for himself by using these consumer products from Japan. The episodes from the first one soon fall into a set pattern, which is the pattern of the manga, that Lucius is transported to modern Japan, or in one later episode to Edo era Japan, and he finds something which he takes back to Rome with him. So Lucius is an unusual hero for us. We're initially set up to feel sympathy for him in a flashback sequence where he's bullied as a little boy, but as an adult, he's a slightly ridiculous character. And his belief in the superiority of Rome is absolute. He neglects his wife in favor of his duty to the emperor, and Rome comes above all in all things. He's xenophobic, so he dislikes Germans. He refers to the Japanese as flat faces and flat-faced slaves in the beginning. And he doesn't like the nouveau rich of Rome, who were former slaves. And even as he comes to admire the Japanese, he finds them both brilliant and truly terrifying, as their inventions, as he sees it, are a threat to the Roman Empire. He supports the Roman war effort and helps to quash rebellion in Judea by creating outdoor baths to revive the Roman soldiers. And so his attitude to the world and colonialism is very different from our own. He's quick to anger and constantly misunderstands the world around him, but often this is dealt with in a very comic way, and we poke fun at Lucius rather than taking it too seriously, despite potentially the underlying serious messages. So dystopia from the Greek literally means bad place, and utopia means no place. And we could now use these terms to mean an imagined unjust or bad society, or an imagined perfect society, which of course doesn't exist. But how we apply these terms depends very much on our point of view and the society we come from. So if we were going through the eyes of an ancient Roman, then our idea of dystopia and utopia could be very different. For For Lucius, when he arrives in the baths in modern day Japan, then he enjoys the baths, which he sees similar to his own Roman baths, but he sees traffic and smoke, which he feels is like poison, and is, as you'd expect, somebody who hadn't seen traffic before, it is a strange, brave new world. He's poisoned by mistake by one of the Japanese people with bad sake and thinks he's being assassinated. He goes into the wrong baths, which are inhabited by the snow monkeys, when he should be bathing in the human outdoor baths, and doesn't understand why these strange creatures are there. And he also thinks that people shouldn't wear swimsuits because it's perhaps not good for health and better to be naked, which seems very strange that people are wearing swimsuits and it isn't the right thing to do. But ultimately as well, there are some things that he doesn't understand and make this into a very strange and dystopian place for him. But he does learn from this. So the heat of the Japanese springs are too hot for Lucius to bear, but he learns from the Japanese people how to redirect the water to cool it down so that it can be bathed in. And he reuses this invention to great acclaim in Rome. He's worried about the fall of Rome and how the flat faces, as he called them, must have supplanted Rome as a great imperial power, and constantly misinterprets things. So there's an elderly Japanese man with a bath hat on, and he sees this as a crown, and perhaps this is the king of the new society, until he understands that this is a way to stop shampoo from getting into your eyes. But Japan is also a place of wonder and a utopia for some consumer items. So, for example, fruit milk is seen by Lucius as the nectar of the gods, and he creates a version for his own bathhouse back in Rome. However, it's not as good as the ones that he's found in Japan. And he also sees other inventions like baskets to put clothes in at the bathhouse so you don't lose them, and again reinterprets this. He admires the pictures in bathhouses in Japan, and so recreates a picture of Mount Vesuvius like the picture of Mount Fuji. And he sees the moving pictures on a television and builds an aquarium into a Roman bathhouse so that people can have moving pictures there too. And he manages to help the Emperor Hadrian by creating a private bath and toilet for the emperor to use, like the private bathroom the old man in Japan has. And this really helps the emperor's health, which causes Lucius to be very successful, having the favor of the emperor. And after staying in an uncomfortable inn in ancient Rome, Lucius is made really welcome at a spa resort in Edo era Japan. And this gives the idea to the inn owner, who creates a Roman spa hotel. So again, he's bringing the capitalist dream back to ancient Rome, that people are able to improve themselves by the ideas he's getting from Japan. When in the Roman bathhouse, the unruly Germans are emptying the bathhouse of good Romans because they're behaving badly, Lucius finds a similar things happening in modern Japan when some tourists are not following the bath rules. But because the bath rules are in Japan in signs in pictures, then the tourists who don't speak Japanese are able to understand them, as does Lucius. And so he brings this back to Rome as well. And the Germans learn how to understand to behave in this society. Lucius is also inspired to create a new bath that's luxurious, using gold and statues, but it isn't vulgar, suiting his own taste and the wishes of his nouveau rich patron. And he comes to this decision after working with a modern architect with a similar challenge, building pseudo-Roman baths in Japan. Children in Rome are also spoiling the tranquility for adults in the bathhouse. But when Lucius finds the different inventions in a water park in Japan, he builds a slide in Rome. And he believes that this is a contraption that helps build endurance. But when it's brought back into Rome, it's used by the adults rather than children, who are using inflatables that are to help them to learn to swim, again influenced by Japan. However, he still the way he brings the inventions back, for example, a massage chair in Rome needs the slave economy to be able to run it. So slaves have to run this rather than electricity. In the final episode, so this has all been very gentle comedy with an underlying message, but in the final episode 11, there's a suggestion of violence and danger as jealous senators send Lucius through dangerous territory, hoping to cause his death. And he's accosted by bandits, as the senators intend. But instead of being hurt or killed, he builds a spa town with the bandits, and they become successful entrepreneurs. And finally, Hadrian, the emperor, helps Lucius to be reconciled with his wife who left him. And so his cultural appropriation and his good capitalist behavior is ultimately rewarded. So Lucius brings useful inventions from Japan to ancient Rome and creates a better bath culture that is inclusive for Germans, children, and bandits. And he helps to promote the lucrative work for the bandits getting new jobs, and for the innkeeper improving their revenue through getting a better inn. In the manga that the series is based on, Yamazaki doesn't shy away from the message of Roman slavery and colonialism, and really behind the gentle comedy, neither does the series. But this is done through poking fun at Lucius and his cultural appropriations rather than in any really serious way. Each episode also ends with a live action piece of film with Yamazaki visiting the site of a Japanese bath, either some outdoor springs or an older bath, and seeing how eggs are cooked in the bath. So the series actually is also encouraging viewers to virtually immerse themselves in the culture, just as Lucius does physically. And so to end this, so as there's a manga for everyone, for different kinds of readers, so I would say there's a place for dystopian comedy as well as dystopian, more graphic affairs like Squid Games. And actually we can see the dystopian vision and the vision of capitalism within such things as Termite Rome Nove. And I would say go ahead and watch it, because not many people are doing, and it is definitely worth having a look at. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Amanda. Elaine, if you are online under a different name, if you could speak up in the chat or unmute yourself. Okay, so we will move on to our now third talk. This is Suna Lee and Jennifer M. Prophet. Suna Lee is a PhD student in the School of Communication, Florida State University. She worked as a news reporter at a South Korean 24-hour news network, YTN, from 2005 to 2018. Her research concerns journalism, labor in the media industry, and gender in media. Jennifer M. Prophet, PhD, is a professor in the School of Communication at Florida State University. Her research focuses on political economy of communication, including media regulation and ownership, broadcast history, sports coverage, and labor issues. And one of you should be able to share your screen if you have awesome, thank you. The title of their joint paper is Transcultural Distribution of South Korean Dystopian Storytelling, the Amalgamation of Locality and Globality.
Hello, everyone. My name is Suna Lee, as just introduced, and my advisor, Dr. Jennifer Prophet, are presenting our work on South Korean dystopian storytelling. So we titled our paper, our work, as Transcultural Distribution of South Korean Dystopian Storytelling as the Amalgamation of Locality and Globality. It's long. So in this presentation, let me see if I can, sorry. I'm navigating. Apologize. I can move to the next slide, it seems like. What's happening here?
Yeah, you will click on slideshow on the menu, but you enlarge the entire window. Like slideshow on the menu.
Oh,
Yep.
I apologize. Okay. Very good. So in this presentation, first, we'll talk about how a series of South Korean hit shows, including Squid Game, Kingdom, and others, drew attraction from millions of global audiences, focusing on its stories. And then we'll move on to the behind-scenes story of such success as we look at Netflix and other transnational streaming platforms businesses in South Korea. And we talk about this drawing on the concept of media imperialism and more recent concepts, platform and Netflix imperialism. And finally, we will look at some frictions that those transnational streaming platforms have made in South Korean TV industry. Oh, it happens again. Yeah. It's weird. Apologize for that. So first, let me talk about Squid Game a little bit. And Squid Game is still the all-time most watched Netflix TV show in both English and non-English TV shows. And it was streamed over 1,600,000,000 hours in the first 4 weeks. And it's been reported that Netflix paid only $21 million to make Squid Game, but the estimated impact value reached almost $900 million. It's more than 40 times the production cost. And what made this show such a popular show? So first, we want to say that it's bleak but believable depiction of South Korea's grim reality of local people. Especially, we want to focus on these three protagonists, Ki-hoon, Sang-woo, and the frontman, In-ho. We argue somewhere else that these characters personify a new type of underdogs, and they show how today's individuals have internalized the neoliberal logic of neoliberal capitalism. So to give you a little bit of background of South Korean situation, so after 1997's International Monetary Fund crisis, the South Korean government rapidly adopted neoliberal policies and restructured the economy by laying off and tight management. So South Korean scholars have the polarization of wealth and inequality concerns about these symptoms, and they diagnosed these symptoms as neo-poverty, and collapse of middle class was the core of this neo-poverty. And we see the second phase of neo-poverty in these three characters are just the embodiment of these new types of underdogs under this new second phase of neo-poverty. So from Ki-hoon, we can see a former full-time employee of a big car manufacturer who suffers from post-traumatic stress after witnessing the state's violence against striking workers. And as the director Hwang noted, the company Ki-hoon had worked for, Dragon Motors, and its strikes was a reference to a Korean real car manufacturer, Ssangyong Motor, and the workers there strike in 2009 lasted for 77 days and ended with police aggression. And second, Sangwoo portrays how individuals are preyed upon by the financialization of neoliberal capitalism. And what drove the first phase of neo-poverty was restructuring policies. But what destroyed Sangwoo was the greed and competition neoliberalism celebrates as it defrauded clients. And lastly, we found a symbolic meaning from Ino, the frontman. We can see a shrinking state and the suffering of public workers due to the neoliberal approach that problematized government intervention. And Inho was a high-ranking police officer, but he resigned in response to bribery charges. It is reasonable to infer that Inho might have taken these briberies to pay for the kidney transplant for his brother, and because his salary would not suffice. And we argue that it illustrates the plight of public workers driven to betray their morals under this neoliberal policy paradigm. And the second show we want to talk about is Hellbound, and this is a show about an unearthly death angel coming to the average people and kill them in the right side. And this Hellbound went further in its critique of today's deluding ideological manipulators, such as a religious organization and extremist group that shamelessly leverage this inexplicable deadly phenomenon to their advantage, and unapologetic mass media that only seek sensational live coverage, and lastly, the helpless government. And we found these profound and believable and apocalyptic depictions. In case of Kingdom, although it is set in the medieval Joseon dynasty, the story of politicians exploiting their people to achieve and maintain power does not seem antiquated. So, for example, the antagonist, the king's right man, he attempts to take advantage of outbreak rather than struggle to save his people. So we found this plot reminds us of the lack of trust and sincerity of today's political world. And lastly, All of Us Are Dead it's a show about zombie again in South Korea, and it shows various social problems in South Korea today. For example, the neighborhood the students live is kind of the 21st century version of rich and poor segregation. And we can see ruthless teenager bullies, and the ways the government deals with the zombie outbreak portrays the incompetent and uncaring bureaucrats that betray their responsibilities to rescue young citizens. But we found that what transcends the local context in these shows is this heartfelt friendship among high schoolers and their strong will to survive despite their seemingly hopeless situation. So, as we can see from these examples, we came to think that diluting locality and tailoring unique stories to universal audience is not their strategies at all. Rather, they highlight authentic depictions of the locals. And interestingly, those specific and localized stories drew so much attention and spoke to the global audience. And we think the underlying commonality here is the increasing feeling or sense of precarity. So then we came to wonder about the reason why all these hit shows are dystopian and violent and horror shows. And we wondered if there's anything to do with the ways they are distributed through these transnational streaming platforms. So first we looked at the media imperialism concept. So media imperialism in the late 20th centuries media scholars have raised the concerns about the one-way content flow from largely Western societies to non-Western societies or global South. And we wondered if these mega hit shows of Netflix and from South Korea, they have surmounted these concerns about media imperialism, or if they successfully created this contraflow, which means the reverse flow from non-Western societies to Western societies. So this discourse around media imperialism have the shift from the power of government, state government to today's transnational corporate power. So the scholars have focused on the big tech, so-called FANG, Facebook, Amazon, Apple, Netflix, and Google. And these companies are the focus of today's platform imperialism, or more specifically, Netflix imperialism. And we reached this Netflix imperialism concept where American platform corporations use their technological and economic power to create transnational monopolies in their fields. So we wanted to look at how Netflix does their businesses in local market of South Korea. And the success of Squid Game has brought heated debates around Squid Game in South Korea for mainly two reasons. The first is financial compensation for the creators. For example, director Hwang has no back-end deal or the residuals regarding the additional profit of the show. So Hwang once interviewed that the Squid Game did not make me that rich because the contract was not like Netflix is paying me a bonus. And the second reason was the intellectual property rights debate, because the way Netflix does this business is that they pay the whole cost of production upfront, and in return, they hold the whole intellectual property rights. That's why director Hwang cannot decide to make any prequel, sequel, any spin-offs of Squid Game, despite he made this show based on his personal plight stories, and he lost 6 teeth making this show. But the thing is, this is not the only problem of Netflix. As you can see, Netflix and Disney are the dominant two players in the South Korean OTT, over-the-top streaming platforms market. But also we have local players too, in terms of the OTT streaming platforms. So at first blush, we can think, oh, their local corporations are doing okay. But when you look at the profit they are making, only American companies made a profit in past 3 years. All the South Korean local players lost their money, and the size of loss is getting bigger and bigger. So this raised a lot of concerns among local players, TV production industry, because local players can beat Netflix and Google, YouTube in terms of their financial powers. So scholars and media production stakeholders have raised concerns about South Korean local players being just a outsourcing production factory to these Silicon Valley headquartered big tech giants. And second friction point that Netflix is making in South Korean market is SK Broadband and Netflix, between these two companies peering feeds debates. And SK Broadband, the second largest internet provider in South Korea, they demanded Netflix to pay some investment fees to cover this increasing traffic in video streaming. And Netflix sued back SK Broadband. They cannot pay this fee. And it involves a lot of complicated technical debates. It is not a simple question, but it should be noted that Netflix has been paying the same type of fees to Comcast, Verizon, and AT&T, these US internet providers. So this differing response of Netflix is kind of raising the question about their imperialistic approach to their businesses in South Korea. So in conclusion, we argue two things. First, the mega hit South Korean shows that tell us dystopian, bleak reality in local perspective kind of created contraflow and surmounted the long concerns of media imperialism. But when looking closer, their businesses in local market, this contraflow is kind of diluted by corporations' profit orientation, because this profit orientation cannot survive the diversity content provision. And we argue that these profit-driven corporations in South Korea, there is much to be done to create the true contraflow that truly celebrate diverse content in local markets. So yes, this is today's presentation. Thank you. We look forward. Great discussion.
Thank you very much for that. And it looks like Elaine has not joined us. I'm hoping she doesn't have the wrong time zone. That would be quite a shame. I've checked email and she has not checked in. So maybe she'll come in during the Q&A. We have plenty of time for fruitful discussion. We have our in-person audience here. We also have our virtual audience online, and we're going to try to get everyone involved in the conversation. So if all of the presenters would make sure that they can unmute themselves at a moment's notice if they haven't already. We have a microphone, which will be going around the audience. Anyone who is here in person, please raise your hand if you have a question or a comment, and my trusty helper will bring over the microphone to you. So do we have any questions online at the moment? Let's see if we have anything online, or if there's anyone in the audience who has a question. Okay. While you're thinking, I will start off. For our last panelists, you talked about some of my favorite South Korean media, Kingdom, Hellbound, All of Us Are Dead. I love, I'll actually be talking about Kingdom and Hellbound later this afternoon. And one thing about those, not so much Kingdom, but Hellbound and All of Us Are Dead, is that they're incredibly gruesome. There's a lot of very vivid body horror. Would you like to comment on that? And I'm wondering if that sort of adds to the American audience's delight, or I'll just throw that out there. Either of our last speakers would like to comment on that.
Thank you so much for that question. So you're talking about the gruesomeness of Hellbound and All of Us Are Dead. And I would think that Squid Game as well, quite gruesome. And I think that it does play to, I think, global audiences, particularly US audiences. And Sana, you probably have more to say about that gruesomeness from those shows. Yeah, no.
I honestly haven't think, because it's just speaks to my taste, so I didn't think a lot about the perspectives, but the violence, the high level of violence is kind of, it seems like a big trend these days in all these streaming shows, because when the scene is sensational and it's so dense in terms of these sensations, right? And we don't need to understand in depth its context, or we don't even need to hear what they're talking about, and we don't need any subtitles, which has suffered from a great inversion from Western society. So with Western audience doesn't like subtitles, it's been told. So yeah, I think that kind of sensational depiction really appeals to global audience.
Thank you. Do we have any questions from the audience? Please do not be shy. We're all here to learn together. So. Oh, Elaine has joined us. Excellent. Hello, Elaine. I think you had the wrong time zone, unfortunately. So we do have time for your paper. So if we can get you loaded up, ready to present. Right, Elaine, you need to share your video, please. No. Still waiting. Still waiting. Okay. Any questions from the audience for our first three papers?
There's one in the chat
Oh,
box.
One in the chat.
Hi.
Okay.
Hi. I think I'm so sorry. I think I am 1 hour early. I don't know that I'm late.
You are actually 1 hour late.
Oh,
we've actually, yeah.
I'm so sorry. I have just got back from the university because I have classes.
No problem. Are you ready to?
So no. Can I do it now? Oh.
Yes. Just need to share your screen if you have a PowerPoint
yes, sure.
or a video.
So I have a PowerPoint. So please give me a moment.
Okay. Was there a question in chat that you saw over there? You said, perhaps?
Can I address the question in the meantime she's preparing?
Yes, please do.
So
Please do. I can't see it from my podium.
In Western, especially Hollywood film, they have a lot of great violent films, and all these franchise violent depictions have great sensations and great visual effects, but I think they kind of have failed addressing this dystopian and insecurity deep in our mind. It's just a visual violence. But in the contrary of these Asian streaming shows, they are also violent, but behind these violent visual effects, they really speak to our feelings, emotions, and our sensibilities about our bleak reality. I think that's the key to their success. Although both Western and Asian shows are violent and gruesome, but there is different sensitivity in terms of emotional effects. That's my answer to Dr. Jane. Hello.
Thank you.
Can I also actually ask Suni and Jennifer one question? But I think,
Sure.
in a sense, it kind of touches upon Amanda's presentation as well. I find even though Netflix has expanded the choices of East Asian media products, but very often they tend to just narrow down the genre to one specific type. Like, in the earlier keynotes, Terrence Chen talked about like kung fu films coming from Hong Kong, but coming from Hong Kong, like I never watched kung fu films. Like there are so many genres to choose from. And I also think like when South Korean drama first became popular in Hong Kong, it was actually the historical drama that, people like. But it seems to me that, like once you have a specific genre that became like popular in the US, and then all we see is that genre. So when we talk about, like Japanese media, everyone will talk about anime or manga, but then there are a lot of like, Japanese game shows that we almost never see in this country. So I just wonder, whether the platform companies is also, being an agenda setting agent, that they significantly narrow down our genres, despite the, good thing that they allow us to have more choices.
Yes, we would definitely agree with you on that. Part of that platform imperialism, right? That they are narrowing down the choices that we have. So though it seems like we're seeing that contraflow, right? It's what Netflix is actually putting money towards, right? And what they are choosing to distribute globally. I think that's certainly part of it. And going back to the other question, thinking about dystopia, right, and comparing it to Hollywood films, is the strong critique of capitalism that is behind each of, I would argue, certainly behind Squid Game, but also behind Hellbound. I think All of Us Are Dead as well, and Kingdom. So I think that that's something that is a little different from perhaps some big budget, violent Hollywood films, is that we are getting a bit of that critique of neoliberalism and capitalism. But yes, I think we would agree. Sana, I don't know if you want to add.
Yeah, there was, yes. Adding on that, there was the kind of core idea that we have in this work, because of this corporate this profit orientation, because just basically they have to make more money. They can afford the subtlety of different cultures and appreciable, more philosophical content on their global platform. So yes, we totally agree with that.
All right, thank you. It looks like we have the PowerPoint ready for our last talk. So Kim Wei-Yi Elaine Chen received her PhD degree in film studies from the University of Kent, United Kingdom. She teaches film theory, film aesthetics, film history, and digital media culture for MFA and MA degree programs at Hong Kong Baptist University. In 2019, her first monograph, entitled Hong Kong Dark Cinema, Film Noir, Reconceptions and Reflexivity, was published by Palgrave Macmillan in English, and the Chinese language edition of the monograph received the 15th Hong Kong Biennial Award for Chinese Literature, recommended prize in the category of literary criticism. And her revised title is Dystopian Utopic Rereading of the Material Through a Pop Song Adaptation from Film. And Elaine, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you for the conference. I'm very honored to be part of this wonderful event. This paper is extracted from a chapter of my next monograph. I hope to share my latest research finding about what I call dystopian utopic cinematic representation. Okay. In his latest pop song album entitled "The Greatest Works of Art" by Jay Chou, a distinguished Chinese singer-songwriter, musician, actor, and director, he borrows a time-space traveling plot from his own movie entitled "Secret," which was released in 2007. He had directed 5 years ago. The MTV of the song is about Chow's adventurous time-space travel to the early 20th century Europe for various opportunities to meet with great artists. Such adventure ends well, only to find that it gives rise to a surprising reunion with a great pianist whom he has just met in the journey. The movie has a similar plot of piano playing, time-space travel, which match and make a talented couple. The movie has a love theme. So you can see I have some movie stills on my right. Look at my cursor. The movie has a love theme, yet the relationship between the male pianist in the MTV is platonic. In the MTV, the artist's world is like a utopia, which is full of fun. Returning to the original time space, Jay Chou finds out that great artist has reached his time space from the early 20th century, the ending of the MTV suggests that the two of them enjoyed the surprising reunion. So these are some stills, some pictures of the MTV. In Secret, with a similar plot of time traveling, the representation of the romantic encounter between the protagonists appear to be quite dystopic. On the contrary, near the end, the film portrays how the male protagonist is endangering his life for an opportunity to travel through time so as to locate his lover. Such a cinematic practice begs the question whether the dystopian image is gender specific. Is the female protagonist leading her male counterpart astray? In the Gothic tradition or German expressionist tradition, when societies are characterized by poverty, disease, environmental degradation, etc., dystopic images would become dominant. These images set the scenes for the creations of archetypal femme fatale characters. So under such circumstances, the dystopic representation can be seen as gender specific. In any one of the above cases, say for instance, Metropolis, in any one of the above cases, a woman is always described as the origin of sin or cause of all troubles. For example, the robotic Maria of Metropolis, the femme fatales of American films noirs, and say, for instance, a more recent examples of like the two sisters of Arcane, Vi and Jinx of a very popular film animation series. In Secret, the time traveling subject starring J.J. Also, I want to demonstrate to you in the MTV. You can see the time traveling plot, and you can see that there is a utopic representation of the time traveling, and they are happy reuniting. The pianist from early 20th century, and a more contemporary personality, Jay Chou, the pianist. But whereas there are dystopic images with regard to the time traveling experiences in the movie. In Secret, the time traveling subjects starring Jay Chou and Gui Lun Mei do not coexist historically in life at the same time. The romantic encounter begins when the female protagonist travels through time and reaches a time space that will emerge 20 years later in time. In the course of the film, the female protagonist suffers from her dystopian present, her teenage and her mid-age, because the couple is indeed 20 years apart. For the same reason, she is disillusioned by her utopian past as well. However, the couple finally manages to discover a different reality in another time space where they may coexist. In the finale, the movie offers a utopic open ending about the couple's romance. That is to say, the dystopic time-space traveling finally ends well. Such an ending has inspired me to probe on Jay Chou's intention to represent the female protagonist as the other in the first instance. From many East Asian and Chinese films or Hollywood films made by Chinese filmmakers in my survey, I have discovered a unique pattern of cinematic practice. While the idea of otherness prevails, which seems to be unfair to the woman, both man and woman enjoy equivalent status as the subjects of fate and love. Since time-space traveling is a motif of Chou, I doubt whether the Secret. I doubt whether the film's dystopic description is gender specific. Although the dystopic image is indispensable, I do not think that Chou intends to pin down the female protagonist as the other or a kind of fatal woman that is leading the male protagonist astray. With the conventional gaze theory and psychoanalytical approach, I can hardly explore a new analytical angle to study this phenomenon. A new way of criticism for a more dynamic explanation of the contemporary mainstream cinematic practice is required. This paper tackles an ill-defined area of criticism about a peculiar form of spectator-screen relation. I opine that the conventional psychoanalytical method falls short of analyzing a material function of the other in film. I argue that in a course of materialization, a film could turn around, revamp, and resist diegetically the stereotypical representation of women. Slide 4. I draw on Barrett's theory of new materialism and propose that we should explore a new dimension for analysis by reviewing the diegetic material condition and reality of film, finding out how science may interact and interact within a system of representation, and understand how film text may simultaneously create alternative meanings or revamp stereotypical representations. Material feminist scholars suggest a theoretical perspective which gives rise to critical reading of the material. I argue that we should resort to this kind of onto-epistemological approach in our analyses. Such a methodology suits the purpose of this paper, which aims to study how mainstream cinema writes off the otherness of the woman characters by reinvesting the stereotypical representation of the other. Such a practice requires dystopic images in the first place, offering dystopian utopic representation creatively in the meantime. The film would turn around the representation of otherness. Understanding the material condition is essential for addressing this kind of artistic, social, and cultural contribution of mainstream cinema, in addition to its box office success. In the following, my discussion will revolve around 3 films, but I think I won't have enough time if I have just 15 minutes. I think I will stick to two movies, The Secret and Suzumi. Slide. Okay. So for The Secret, the dystopic representation refers to the film's description about the time space. So let me demonstrate how bringing back the material could really actually allow us to enjoy a more dynamic intra activity of the cinematic codes. Say for instance, bring back the material, we can see that the piano actually is the medium of time space travel. So the protagonist becoming part of the tune and melody, the protagonist's bodies would mysteriously appear at any time space in which the piano has been placed. So I'm hoping to demonstrate the process of such a process of materialization. Say for instance, the time space traveling bodies of the protagonist would trigger in irreversible transformation of human affection and love that could redefine the other. So this is an example, and there is a changing dynamic of the film at which Xiao Yu, which is the name of the female protagonist, her mother keeps her at home so that she cannot time travel for a significant period of time. So when she finally assumed the position of a subject, she really wants to return to the time space of her lover and reunite, right? And dystopic images are offered cinematically at that time. That is to get the audience prepared to a roller coaster ride about the changing relationship. Then she gets jealous out of her misinterpretation about her boyfriend's relationship with another girl. So, and then creatively, the film turns around the representation of otherness when Xiao Yu the female protagonist assumed the position of a subject. So I hope to further demonstrate this procedure, the interactivity of cinematic code. So Xiao Yu as a subject of love rather than an object. She travels back in time for 20 years and claims to love as a subject. But the thing is, she dies there when she revisits because in the film, diegetically, she has not brought along some medication, so she dies, and then the male protagonist travels back in time and reaches a time space in which Xiao Yu has not begun time traveling. So all the mishaps are thus rectified. So in the end, you see there's a kind of dystopian utopic representation in the end. I hope to demonstrate such a process of materialization under such a circumstance when you have the intra-activity of cinematic codes. Actually, the subject and object would interact and interact. And the process of communication becomes different. So the binary opposition between the subject and object is disrupted. And actually, with the other, the object, assuming the role as a subject, then actually they are co-constituting meaning. The subject, both the subject and the object are co-constituting meaning together, and the ultimate meaning of the other would always on becoming rather than being pinned down. So the woman, the lady, which seems to be the other, her otherness could not be pinned down in the end. And I have another example, like Susumi. We have the dystopic representation of the city of Japan, like this. We look at the gendered materiality of the girl. She has fatally opened the back door of Toyoko, which is like a spiritual parallel universe, Toyoko, and she fatally believed a monster, and this action has led the male protagonist astray. Who is the guy? Who is the male protagonist? He is indeed at the key holder of Toyoko, and he can lock up a giant swarm inside the spiritual parallel universe so that the monster cannot create disaster in the conscious world. The thing is, when they get together and the girl falls in love with this handsome guy, but the thing is, under a spell, the guy's body is trapped inside a three-legged chair, and this chair means a lot to Susumi because this is the only legacy from her beloved mother, who passed away in a disaster in Japan. And from then on, this key holder, this guy, belongs to Toyoko under the spell, and he will disappear from the conscious world very soon. But the thing is, they hang out together for a long time because they have to collaborate together to save Japan, right? And they have to Susumi in the form of a human body could actually help the key holder out so as to close the door with the key holder's key. When the girl tries to save her loved one, she discovers that she used to get lost inside Toyoko as well. In the past, when she was still little, her mother was killed in a disaster, and she was distressed and panicked, and then she had mistakenly overstepped the boundary of Toyoko. Therefore, she had got lost. Okay, the material condition goes like this. She has to get through the same door where she used to get lost inside Toyoko. When she could assume her status as a subject to reconcile with herself, she may set herself free from her horrible memory, save her loved one, and from Toyoko, and save Japan as well. So the chair, so bringing back the material, we look at the function of the chair, the materiality of the chair, and the material condition of Susumi, and then we come to understand that the chair means a lot, and the key holder chair. Which is also her lover, right? Is slowly transforming into a piece of stone that would stay in Toyoko forever. So the materialization of the body of the male protagonist has stimulated the female protagonist to revamp her status of otherness. So I hope to demonstrate the interactivity of the cinematic codes. As soon as Susumi assumes her role as a subject rather than an object, the woman that has led the male protagonist astray, she puts an end to the psychological and physical detours around Toyoko as a subject, and eventually she manages to save her loved ones and also Japan, and she recovers from her depression from her horrible past experience. So again, this is a chart to show how meaning would the binary opposition between knowing and being, and also the way in which when the subject, the symmetrical of the subject and the symmetrical of the object could actually co-constitute meanings together, and the ultimate meaning, the new meaning, is always on becoming rather than being pinned down. So these are my demonstration. Okay, and let me wrap up. I know that time is running out. Let me wrap up. I hope to wrap up. These films consciously invest in the materiality of the protagonist bodies. As a result, they create an alternative way to build up a dynamic of subject-object interactivity. The dystopic representations of classroom, city, etc. In these films, respectively, establish each time a negative force that teases out a positive sense of self for the main protagonist. In my description, this is a phenomenon of materialization which gives rise to a form of subject-object interactivity that would disrupt our understanding of the knowing subject and the concept of being that has been consolidated in such a process. Contemporary world cinema has changed a lot in this century. Many creative approaches have been employed to create nuances in the process of meaning-making, so that the ultimate representation of being is never concretized and meaning is always on becoming. The most interesting point about such a mainstream cinematic practice is that the dystopic representation is overwhelmed by some dystopian utopic representation. In each one of the films I quote today, the patriarchal structure of the social and cultural is turned around, reinvested, redefined, and reinterpreted. The dystopian utopic representation becomes dominant because the subject and object constitute meanings diegetically on equal basis. Under such circumstances, the films enable the audience to refresh their understanding of the social and cultural. Such a practice can hardly be fully analyzed through psychoanalytical film theory. Rather, bringing back the material is the analysis in the analysis is critically essential. Now we acquire a different angle to appreciate the diegetic time space that exists after the diegetic crises. The places of the two chosen films seem to enjoy the same geographical outlooks, yet they are indeed different because they are now filled with sacrificial love at the end of the films, and they are dystopian, utopic. So I think I'm running short of time, so I'll stop here and just to show you the dystopian, utopic places, a description. Finally, a description about the dystopian, utopic places. So the outlook is the same. The past of Xiao Yu but the past of Xiao Yu in the same school, same classroom, but the past of Xiao Yu has been rewritten so that she is never bullied and alienated again. And in Susumi, Japan, the conscious world of reality, and because of the way in which the protagonist survived the ordeal, and Japan will no longer suffer from the earthquake. So this is what I have got time for, I think. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, we have a few minutes for additional questions. Yes, me.
Thank you so much to the speakers. It's been very interesting. And similar to Dr. Larson, I've seen some of the shows, but not all of the shows, but I am definitely very inspired to see more of them. So my question for you is around the social issues that you've seen in these different shows and films. I was actually very struck by some of the comments that you made. So for example, the social class division, the bullying, the othering of various groups in the films and shows. And I was actually wondering, so oftentimes, you see a powerful film or movie show that really can influence change in society or start very important conversations. Do you see that happening from the films and shows that you've been examining, and if they are translating into these, conversations or other societal changes? I know this is a very broad question, but curious as to your thoughts.
Sorry, while you are asking, could you repeat the final two sentences about the question, because I'm losing my the images from my computer earlier on, so I was not paying enough attention at all. So
Sure, yeah. I was mentioning, so I'm actually faculty in the psychology department, so I was very interested in the social issues that were mentioned from your talks. So for example, the social class division, the extreme bullying, the othering that you just mentioned in your talk, Dr. Chan. So I was curious about, I guess, if you've seen how the influence from these shows, these movies, and discussions in society or other applications at a societal level.
I think that societal level, I think we can understand the social and the cultural altogether because of the way in which people tend to think that a film actor could indeed decide the way in which the audience could understand a film and to interpret the woman's status, woman role in society, and this is a wrong assumption, and actually, this is a wrong perspective to analyze a film as well. So with reference to feminist materialism and with the critical methodology to bring back the material, actually we can see actually film actors might not have this intention. Say for instance, in the examples that I have cited, let's say for Jay Chow, although in the beginning of his film, The Secret, that the girlfriend, the female pianist, is leading the male protagonist astray, while there is lots of dystopic representation about the way in which he has to time travel to meet with her girlfriend, and his life is therefore endangered. But the thing is, according to the film, when we look at the process of materialization, when we refer to the materiality of the movie, then we can know that actually he is hoping to write off the otherness. And I think with such a new angle to analyze film, to understand film acteur, and to actually reread all the contribution, the artistic contribution of other stakeholders of the film industry, say for instance, the artists themselves, and also the way in which they handle their body and or costumes and or props, and also the art directors, and they put in a lot of contributions in making all things possible. So from a different point of view, so I'm addressing to your question about the social and the cultural. Actually, we have a new angle to appreciate the contribution of film industry, filmmakers, and other stakeholders. And we while we appreciate the way in which movies are not pinning down female representation, and then we have a new angle to appreciate the movies as well, and we can see that the film actors are more liberal, and they are not the same kind of narrow-minded people that we have always imagined in when we had when we stick to the if people hopes to stick to the old way of analysis, and they would never enjoy the wonderful, beautiful artistic contribution of all the filmmakers and the stakeholders. I think this is the kind of inspiration that I get during my research. I don't know whether I'm answering your question in such a way. Is that okay?
Yeah, thank you so much. Any other thoughts from others, or?
Any of our other speakers like to join in on that question?
Maybe the theory is still quite new to everyone. So maybe if I have more time, and maybe after the conference, maybe if we could meet online, maybe I could share more about my finding with you guys.
All right. Well, we've come to the end of our session, so can we please have a round of applause for all of our speakers?
Thank you very much.
So we have a few minutes break, and then we will be starting up, I believe, at noon, if I'm correct with the schedule. Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you.
I'm the keynote speaker. Lisa Dombrowski. We're in here? Yep. Okay. Yep, that's me.
Do you have your presentation?
Yes. So how does running the slides work?
Basically, we're gonna give you this wireless presenter right there, and you'll be able to click through the slides. You bring a flash drive or
I
do you
do.
want an email? Okay.
I have a thumb drive. Will that work?
Yep.
Okay. There it is. There are a million things on it, so I will identify it for you and all that stuff.
And now we have a second keynote lecture by Dr. Lisa Dombrowski in Wesleyan University. And Dr. Rizunov will introduce her on the stage. So please sit in the front, then you can hear more details from her. So yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Julie Kim. So Dr. Kim is the conference chair, and we are so excited that we were able to do this conference because, as you notice, we are doing this in a hybrid international format. I think you can't hear it yet. Louder. So I was told that it should be louder. See, I thought we would be the testers so that you're able to hear our fantastic keynote, Dr. Dombrowski, when she comes on. So let me just thank everybody for coming here today. We are going to also feed you. So as we are listening to our keynote, we are also going to have food in the back, and you shouldn't be afraid to pick up your lunch bag and eat while you listen. So I would like to do two things. I would like to read a land acknowledgement before we start the lecture, and then I'm going to read a bio of Dr. Dombrowski from my cell phone. So again, trying to be multimodal, and I'm again overjoyed that so many people are also logging in virtually, and that we are able, with the help of Nicholas here and his team, to run the show. So let me first read the land acknowledgement. A land acknowledgement is a formal statement that recognizes and respects Indigenous peoples as traditional stewards of lands. The statement highlights the enduring relationship between the peoples and their traditional territories. Given that all land in the state of Connecticut was once native territory, it is our duty to acknowledge that Central Connecticut State University exists on native land. Central Connecticut State University is located just west of the Quinnipiac, or Connecticut River, which is within Wagoner homelands and bordering Tungus homelands. Together, we celebrate the nations who have been living and working on this land since the time immemorial. In continuing to educate our campus, we recognize the history of this land and the identities of its past and present people, while working towards building a comprehensive understanding of our past within Connecticut, New England, and beyond. I like the end of the statement that is still being worked on by different committees here at Central, because it says "and beyond," because that's like our conference theme of Squid Game and beyond, that we are trying to reach so many different communities. And I'm especially thrilled that Dr. Dombrowski agreed to be our keynote, and Wesleyan University is half an hour from here, but we very rarely actually get together unless we are in this kind of academic context. And so I'm so thrilled that she came to CCSU to be our keynote today. Dr. Dombrowski's research concerns the art and business of filmmaking, with an emphasis on the history of film form, modes of production, and industrial practices. Her work focuses especially on post-war and contemporary American independent cinema and East Asian cinema. She's the author of the films of Samuel Fuller, If You Die, I'll Kill You from 2008, and the editor of Kazan Revisited from 2011. She's also the co-editor with Justin Wyatt of Refocus, the later works and legacy of Robert Altman. And this just came out in 2022. And I was at a conference where people commented on it and said that they loved reading your work. She has contributed book chapters to Classical Studies in the 21st Century, United Artists Hollywood Centenary, and also Independent Female Filmmakers, a chronicle through interviews, profiles, and manifestos. All these collections are published in 2018, and also 2 of them in 2020. Another one of her contributions was to silent features, the development of silent feature film 1914 to 1934, and behind the silver screen cinematography from 2014, as well as widescreen worldwide from 2010. Her articles have been published in Film History, Film Quarterly, Film Comment, the New York Times, and the Criterion Collection, among many other places. She's currently learning Cantonese and developing a digital humanities project on Chinese language movie theaters and movie going in North America. And this is so cutting edge and so provocative. So she's working with researchers and students to do this platform as digital humanity. And I think that's really the 22nd century, and if you will, of academia. I also wanted to present her one mask. She has to decide between the doll who does green light, red light. And we know that she is a conversation starter. And also the mask of the frontman of the game master. So I want to thank Lisa for being here and playing with us during this conference. And I hope she will display one of them in her office and then can tell students about this conference. So thank you so much to Dr. Dombrowski. Please, which one you want? I'm taking the killer doll. For now. Let's see, how are we doing on sound in the back of the room? Is that good? All right, awesome. So thank you so much, Kati, for your lovely introduction. And thanks to all of you and all of the members of the organizing committee for inviting me to participate in this very lively conference. And thanks also to all of you who are here on this very beautiful summery spring day, and everyone who's also joining us online. So many of the papers presented during the conference will be focusing on media created during the last 2 decades, when the internet, social media, and streaming have provided an explosion of opportunities for storytelling to cross national and cultural boundaries. But in this paper, I'd like to turn the clock backwards a little farther to explore an experiment in distributing non-English language films to North American mainstream markets. An experiment that ends up initiating a conversation between media industry gatekeepers, content creators, and audiences regarding the value of cultural difference. A conversation that I would suggest sows the seeds for the media landscape that we have today. So the title of my paper is Creating and Rejecting Increased Cultural Proximity: Miramax, Hong Kong Action Films, and a Telling Rebellion. There we go. So historically, it has not been easy to see first-run non-English language films in theaters in the United States because they face both industrial and cultural barriers. Although the 1950s and the 1960s were a golden era of non-English language film exhibition, with overseas titles contributing as much as 7% to domestic box office in 1970. More recent decades have seen a sharp contraction in the number of imported titles. Specialty film distributors have either shuttered or acquired fewer non-English language films over the last 20 years, while major US studio releases monopolize access to screens and benefit from considerably higher marketing budgets. At the same time, the mainstream preference for culturally relevant media, what Joseph Straubhaar describes as, which way should I be clicking this? There we go. cultural proximity, little suspense there, has historically reinforced the dominance of major studio releases in North America. As a result, even within an increasingly globalized world, most US viewers have little access to non-English language cinema in theaters. But in the 1990s and 2000s, the major independent studio Miramax repeatedly succeeded in shifting non-English language films out of US art houses and into multiplexes. After the American fan base for Hong Kong action films steadily grew through the kung fu craze of the 1970s and video and specialized exhibition in the 1980s, Miramax co-founder Harvey Weinstein, you might recognize the name, a bully, a creep, and a criminal, but also at that time an admired and feared studio executive. Weinstein recognized the opportunity to market more commercial Chinese language films to a wide audience as a means of generating crossover hits. So beginning in 1995, Weinstein positioned Miramax to become the primary distributor of Hong Kong action films in North America. Miramax's acquisition and distribution strategy for Hong Kong action films was grounded in a specific set of assumptions regarding how to appeal to mass market tastes. The company targeted action-oriented films featuring recognizable genre conventions and brand name stars, considering such titles both favorites of existing Hong Kong film fans and also potentially accessible enough to attract new viewers. Rather than booking its Hong Kong theatrical acquisitions into art cinemas, Miramax instead favored wide releases to multiplexes, accompanied by marketing campaigns that were designed to highlight the action and to hide the so-called foreignness of the films. Miramax initially adopted a strategy of dubbing, rescoring, re-editing, and often retitling its Hong Kong theatrical and video DVD releases in order to make them more appealing from its perspective to mainstream American audiences. Though the company later reconsidered the value of subtitling, it maintained its hands-on approach to retooling films throughout the tenure of Weinstein. Claimed Weinstein, quote, "I have always tried to expand the boundaries of film and broaden the audience for non-Hollywood fare, not to ghettoize it. Every step in this brave new world of bringing Asian cinema to a wide commercial audience is an experiment," unquote. Miramax's involvement with Hong Kong action cinema is part and parcel of an unprecedented exchange of talent, resources, and products between Hollywood and local Chinese language film industries that has been taking place since the 1990s. Christina Klein has characterized this exchange as a process of, quote, "material and stylistic integration that is marked by frissons and resistances," unquote. Miramax's Asian film experiment and its varied reception by audiences and filmmakers is a vivid example of the often competing effects of the global trade in film culture. Miramax's distribution strategy undoubtedly succeeded in expanding the market for Hong Kong action films. Yet, the Americanized versions of the films distributed by Miramax met resistance from the Hong Kong action fan base and from filmmakers who viewed the original versions of their films less as malleable commercial products and more as culturally distinct works of art. While Miramax sought to appeal to a wide audience by reducing the formal and cultural distinctiveness of Hong Kong action films, its efforts sparked opposition by those who prized precisely the differences that the distributor attempted to minimize. So let's take a look at how all of this unfolded, at the key issues that this case study raises, and at the lessons that can be drawn from Miramax's experiment. But first, let me provide a little bit of context regarding Miramax's history of distributing non-English language films and the initiation of its interest in Hong Kong action films. In the mid-1990s, Miramax was a major independent, a distributor recently acquired by a conglomerate and eager to develop crossover hits. The company had an established record of success in marketing non-English language art films, with its most profitable Chinese language film, Farewell, My Concubine, released in 1993, grossing $5.2 million, which was a big amount at that time for non-English language films. But typically then, as with Farewell, My Concubine, Miramax utilized the dominant distribution model for non-English language cinema in the United States, namely showcasing subtitled, author-driven, film festival tested pictures in a handful of theaters, initially in New York and Los Angeles, then building to ever more screens in a platform fashion, targeting college towns and urban theaters near affluent, older audiences. This is the art house model. But after its purchase by Disney in 1993, Miramax received a fresh source of funds for acquisition, development, production, and marketing. And this prompted an aggressive buying spree. Among the titles that Miramax targeted were Hong Kong action films. Miramax's interest in acquiring and distributing commercial Hong Kong films originated with conversations between director Quentin Tarantino, who we see here on the right, who had just released his debut feature, Reservoir Dogs, in 1992 through Miramax, and Harvey Weinstein, who we see on the left. Tarantino, as you may know, was a former video store clerk and a rabid Asian film fan. And he focused Weinstein's attention on the rapidly expanding North American fan base for Hong Kong action films. The audience for Hong Kong action films in the United States expanded beyond the Chinese diaspora at the grassroots level amongst a subculture of fans, festival programmers, and critics. Primed by the wave of kung fu films that had swept through theaters in the 1970s and that remained a fixture on late night television on many local independent stations, action film enthusiasts sought out Hong Kong titles in local Chinatown shops and in double bills and Chinese language movie theaters in major cities. The Hong Kong practice of subtitling all local film releases in English substantially eased access for non-Chinese language speakers, as even bootleg videos could be expected to carry subtitles. Fanzines and film magazines, such as Asian Trash Cinema, Hong Kong Film Connection, and Hong Kong Film Magazine, created a lively forum for fans' passionate reviews and recommendations. So by the middle of the 1980s, film festivals and independent art cinemas also begin to program Hong Kong films, bringing them to the attention of what David Bordwell has described as fan aesthetes, or film journalists who championed Hong Kong action cinema with the wild enthusiasm of the fan and the aesthetic appreciation of the cinephile. The explosive arrival of John Woo's The Killer in 1989 into art houses and college campuses, generated new audiences for Hong Kong action cinema, and in director Wu and actor Chow Yun-fat, produced two of its breakout stars. When promoting his crime thriller Reservoir Dogs, Quentin Tarantino also widely acknowledged borrowing ideas from an iconic Chow picture directed by Ringo Lam, City on Fire. Through these press junkets, Tarantino became the most visible proponent of Hong Kong action cinema in North America. Now, Weinstein had already heard about the fan base for Hong Kong action films, thanks to coverage by film critics Jay Carr and Dave Kerr. But Tarantino was focusing as a kind of trend spotter for Weinstein, and the director's superstar status among young male filmgoers seemed to promise a pool of viewers for whatever films he recommended. During the production of Pulp Fiction, which was released in '94, Tarantino began screening Jackie Chan, Jet Li, Choi Hawk, and King Hu pictures for Weinstein. But the two men's first attempt to bring a Hong Kong film to North American audiences did not rely on the appeals of action films. Instead, Tarantino initially convinced Weinstein to purchase the North American rights to Chungking Express, the breakthrough film of Hong Kong's answer to art cinema, Wong Kar-wai, and to distribute it through Tarantino's short-lived distribution label, Rolling Thunder. This attempt was a disaster. Clumsily marketed and haphazardly distributed to no more than 20 screens at a time, the uncut, subtitled Chungking Express grossed only $417,000 in theaters and landed in the bottom quarter of Miramax's releases for 1996. This was 2 years after the film was originally released and played again in Chinese language theaters. Wong's dreamy, unconventional romance contained neither the historical costume picture exoticism familiar to American art film audiences from films like Farewell, My Concubine and Raise the Red Lantern, nor did it contain the creative choreography and stars so dear to hardcore action fans. So Weinstein realized he had to look elsewhere for a model crossover hit. He soon found it, though, amongst his competitors. Miramax's primary rivals, New Line Cinema, found a model that was adopted by Miramax. After more than a decade of trying to earn American box office recognition, in 1995, martial arts superstar Jackie Chan capitalized on the rising interest in Hong Kong action films to negotiate a deal with New Line Cinema for North American distribution rights to his most recent film, Rumble in the Bronx. Meanwhile, Chan began a media campaign to increase his visibility in the United States, landing a tribute in Time magazine and an MTV Lifetime Achievement Award. New Line built on this publicity, introducing Middle America to Chan through a distribution and marketing strategy designed to present the wildly appealing actor in a context that would be familiar to viewers. Although Rumble in the Bronx was set in New York City and shot in Vancouver, it was a Hong Kong production. And the version that played in Chinatown theaters after its initial Hong Kong release was not the same version that New Line distributed to more than 1,500 North American theaters in February of 1996. In New Line's version, the film's original Cantopop soundtrack was replaced by alternative rock, scenes were cut, and Chan re-recorded much of his dialogue into English. As Steve Four argues in his analysis of how Jackie Chan marketed himself to the American audience, New Line Cinema retooled Rumble in the Bronx to, quote, reduce the anticipated viewer experience of cultural difference, unquote. This new version of the film grossed $32.3 million in the United States, establishing an important model for how Hong Kong action films could be widely distributed in North America. So rather than investing in art house fare like Chungking Express, Miramax adopted the model of Rumble in the Bronx and transferred its support to more commercial products. Hong Kong films containing stars, beloved by the action film fan base, and genres that were perceived to translate more easily across cultures. The $16.2 million earned by Miramax's April 1996 release of a rescored, re-edited, and dubbed version of Jackie Chan's Super Cop, which was originally released in Hong Kong 4 years earlier, clinched the company's initial acquisition and distribution strategy regarding Hong Kong films. Namely, purchase the North American theatrical and video DVD rights, then, whoops, still on the same slide, purchasing rights to films that already have attached proven stars and lots of action, then announce theatrical and video DVD release dates, release maybe a handful of those titles that you originally announced, and shelve the rest. For those pictures destined for distribution, regardless of format, dub the films into English, add new titles and scores, heavy with hip hop and rock, and then edit. Edit scenes deemed by Miramax to be confusing or distasteful or unnecessary. Then release the new version. Titles distributed on video DVD by Miramax or its genre label Dimension that utilized this approach included the Jet Li Pictures Fang Sayuk, Bodyguard from Beijing, and Swordsman 2, and Jackie Chan's Armor of God and Project A. The dubbed, renamed, and rescored version of Chan's Drunken Master 2 earned $11.5 million at American theaters in 2000. So Miramax's North American distribution strategy for Hong Kong action films reflected both industry-wide assumptions regarding the challenges of marketing non-English language films and a hands-on approach to post-production distinct to Miramax and championed by Harvey Weinstein for a wide range of films. The consensus within the film industry in the 1990s and into the early 2000s suggested that subtitles were a turnoff for most Americans and would limit the profit potential of any non-English language release. Dubbing a film, which is a common practice around the world for foreign language films, seemed to promise a wider audience than subtitling. Rescoring films similarly opened new avenues for commercial exploitation, allowing distributors to select music designed to appeal to the target audience that could then be sold on a soundtrack album. While dubbing and rescoring non-English language films intended for wide release was conventional industry practice, Miramax's re-editing of its acquisitions was much less common. Miramax maintained its own post-production facility that frequently recut its non-English language acquisitions under Harvey Weinstein's supervision. And this earned Weinstein the nickname by many filmmakers of Harvey Scissorhands. Miramax's editors typically cut Hong Kong releases to address issues they perceived were related to content, pacing, and style. Thereby, the thinking went, bringing the films into closer alignment with Hollywood storytelling conventions that value efficiency, cohesion, and verisimilitude. The re-editing of Hong Kong action films by Miramax reflected an institutional goal to create a product whose distinctiveness was balanced by its accessibility. Then, in the year 2000, something very interesting happened. The production and reception of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon changed the landscape for the distribution of non-English language films in North America. Crouching Tiger was a truly transnational effort designed for global consumption, involving international financing, production and post-production work in China, Hong Kong, and the United States, Taiwanese and American screenwriters, Hong Kong, Chinese, Taiwanese, and Malaysian stars, and a Taiwanese director long settled in the United States. Director Ang Lee and writers James Schamus and Wang Hoilung consciously applied classical Hollywood screenwriting conventions to the Chinese wuxia genre, producing a martial arts swords play film in which the action was integrated with the narrative and characterization developed to a greater extent than often seen in Hong Kong martial arts pictures. Sony Pictures Classics, the art film subsidiary of Sony Entertainment, released Crouching Tiger in the United States with a $15 million marketing campaign designed to whet the appetites of 5 distinct groups of viewers: art cinema attendees, young people, women, action fans, and mainstream moviegoers. Crouching Tiger opened on 16 screens in a platform release, slowly building on word of mouth and critics' awards before adding additional venues, and finally topped off at over 2,000 screens after winning the Best Foreign Language Film Academy Award. At the time, Schamus argued that the film's North American success was grounded in its ability to tell a new story in a recognizable way. Quote, "I think Western audiences were amazed to walk out of the movie theater after 2 hours with some cognizance, even a conscious understanding, that they had just seen a Taoist action movie. And that's a fundamentally different experience from the crap they get from Hollywood. And I think that here in the States, it was precisely this difference, but still a film that speaks a universal film language that got people excited." Though debates raged in the US and overseas regarding the film's relative originality and authenticity, its $128 million North American box office gross, an additional $112 million in video and DVD rentals and sales, powerfully demonstrated new box office potential for subtitled non-English language films. If a non-English language film could tell a local story in an accessible way and appeal to a range of demographic groups, it seemed that it could become a mainstream American hit. So the massive success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon prompts films executives at Miramax and elsewhere to rethink the common adage that subtitles inherently limit audiences for non-English language films in the United States. Industry executives and critics agreed that the tremendous success of Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon was due to its crossover appeal, as it brought in not only the older art house audience that traditionally supported non-English language films, but also the young people that were traditionally America's most avid moviegoers. Hollywood lore had always insisted that teenagers wouldn't read subtitles, but Crouching Tiger seemed to suggest otherwise. According to Michael Barker, who is the co-president of Sony Pictures Classics, quote, "It was the kids that got Crouching Tiger up to $128 million. My feeling is that having grown up with the internet and instant messaging, they no longer have a problem reading subtitled text. In fact, we got reports back from kids saying the subtitles were cool," unquote. Barker's co-president, Tom Bernard, suggested that the acceptance of subtitles went beyond youth, crediting not only the internet, but also computer use in general and the graphic design of television, sports, and news shows, which typically have a chyron running along the bottom of the screen, right? Bernard said, quote, "Millions of people are now used to typing and reading one or two sentences at a time that quickly disappear from their view while they're paying attention to the rest of a much larger screen," unquote. So, whereas subtitles had previously been used primarily for films intended for art house release, Crouching Tiger opened the door for their appearance in more commercially driven non-English language films. Thus, after the success of Crouching Tiger, Miramax distributed its next Hong Kong picture, Iron Monkey, originally released in '93, with subtitles rather than with dubbed dialogue. Said Mark Gill, president of Miramax Los Angeles, quote, "Crouching Tiger was the point," whoops, there we go. "Crouching Tiger was the point of critical mass where nobody could disagree anymore and had to admit that there was something appealing there. And with that audience acceptance," he said, "there comes new opportunities to try new things." Miramax widely publicized the money and care that went into the North American release of Iron Monkey, a martial arts costume picture directed by Yuen Wu Ping, newly hot in the US following his action choreography work on Crouching Tiger and The Matrix. The distributor spent roughly $10 million restoring Iron Monkey, composing and adding a new orchestral score, adding a new stereo soundtrack and special effects, and in places, cutting material deemed excessively violent or unnecessary to the plot. The film opened in over 1,200 US theaters and grossed $14.7 million. Not bad for a subtitled film without a star widely known in North America, but not Crouching Tiger numbers, right? And no better than Miramax's dubbed Jackie Chan releases, and only a modest return on its investment. Rather than convincing Miramax to abandon its hands-on reshaping of Hong Kong action films, Miramax merely introduced an alternative with Iron Monkey, retooling plus subtitles. Miramax's acquisition strategy enabled the company to dominate the market for commercial Hong Kong cinema in North America and to make inroads in much of the world outside of East Asia. Miramax dug into prolific genre director Choi Hark's library, purchased the rights to blocks of older hits starring Hong Kong's hottest action talent, including Jackie Chan and Jet Li and Michelle Yeoh, and purchased the worldwide distribution rights outside of Asia to 3 titles directed by and starring the comedy sensation Stephen Chow, The God of Cookery, The King of Comedy, and Shaolin Soccer. The latter, a record-breaking box office hit in Asia. At a time when most non-English language films rarely played on more than a few hundred screens or earned more than $1 million at the box office, Miramax rolled out its top Hong Kong reissues over 1,000 screens with grosses in excess of 10 million. Now, although Miramax's restyled releases broadened the American fan base for Hong Kong cinema, the pictures tended to lose many of the characteristics that marked them as products of Hong Kong's commercial film industry, an industry with its own unique aesthetic sensibility that is often at odds with Hollywood conventions. Miramax's revisions do not simply replace one musical score and language with another. They often affect the very fabric of the films themselves. Utilizing a popular metaphor, scholar David Bordwell has described Hong Kong cinema as a lot like Chinese cooking, blending together many different flavors in wildly inventive and often surprising ways. Hong Kong action films tend to be vivid and unpredictable, sporting both recognizable generic conventions and local cultural references, expressive physicality and extreme sentimentality, sophomoric silliness and brutal violence, bizarre plot twists and shamelessly politically incorrect humor. In an apparent effort to have their Hong Kong releases adhere to the presumed expectations of mainstream North American audiences, Miramax diluted many of the flavors, the contrasting flavors that make these films so distinct. Miramax's re-edited versions frequently excised plot exposition, digressive episodes, local color, prolonged slapstick, graphic violence, and sequences deemed potentially offensive or culturally confusing. They also alter the rhythm of scenes and the pacing of the film, and they reorient character motivations and relationships. The end result is a product that is designed to be marketed as different from what Hollywood offers, yet similar enough to appeal to the average young male action fan. Miramax's handling of the North American theatrical release of Stephen Chow's Shaolin Soccer is illustrative of the downside to the approach that it took in reshaping Hong Kong action films for North American audiences. Hoping to appeal to a family audience, Miramax cut 25 minutes from the picture's full-length Hong Kong version, which wasn't very long to begin with, including trimming the opening sequence, dramatically reducing the role of the female lead. This is something we see again and again in the Miramax edits, eliminating the comic outtakes that so frequently close a Hong Kong film. This new 86-minute cut offered more tonal consistency, concentrated more on director star Stephen Chow's kinetic comedy, while minimizing the original film's intermittent attempts at pathos. Miramax dubbed the new version. Stephen Chow provided his own voice and also digitally altered many of the graphics within the film, adding English signs into the mise-en-scène to make the location seem more familiar to English language audiences. The original score was retained, however, with only the American disco hit Kung Fu Fighting added over the closing credits, and a plan to increase the film's appeal to North American audiences by dropping the reference to Shaolin Temple and renaming the film Kung Fu Soccer was scrapped after resistance by Stephen Chow. Miramax originally announced an April 2002 theatrical bow for approximately 1,000 venues. But when they test screened this newly edited version, it worked poorly. And this prompted a series of changes in the release date. While Miramax withheld its version of Shaolin Soccer from theatrical distribution, its parent company, Disney, threatened North American DVD retailers with court suits if they chose to sell the Hong Kong version already available since 2001 on imported DVDs and VCDs. In the meantime, Stephen Chow signed with Columbia Asia and Sony Pictures Classics to produce and distribute his next film, Kung Fu Hustle, perhaps a sign of his dissatisfaction with Miramax. And that then provided Miramax with even less incentive to promote Shaolin Soccer, lest the buildup to that film generate a future audience for its rival, Sony. So in April 2004, the American version of Shaolin Soccer finally opened on 6 US screens. Again, this is 3 years after the film originally came out, featuring all the previously made changes, but sporting subtitles rather than dubbed dialogue. The picture never played on more than 14 screens at a time, and it ended its 21-week run with a paltry $489,000. This was only 1% of its worldwide distribution gross. So this was a huge hit in every country except the United States, and that's partially because of how it was handled by Miramax. As it had with Chungking Express a decade earlier, Miramax opted to limit the release of a film that it could not figure out how to market, hoping merely to attract the action film base and to generate name recognition for its eventual DVD release. So what's interesting here is that in response to Miramax's consistent retooling of its Hong Kong releases, Hong Kong film fans and some filmmakers pushed back, withdrawing support from Miramax in favor of distributors that maintained the integrity of the films that they championed. The internet was a key component of this countervailing trend that embraced popular cinema's heterogeneity. By the time Miramax began acquiring Hong Kong action film titles in earnest in the late 1990s, the hardcore fan base had shifted to the internet, dramatically increasing communication between fans and increasing access to films. The internet enabled the educated, highly opinionated fan base to multiply its film knowledge and thrive, while serving as an important reference and retail tool for those new to the peculiarities of Hong Kong action cinema. Fans and neophytes alike tracked new Hong Kong releases. And after Miramax began acquiring and distributing Hong Kong films in the United States, the company very quickly became a target. Multiple versions of some Hong Kong films had for a long time circulated on video and DVD because Hong Kong producers allowed foreign distributors the right to recut films for their territories. But fans found Miramax's systematic re-editing egregious and disrespectful. Other Miramax practices that drew ire include delaying or withholding release dates, and also squelching the sale on DVD of original Hong Kong versions of films that were acquired by the company. Miramax's distribution tactics so enraged some North American Hong Kong action film fans that they began a grassroots campaign in 2002 to encourage the company to change its ways. Distraught by the poor handling of Shaolin Soccer, which everybody waited a long time to see, fans banded together online to boycott Miramax's Americanized product. A group called the Alliance for the Respectful Treatment of Hong Kong Films drafted an online petition to Miramax, employing the rhetoric of auteurism to call for the preservation of each director's artistic vision, and, at the very least, the release of original subtitled versions of Hong Kong films alongside Disney's dubbed and cut versions. The group hoped that Miramax and its parent company, Disney, would rethink their distribution strategy, as they had in 1999, when Miramax released Hayao Miyazaki's Princess Mononoke, subtitled on DVD, as a concession to anime fans who complained about the dubbed theatrical print released in North America. And then they rolled out subtitled versions of 3 older Miyazaki films, right? This was the goal, to get Miramax to do the same thing with Hong Kong films. The alliance gathered over 14,000 signatures on its petition and sparked positive coverage in Variety, Time Out New York Magazine, and even on MSNBC. In a show of fraternity, some online Asian film retailers encouraged customers not to buy Miramax's Hong Kong titles by highlighting all of the changes made to the original films and or directing customers to the online petition. A legendarily obsessive bunch given to enthusiastic proselytizing, North American Hong Kong action film fans used their power as consumers to appeal to a wider audience and make the case for popular Hong Kong cinema as art. Miramax's North American version stripped the Hong Kong originals of many of the unique qualities that were enjoyed by fans. In valuing the difference inherent in the original versions, North American fans demonstrated localized resistance to the homogenization of popular culture. At the same time, as we've already heard with Stephen Chow, some Hong Kong and mainland Chinese directors with box office track records also resisted Miramax's re-editing of their films and chose to partner with smaller distributors that embrace their original vision. After the botched American release of Shaolin Soccer, which even Weinstein later characterized as a misstep, Stephen Chow, who we see on the left, took his follow-up, Kung Fu Hustle, to Sony Pictures Classics, who released it with subtitles and with no editing cuts and a massive promotional campaign that resulted in a $17.1 million gross. Zhang Yimou, who we see in the middle, also took House of Flying Daggers in 2004 to Sony Pictures Classics after releasing a re-edited Hero with Miramax. While in early 2006, Chen Kaige, who we see on the right, and his producers pulled out of a deal with the Weinstein Company for North American distribution of Chen's period fantasy, The Promise, and eventually placed it instead with Warner Independent Pictures. Why did they move it? The Weinstein Company had planned to change the film's title, cut 19 minutes, and offer a small limited release, concessions that were unacceptable to Chen's team. Like Zhang, Chen's filmmaking experience is rooted in the world of auteur cinema, where the director's vision has long been held sacrosanct. As Sheldon Shangpeng Liu argues, transnational film trade does not necessarily lead to, quote, the disappearance and homogenization of cultural and ethnic identity, unquote, but can also, quote, strengthen and reassert a sense of cultural selfhood. To conclude, Miramax's Asian experiment illustrates how globalization has complicated the age-old balancing act faced by cultural purveyors who seek to expand their audience by providing a product that is familiar yet different. On the one hand, Miramax's acquisition and distribution strategy and the resulting multiplication of Hong Kong action films in North American theaters, on video DVD, and on television and pay-per-view undoubtedly succeeded in introducing millions of viewers to the stars and excitement of Hong Kong action cinema. viewers who might have resisted seeing a subtitled non-English language film in an art house. Jackie Chan and Jet Li did finally break through in the United States, while theatrical exposure to their films sent many viewers in search of older Hong Kong titles on DVD and primed them for a completely new production cycle of Chinese language martial arts films that were sparked by the truly transnational Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon. So both directly and indirectly, Miramax did increase the diversity of film stars and stories and styles available to North American audiences. But at the same time, however, Miramax's Americanized releases lacked much of the cultural specificity inherent to their original versions, angering fans of Hong Kong cinema and alienating some directors. Even as the North American fan base for Hong Kong films grew, its hardcore wing repudiated Miramax's role as a cultural gatekeeper, fighting its tendency to block viewers' ability to purchase original versions of film while offering access only to the same titles in a compromised form. The longtime fans of Hong Kong cinema and their allies in the media thus introduced a conversation about the cultural value of popular non-English language cinema, assigning it equal standing with the art cinema that long had defined what North American audiences understood non-English language films to be. So the martial arts film, both in the 70s with the Kung Fu craze and during this period, served as an important conduit for the expression of cultural and aesthetic difference within the North American mainstream. This case study suggests that rather than affirming the ability of American studios to dominate local film industries and dictate audience tastes, the increased circulation of Hong Kong action films in North America produced a more complex set of consequences, ones that set the stage for a later expansion of access to non-English language media in North America. As John Tomlinson notes, quote, "The effects of globalization are to weaken the cultural coherence of all nation states, including the economically powerful ones, the imperialist powers of a previous era," end quote. Today, rather than seeing a repetition of Miramax's culturally destructive strategies, or simply the continuing tendency to remake non-English language hits, we're instead seeing the media industry undertake attempts to rethink how to profitably market non-English language stories that can cross cultural boundaries. Media that contain both, quote, universal and culturally specific elements have the potential not only to increase audiences' exposure to cultural and aesthetic difference, but also potentially to channel global capital into strengthening local centers of production and to reshape the formal languages of storytelling. But as our prior panel highlighted, important questions remain, including what kinds of stories are being embraced by media gatekeepers and who profits. We'll have many opportunities to continue discussing these questions and other related topics over the next 2 days. Thanks so much for your patience in listening to me today. So we have a microphone here. So thank you so much. This was very, very exciting. I wanted to open up the floor to whoever would like to ask a question. We have a microphone here that we could bring to you. I would like to ask Dr. Dombrowski one question about the re-release of Crouching Tiger. so it was just a month ago, I think, re-released to the big screen, to different movie theaters. And then it coincided with the first Oscar won by Michelle Yeoh, who is 60 years old, and said that it was, so to say, a double success because of her being an older actress and also the first Asian actress in Hollywood to win for Best Actress. So she was interviewed on public radio why there wasn't more in the happening in the aftermath of Hidden Dragon, Crouching Tiger. And I think you answered our question so prolifically and beautifully. But why do you think is there a re-release of Ang Lee? And do you think that it had the kind of blockbuster success that was anticipated? Or did you follow whether now the soil is ripe, so to say, to also revisit some of the earlier films?
Yeah, I think we see that not just with the re-release of Crouching Tiger, but if anyone's familiar with the Criterion Channel, they also were highlighting a series of her decades old earlier work as well. The re-release of Crouching Tiger did not make that big of a splash. Right now, we're in a very weak moment in terms of the theatrical market, unfortunately. And the effects of the pandemic on exhibition have been particularly heavily felt within the art house sector, which is where you would have expected to see a fair amount of promotion of that. And so there are simply fewer screens to highlight that older work again. But I think it's a really good point that what we're talking about are production trends, right? And trends come and go. And the wuxia and martial arts trend that we saw in the 1990s going into the early 2000s petered out after a while. And with it, for quite some time, it seemed confidence on the part of distributors that there were audiences for content coming out of East Asia, or any kind of content with Asian faces, creators, stars, etc. One of her quotes, I believe that you're referring to there, that she did in the wake of the Oscar was one where she recalled how she felt that Crouching Tiger was such a breakthrough for Asian creators. And yet this wave that she hoped that would provide greater opportunity for her peers took so long to materialize. And I think we need to be careful about suggesting that those obstacles have been surmounted even today.
So I was wondering, in regards to the blockage of the Asian releases in the American market, has there been any look into with the internet and people being able to buy other regions' DVD players and Blu-ray players and other region DVDs? And I do that myself. Have they seen like any increase of more people buying those overseas and having them shipped to the US?
Yeah, so this is a great question because it highlights the workarounds that fans created even before we saw widespread piracy on the internet, because there were alternate versions already circulate, alternate alternate releases with different languages, released for different markets of the Hong Kong films, including those that were released coming out of Hong Kong. As long as you had a DVD player that could play all region films, you were good to go. You could get, if you could find access to a video store either in your area or online that sold those DVDs, then you were set. Of course, DVDs go out of print, and that creates a problem. And over time, then, once the internet arrives, we have illegal illegal websites that allow for the downloading of films. And that, again, creates a new explosion. And it's a difficult, piracy is a very difficult thing to study in a sort of data-driven, systematic way. So it's hard to know how, the numbers of viewers who are using these alternate methods of accessing the media that they're interested in. But I do think that there is widespread recognition that this was taking place. And my perspective on this project is sort of like, what is the industry thinking? Like, how is it learning about what audiences want? What assumptions do the major media companies make? How do they learn the error of their assumptions? How do they adjust? And then what new opportunities arise as a result of that? And I think both in terms of audience workarounds and piracy, there was, and then eventually as we have streaming, which has hard data regarding what people are clicking on, all of these things start to combine to change industry perceptions of that were historically very parochial in terms of what the industries thought North American audiences wanted. Yeah. Did I answer your question? That was sort of, I felt I went in a circle there. Other questions? Yes.
So a couple of questions. First off, how did the canceling of Harvey Weinstein affect the Asian movies coming into the US? And second of all, with the petition for the original Hong Kong action films and films like that, did Miramax ever address that petition? And if so, what did they do to counter that?
Right. So let me start with that one first, because that'll take us chronologically. Yes, they addressed it through, as I gave with the example of Iron Monkey, starting to change the formula a little bit. So first it starts with subtitles, then they move, particularly in DVD releases, to providing 2 copies of the same film. So you'll have both the original version and their retooled version on the same DVD package that will then allow whoever the viewer is to pick whichever version they want. That was okay for fans because it still allowed them to watch the primary version. What ended up in the long run being even more frustrating is when they simply sat on the rights but didn't release anything. So by holding on to the rights but not releasing films, not releasing DVDs, that meant no other company could do that as well. And that essentially locked up titles in boxes that were inaccessible to certain markets. The canceling of Weinstein comes decades after this. Well, a decade and a half after this. So it is past the point at which Weinstein was involved with the Weinstein Company and past the point in which the Weinstein Company was focused on this particular acquisition and distribution strategy. So there was no immediate relationship between the two. Thank you. Was there another question? Anybody else who hadn't asked a question yet? Go for it.
So you brought me up to snap, but in regards to the subtitles, who oversees and has the rights to the subtitles? I remember the film Let the Right One In, when that was released to the American audience, Mongolia botched the subtitles on the DVD release, and there was a big protest, and they later redid the subtitles in future releases. So I just want to know how that is done, and what's the trend now? Is it mostly the American distributors controlling the subtitles, or is it the production company in the country of origin?
In general, the whatever company is actually releasing the DVD product, like the case of the DVD, will be the ones who are doing the subtitles. And the same thing is generally true on streaming, but there are exceptions. There are some filmmakers who pay very close attention to subtitles and will hire their own subtitler that they will work with both for a film release and for anything that is subsequently reproduced in other media. So there can be a range of ways that that happens to work. It is true that subtitling was, the quality of subtitles is something that has been a longstanding issue. Anytime there's the distribution of films that are not in the language of the particular territory, we don't have the same reverence for translation of dialogue in films into subtitles as we do the translation of, say, novels. Those are highly trained, respected individuals, often themselves writers, who are doing that kind of work. And there's not as much respect within the audiovisual industry for that process. I think it's an open question whether that changes, particularly as we have increased circulation globally of media through all different languages.
Okay. So you talk about how some foreign filmmakers kind of had pushback against distributors in the US, like Miyazaki and some Hong Kong directors. Now, I'm wondering, why wasn't that more common? Was it just that they trusted companies like Miramax to know what they were doing, or was there something else at play?
This is an excellent question. So one of the reasons it wasn't more common relates to something I mentioned in passing in my talk, which was that it was very common. All right, so Hong Kong is a small territory, right? And its film industry has always relied on the region and the globe to try and generate additional profit. And so that means that you're selling your products to all different territories with all different languages and all different local customs, and some of which might have censorship. And so that means that the process of dubbing or subtitling or maybe even cutting for content was very common within the industry. That was something that was taken for granted as simply part of, as a necessity for getting your work out there, right? So that was one of the reasons. I think a second reason was that as we see this push, particularly into the North American market, or with players like Miramax that can reach beyond that to other English-speaking markets, there was a power imbalance, a perceived power imbalance. So it was like, well, if we don't accept this deal, we're not going to be able to enter this massive market. And I kind of want people there to know who I am or to know my films or my stars. And so it was like, oh, well, maybe it's a deal with the devil that I need to accept. Over time, that changed very quickly once the details of the deal became clear for folks. And again, once you have 1, 2, 3, 4 filmmakers speaking up and they see, other folks are having success with other distributors who treat my product differently, then there's less willingness to do that. But it's a really good question. And I think it speaks to one of the topics that came up in the earlier panel regarding what's happening with rights and residuals for series and films that are being picked up by the big streaming services. I think there's another kind of education process happening on the part of creators. And it'll be interesting to see over time if we see folks demanding terms that are more favorable for themselves. Oh, yes, I see. Yes, I can read. It says, I am intrigued by the boycotts against Miramax you have mentioned. Do you mind sharing some references, like the titles of journals that covered the stories, dates and years of publication, etc.? I hope to know more. Yes, so the most of this was not followed by academic journals, but rather by the internet. And unfortunately, a lot of those web pages no longer exist. So it's good to go back to the Wayback Machine. I'm not sure if you're familiar with that website, but it archives snapshots of the internet over time. And that might be able to allow you to find the pieces. But the name of the group that you can do a Google search for is, again, the Alliance for the Respectful Treatment of Hong Kong Films. You want to search around 2002. You will definitely be able to find pieces that were written in popular press publications. You'll be able to find like New York Magazine, Time Out's New York Magazine. You might be able to find something from MSNBC, and you can definitely find the reference on Variety there as well. Those would be my best suggestions in order to try and find not just references, but you might even be able to find with the Wayback Machine the actual text of the petition.
So if you had no other questions,
Hello.
oh, this is very loud.
Hello, hello. I have,
in the back?
I'm sorry, I just have a comment.
Yes.
Thank you so much for affirming our guilt-free love of Kung Fu Hustle. Thank you.
I would never imagine guilt associated with that film. Never, never, never. Not only highly enjoyable, but impeccably crafted. I teach that movie. It still works really well with young viewers. Yeah, absolutely. Any other questions or comments? Well, thank you so much.
Thank you for a superb keynote. So you certainly have the chance also to talk to Dr. Dabrowski if she's going to stay with us for a little bit longer. But I wanted to encourage you to also eat food. If you haven't had food, take a moment and take some, even if you're leaving, or you bring one for your loved one, because we have a lot of food that you can take along. So thank you so much for staying. Bye-bye.
All right. I talked way longer than I had thought I was going to. I'm sorry. That's good. That's good. Oh, yes. Okay, I see it.
It's recorded because we were also listening here. But here that and
Indeed, yes. Yeah, no, I think it worked very well with the. I might have had. That's why I thought. And after I was listening to some of the product panel, like,
Good, thank you. Not too bad.
Just good, it's a little bit.
Think I'm ready. No, I'm leaving. Well, you while you're here. Oh, lovely. Yeah, it was really nice. Yeah, on Saturday I'm going back.
Talking about that, but it's showing that I was so amazed to find out how really insidious it's going.
Well, we have in the 90s huge migration, but in reality,
but I think when Hollywood realized
my car went loaded up on you're thinking about that's like the same age.
introducing everybody for the moderator?
Yeah.
So we can maybe bring her up. She's the moderator for this panel.
Patty, is it better if you do it? I'm very happy to do one way or the other.
I would love it if you did it. Okay. Because
Sorry for the inconvenience, Patty. I was not expecting this.
yeah, I wish you had been here because I think you would have made so many new friends. We'd
Aw.
love to have you. Yes. Yeah. Wow. There she is. Yes. So we are gathering the troops from lunch, and we just ended our keynote with Dr. Dombrowski, which was really exciting. Thank you for attending. And then I see that Carrie Lynn Evans is there. Thank you, Carrie, for being here. And we are still waiting, I think, for Emily Hall. She told us that she's going to not pre-record, but join us also via Zoom. So I think she will join us shortly. And Christine Larson is in the room. So she's already uploaded her slide. So this is good. Thank you so much. So we'll start shortly. Carrie, are you comfortable sharing your screen and showing slides if you had any, or were you not using slides?
I actually don't have any slides, so
Very
you'll just have
good.
to look at my face.
That's very nice. We love looking at your face. Wonderful. Thank you. I just want to make sure there's so many emails back and forth, and I just worry at this point that I might have missed something. So I just wanted to make sure that I didn't overlook anything. Thank you.
No problem.
Yeah, I think we should.
Hello?
Emily's
Emily, we
here.
can hear you.
Hi.
I am.
Hi.
Wonderful. I think now we can start. We're all
Yeah.
here. So
Yeah.
maybe we need to bring the music down and then we start our session. It's people are still coming in. So thankfully you don't see it. So don't be distracted.
Okay. I'm so glad my voice is sort of recovered. I've had laryngitis for the last 2 weeks.
Oh no. Thank you for joining us. I love the background. So whenever you're ready, we're standing by.
All right. So I guess we'll start after lunch panel. I do apologize for not being able to attend in person, which wasn't the plan. I was tested positive for COVID just this Wednesday, which means I cannot be on campus for a full 5 days. So I do apologize. I was hoping to be there in person, but the show must go on and we shall go on with the session. So I'll be moderating today's panel, which is titled Science Fiction, Horror and Technology. And we have 3 very interesting presentations lined up for today. And our first presentation is going to be titled Attitudes Towards Technology, American and Asian Science Fiction in Conversation, presented by Carrie Lynn Evans. Carrie is a PhD student in English literature at Université Laval in Quebec. Her master's thesis focuses on gender, technology, and cyborg theory in Frank Herbert's Dune. Her dissertation work speaks precedent for contemporary American astroculture as expressed through science fiction and the public imaginary in ancient travel stories, including Homer's Odyssey. In addition to sci-fi, her research interests include technology and culture, horror, and postmodern theory. Welcome, Carrie, and please take it away.
Thank you so much. And thank you to the organizers. I have not had the chance to research academically Asian science fiction in the past, so I was super excited to have a reason to do so now because I've been a fan for probably about a decade. So yeah, I was really excited to be able to do this. And that goes a bit to my disclaimer that I wanted to open with that I have not, this is my first exploration of Asian science fiction academically. And also, I will no doubt mispronounce some names. So I want to apologize in advance. I'm going to just do my best. So my first encounter with Asian science fiction was when I saw Doomsday Book, which is a South Korean speculative fiction film from 2012, written and directed by Kim Ji-woon and Yim Pil-sung. So this coincided with my research for my master's thesis, which focused quite a bit on how science fiction, primarily in the UK and the USA, is a cultural expression of fears about emerging science and technology. So the first thing I noticed about Doomsday Book was that this perennial theme of science's disastrous unintended consequences, or the technology that turns into an existential threat, were missing. And ever since, as I have enjoyed the more and more numerous Asian science fiction offerings available on global streaming sites, for example, I've been alert to what I perceive to be the different sensibilities in these works toward the technosciences in society. So to explore that topic further with you today, I'm going to look at works from Japan, China, and South Korea, according to the very scientific selection process of it's what I've come across and really liked. So first, I'll elaborate on what I see as the American-British sensibility towards the technosciences and put these themes in their socio-historical context so as to establish the contrast. So North America and Europe in the early 20th century were still enjoying a great deal of enthusiasm for the seemingly unlimited promise of scientific and technological developments. The World Wars served as a harsh check on this optimism, however. The death and destruction these advancements made capable threw a dark shadow and disrupted simplistic notions of society's linear progress. So further complicating this century was its rapid social change, especially with regard to women's entry into the workforce, which was another reason why Western men felt apprehensive about their place in a world that was quickly becoming unrecognizable. So scholars such as Andreas Hussen, Cynthia Fuchs, Mary Ann Doan, Jennifer Gonzalez, and many more have pointed out that fears of technology and women's new assertive social roles often found expression in the villains and threats to men found in English language science fiction of mid to late 20th century. So these works often express an ambivalence. On the one hand, there's the utopian promise of scientific futures in which disease is overcome, lives are extended, in some case work is made obsolete, and shiny rocket ships shuttle us around the universe to encounter exotic aliens. On the other hand, we see a deep fear of what science and technology can bring. Robots or sexy cyborg ladies inevitably turn on their masters and become hell-bent on murder. Medical experiments go horribly awry, creating monsters, pandemics, zombie apocalypses. Experimental travel machines may create an abominable man-fly chimera or transport us to hostile timelines that create paradoxes in the space-time continuum with devastating repercussions, et cetera, I could go on, but I'm sure you're really familiar with these ubiquitous storylines already. So my point is that after becoming familiar with some science fiction hailing from other cultures, I recognize that assumptions and preoccupations with the inherent threat of science and technology were so ubiquitous in Western science fiction that previously it had become difficult for me to imagine the genre without those. So I'll turn now to other examples and attempt to put them in the context of their country's historical attitudes and experiences with technologization. First, I'll briefly consider Japan by looking at Alice in Borderland. I'm referring to the series released on Netflix running from 2020 to 2022, not the manga series it's based on, which ran from 2010 to 2015, which I have not read. So it's similar to Squid Game in that it stages a kind of battle royale based on a series of competitions and games set in the present day. Only in their case, the participants are not voluntary and they're stranded in a mysteriously abandoned Tokyo. So while the plot relies on modern technologies like smartphones and long-range laser weapons from the sky, it's neither futuristic nor is it focused on those technologies. Instead, the threat emerges from the human capacity for treachery and self-preservation. So according to Denis Taillandier's analysis, Japan's development of science fiction throughout the 20th century is the most closely intertwined with the United States out of the three nationalities that I'm looking at here. He writes that following the Second World War, the scientific and cultural discourses of North America and Europe not only influenced Japan's modernization and politics, but also its science fiction. As a result, a relatively robust literary culture developed around the genre in Japan, much more so than, say, in China or South Korea. But the Japanese attitude towards technology is different from the West's. Taillandier writes that Japan's defeat led them to see the West as a, quote, object of knowledge, and science fiction as a, quote, space for imagining possibilities for their own modernization. So I propose that because Japan's science fiction tradition was shaped by the notion that science and technology were key to their future and keeping up with the West's power, the genre never developed the same trends of seeing these innovations as the objects of fear and distrust, despite the influence of translated English science fiction. So Alice in Borderland is about plumbing the depths of human psyche through gamesmanship, trauma and stress, human bonds, decision-making, and weighing one's values. The crisis experienced by a handful of prominent characters ultimately ends up being a sense of malaise over the seeming meaninglessness of modern life. And this is overcome by the battle's few winners when they selflessly commit their lives to the people they care about. So moving on to China, I'm drawing on the short story collection Synopticon, seen here, translated, edited, and with commentary by Jiting Christine Ni. So Ni's comments about the development of the genre in China are similar to other scholars I've found, primarily that science fiction is still largely considered a didactic literature in China, either for children or as a hobby of scientists. So according to Lisa Raffals, there's a long-standing tradition of speculative and fantastic fiction in China, but science fiction as we would think of it, distinct from fantasy or ghost stories, emerges in the 20th century as a response to contact with the West. So like Japan, the Chinese government felt that science and technology were the means by which the country could keep up with the economies of the West. And accordingly, the government supported science fiction as a tool for moving the country forward into modernity. Interestingly, according to both Raffals and Marc-André Matin, the Chinese government put pressure on authors to stick to scientific realism, nationalism, and an optimism for China's future as a utopian techno-state. Raffals concludes that that's why stories conflicting with these ideals, such as those that warn of the hubris and unintended consequences of science, like Frankenstein, are conspicuously absent from translations in this era. So Matin further develops this context in suggesting that the Chinese adopted a faith in science and technology to deliver progress and stability more reliably than fickle human morality, interestingly. So he also links Confucian sensibilities with Chinese science fiction's tension between a desire for stability, nostalgia for the past, and anticipation of the future. So I only have time to discuss two stories in specific, but I'll add that none of the 13 stories in this collection feature futuristic technology or science as a source of threat. I'll first discuss Tombs of the Universe by Han Song, originally published in China in 1991, about a Chinese academic in the distant future who researches his passion, the graveyards for fallen astronauts, which dot the universe on distant planets and moons. In his time, these graveyards are monuments to a past era, and much of the story elaborates the poetic historicity and solemn beauty of these sites. There's a touch of ghost story, such as the haunting of ancestors, burial curses, disappearing graveyards, and strange illnesses with visions, but they're intermingled with realism related to deep space travel and employment in academia. So mostly the story foregrounds philosophical ruminations on the significance of burials and memorials, the oldest of human rituals, as well as the meaning of life found through work and intellectual curiosity. Ni characterizes the story as being a, quote, conversation about tradition and technology, end quote, and an assessment of how traditions can be updated to integrate with the realities of the future. So next is The Return of Adam by Wang Jin Kang. In this story, originally published in 1993, an astronaut returns to Earth 200 years after his departure, where advancements in brain implants have made people super intelligent. His waiter at the hotel is the scientist who invented the technology, which ultimately made himself and other so-called natural humans obsolete. So he tells Adam that there are only 100 people around the world left who continue to resist this unnatural way of life, and half of those are Chinese, which we can presume implies some superior wisdom. Unlike the scientist, Adam is eventually seduced into adopting the modifications, although not without regret, because otherwise how could he compete? The enhancement procedure includes brief mandatory periods of non-enhancement, and during these, natural Adam waxes philosophical, contemplating how Chinese values, culture, and rootedness in history can adapt to the new inevitable post-human trajectory. So Ni comments that she finds this story interesting for the way it puts in tension the competitiveness of Chinese culture with their Confucian traditionalism. I would add that Jing Kang is neutral in the way he portrays the technology. It has undeniable benefits, but sacrifices valuable human qualities in the process. Regardless, the story concludes that progress is inevitable and resistance is futile. I also note that both stories in this collection are firmly looking backward as they look forwards. So moving on now to South Korea, we see some very different attitudes and themes expressed towards techno-scientific developments. Dong-Won Kim writes that despite being home to successful technology companies, South Korean culture itself does not value technological innovation, nor is it particularly interested in the future, which surprised me quite a bit, but he has some persuasive argument there. So he proposes that this is due to Confucianism, which makes South Koreans far more interested in the past, although Matten disagrees, pointing out that we find the opposite attitudes in other Confucian cultures, such as those in North Korea and China. So whatever the reason for South Koreans' disinterest in the future and technology, Kim and Matten agree that it is a major reason why science fiction for adults became popular in South Korea late in the 20th century, and why it has its particular characteristics. So Kim identifies typical qualities of South Korean science fiction as such. First, it's not very futuristic. The setting is usually present day or very near future South Korea, and it deals with contemporary issues facing society, such as climate change or corporations having too much power in society. Also, the characters are usually South Koreans. Second, it's not interested in technological nova. If one is necessary to the plot, it exists as a MacGuffin and is underdescribed. Third, there is very little travel, and exploration of unknown places for exploration's sake is almost never of interest. And fourth, the future, when envisioned at all, is usually portrayed in pessimistic terms. So you've probably already noticed that these features fit quite well with Squid Game. I'm going to add to this an examination of South Korea's first science fiction story, according to scholar Yu-Ming Piao, which actually dates from 1929, as well as Doomsday Book. I had wanted to include in this discussion Sweet Home, but didn't have time. But fortunately, Christine later is going to talk about Sweet Home, which if you haven't seen it is fantastic. Anyways, it also fits into these criteria outlined by Dong-Won Kim. So Dong-In Kim was a well-respected author of realism and naturalism in the early 20th century, and he happened to write the story Dr. K's Research in 1929 in response to ethical challenges South Korea was facing from new developments in science and technology, according to Piao. In brief, Dr. K is a scientist experimenting to create a plentiful food source to meet demand from feces. So according to Piao, the story strives to show how, despite the scientist's ethical aims to alleviate hunger, his actions are unethical. Specifically, he was forcing and tricking people into trying his disgusting, as yet unsuccessful experiments in progress. So importantly, Dr. K embodies stereotypes from the era about scientists that I've encountered quite a bit in studying science from the early 20th century in English-speaking world, namely that they're people without emotions or social graces. They pursue experiments because they can, without thought to whether they should, stuff like this. And so there's a lot of this in Dr. K's research, and Piao terms this the blindness of science, this idea. So in the time I have left, I'll quickly address two of the three vignettes that make up Doomsday Book. The first, titled A Brave New World, is a zombie apocalypse narrative focused on present-day South Korea. It's a kind of allegory of Adam and Eve's expulsion from the Garden of Eden. The zombie plague is initiated by a rotten apple that infects the population by entering the food system. There's implicit criticism of modern industrial food and factory farming practices here. People infected become unable to control their impulses for vice, and the story features moments of each 7 deadly sin from the Christian tradition. And the vignette closes on the verse from Genesis that warns that eating of the tree of knowledge will surely result in death. So we could equate knowledge here to scientific endeavor and see the zombie plague as the fruits of the blindness of science. The second vignette, titled The Heavenly Creature, is set in a Buddhist monastery in the near future where a robot has inexplicably achieved sentience and is revered by the monks and nuns as the Buddha reincarnate. Much of the story focuses on philosophical debate and discussion along Buddhist themes, including the robot's assertion that the difference between Buddha and the machine is the former's ability to distinguish, perceive, and classify. So it's clear that the audience is meant to understand the robot as genuinely the Buddha, but the corporation that built it arrives to destroy it, perceiving it as an existential threat to humanity. Ironically, their inability to accurately perceive the robot's true nature gives the corporation, according to the robot's wisdom, the status of machine. To diffuse the conflict, the robot ultimately auto-deactivates or commits suicide effectively, proving to everyone it really was the Buddha. Although this appears similar to the Western patterns of making technology the source of threat, there are important differences. Specifically, the problem is not the robot technology itself, as the Buddha robot is a highly unique and supernatural phenomenon. Instead, the threat is that it is expected to disrupt the functioning of society because of how its very existence will affect people psychologically, or at least according to the corporation's hysterical and violent CEO. So the story suggests that the corporation is guilty of the blindness of science, I would suggest, both in tempting fate by creating the machine in the first place and in their inability to recognize the Buddha. So I'll quickly sum up by saying that the science fiction in these three countries have more diverse and varied themes today, especially like it just keeps getting more diverse and proliferating, which is fantastic. It would be inaccurate to try to describe these bodies of works as monolithic within any of these countries, of course. And this can be said of the English language science fiction too. I'm merely suggesting that the sentiments each country had towards technology during the 20th century, when the foundations of science fiction were being laid, have left their mark on the genre today. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Carrie. So to continue the conversation, our next presentation is by Dr. Anderson Hall. Her paper is titled The Monstrous Desire in Post-Apocalyptic Webtoons. Dr. Emily Marie Anderson Hall is a lecturer specializing in Korean history and cultural studies at the University of Washington in the departments of history and Asian languages and literatures. Welcome, Dr. Anderson Hall.
Hello.
Did you have any slides you wanted to share?
Yes, I am going to. I'm going to do that. So, just one second. Got it. Okay. So, all right, you can hear me? Okay. So in South Korea, the post-apocalyptic genre has continued to grow in popularity over the years, especially in webtoons, where it often takes the form of the zombie apocalypse, though not always in traditional forms of zombies. While most of the webtoons follow the zombie apocalyptic narrative structure of outbreak and survival, the zombies or zombie-like monsters in webtoons can take on additional meanings and characteristics beyond the sort of mindless drones usually depicted in zombie narratives. This is especially seen in the webtoons Sweet Home and Dead Days, where the monster embodies the Buddhist concept of desire in the heart of the monstrous form and the root of suffering in this world. And so this presentation will explore the representation of desire in these two particular post-apocalyptic webtoons, Dead Days and Sweet Home, and how the corruption of desire is reflected in trauma, tensions, and capitalistic influences within South Korean society and historical experiences. Due to lack of time, I'm not going to go into any kind of detail on what exactly is post-apocalyptic narratives or the zombie narrative or other forms of these within South Korea. Because I just assumed that especially on these types of narratives, you probably have at least somewhat familiarity with it. So Dead Days. Dead Days by Day, which is published in 2015, follows Yo Ching-guk, a young middle school student trapped in his bedroom during the first initial stages of the zombie apocalypse, which Seoul succumbs to, and his attempt to survive with Lee Hwa-young, a disabled former competitive archer who lives in a neighboring apartment building. Initially tied together in what could be seen as visual representation of that red string of fate, they share food, companionship, and reason to live. And then just as the food supply starts to run low, the hyper-masculine Kwak Bin-do and a reluctant set of companions arrive. Bin-do kills Jin-guk's zombified mother, steals the food from the mother was saving for Jin-guk, and then proceeds to demand that Jin-guk reveal Hwa-hyung's location so that he can sexually assault her, which Jin-guk refuses. The first 40 episodes follow a sort of typical zombie apocalypse survival narrative, including unlikely team-ups, zombie chases and escapes, and the search to find refuge, with Bin-do acting as the primary antagonist. The last half switches tone to focus on the lead up to the apocalypse through a series of flashbacks, including Bin-do's tragic backstory. And through this, the reader discovers that zombification is not transmitted through the biting as traditionally seen in media, but as the result of the corporatist cabal's attempt to enslave and control the world through the marketing and distribution of major energy drinks in all major cities. So still, Dead Days exhibits many of the traditional characteristics associated with zombies, like cannibalism, sensitivity to sound, aggressiveness when confronting non-zombies. Nonetheless, their ultimate driving force is desire, including food, sex, authority, and money. The basic drives for food and drink manifest early, eventually culminating in cannibalism when supplies run out. And all known zombies succumb to this desire for food, with one more notable exception, which is Jin-suk's mom, and who forgoes all food in her pantry, unknowns to Jin-guk at the time, and due to an inability to communicate with each other. Ultimately, Jin-guk's mother's actions stem from the desire to feed Jin-guk and unwillingness to leave him, which could be characterized as attachment. But because this form of attachment is based on love and self-sacrifice rather than possessiveness, her actions are seen more as resistance to zombification process than succumbing to it. So, and according to Gosei, the modern and various modern interpretations on Buddhism, Buddhist philosophers like Bodhisattva and Lama Govita asserted that there are good and bad attachments, as well as good and bad ways of being detached. While non-attachment or detachment may be the ultimate goal and the ultimate good, one cannot rigidly be attached to any notion of detachment. And if one takes Gosei's argument even further, one could argue that even rigidly clinging to the idea of detachment violates the principle of good thoughts prescribed in the Eightfold Path. And through the ideas of attachment are touched upon in Dead Days, Jinguk's mother's actions are actually more emblematic of the idealized Confucian concept of the self-sacrificing good mother, protecting her son even after death, which is also prevalent in many Korean ghost stories and folklore. So now, the desire for sex and authority manifests primarily through the character of Bindo, who in the first half represents the main antagonist. Bindo exhibits characteristics of a bokar, which is a leader of zombies according to Haitian voodoo tales. And after being manipulated by Jongbin to undergo a voodoo ritual in exchange for funds to save his ill daughter, Bindo takes on a zombie astral in the form of an incubus, which exhibits is a sex fetishization that is seen as sort of a side effect in enhancing Bindo's power. As a result, the desire for sex becomes more heightened in his semi-zombie state, turning Bindo into a hyper-masculine figure for the first half of the story, ignoring consent in a monolithic drive towards procreation. Bindo's characteristics are further shown in his ability to control other zombies. And in turn, this ability is seen through the manifestation and the cumulative desire for the corporatist cabal desire of the corporatist cabal to harness the power and control humanity, which is introduced in episode 43. The reason for creating this, which is also the reason for creating this energy drink to zombify the world's population in order to control them. And so the energy drink can carry the trigger to zombification because the marketing of this product plays upon the desires of the general population. And due to the commodification of time under capitalism, which places undue pressures on people to be productive and effective in work and school, energy drinks are often used or abused so as to capture the time necessary for success. Therefore, the cabal plays upon humanity's desires for success to market the energy drink. And other forms of manipulating desires include uses of celebrity endorsement, appeal to authority, and finally, the giving away of the product for free. And thus humanity becomes lost in consumerism as resulting in a figurative, and in the case of Dead Days, literal zombification through the corporate media manipulation. As seen clearly in Zombies' Deception and Desire for Money, if a non-zombified human appears, it generally triggers a hyper-focus into a zombie mob. But that focus can then be redirected through the tossing of money, showing that money trumps all desire in a capitalistic society, including food as one of the most, which is usually seen as one of the most basic desires. Only direct authoritarian power through Bindo or other members of this sort of corporatist cabal, once they theoretically gained the ability to use Bindo's power, seems to supersede the inclination to follow the money. And therefore, Dead Days contains a heavy critique towards capitalism's success-driven society and corporatist control of the media that has characterized Korea's contemporary trajectory since Park Chung-hee era. Furthermore, it suggests that the zombie formula is an offshoot of the mind-controlling substances that the US experimented it on soldiers during the Vietnam War, which Korea entered during the Park Chung-hee era as well, in a way to bolster its economy and strengthen its ties with capitalist allies, especially the United States. And showing that zombification is also an indirect result of Korea's unequal alliance with the US and other Western nations. Ultimately, the way humanity breaks from the zombification virus is not through corporate or government intervention like a vaccine, but through John Woo-jik, a disabled Vietnam veteran who harnesses the power of music to pacify and eventually regain control of their human senses. But it's not just any form of music. It's only live or analog music, which adds even a further layer of critique that it shows that kind of erasure of that sort of tactile sensations which are developed in digital technologies, which are based in digital technologies. And so lastly, the unzombification process could be further bolstered through family connectivity, delineating the importance of healthy attachments and the primacy of the family within Korean society. While Dead Days provides some ties in to between Buddhist idea of desire and the corruption through the zombification process, the webtoon that most fully encapsulates Buddhist philosophy of desire and its connection to monsterification is Kim Kambi's Sweet Home, and to a lesser degree, its prequel, Shotgun Boy. So Sweet Home by Kim Kanbi follows Cha Hyung, a suicidal and reclusive high school student whose family died in a car accident and which forces him to live alone in a rundown apartment complex. However, when the world is suddenly turned over by monsters, he forgoes suicide and instead joins with other members of the apartment complex to externally fight the monsters while internally battling his own monsterification process. Though not strictly a zombie apocalypse, Sweet Home still follows many of the same tropes as zombie apocalypse narratives. The key difference is that the form that the zombie takes, which is the physical embodiment of desire of the individual, then becomes monsterified. Hyung's first encounter with the monster is with his neighbor, a young woman who lives on her own and who is dieting in order to maintain this sort of hyper slender figure expected of Korean actresses. And after a harrowing sort of experience with Next Door, where they encounters very blood and strewn things in a monster-sized hand, Hyung then flees back to his room and hears the sound of the doorbell, and the aspiring actress pleads with them through the video intercom, claiming that her apartment was broken into, blood is scattered everywhere, and her cat is missing. Though Hyun initially tries to calm her down, he grows skeptical and demands to see her arm as proof of her humanity. Instead, the woman screams at Hyun for food and transforms from a regular-looking human into a starving monster before his eyes. And her mouth elongates and widens as her features are overtaken by this new forms of gluttony. And so, while readers only see a handful of characters turn into monsters, the process remains generally consistent, starting with the nosebleed, which sometimes can occur days ahead, followed by a swift shift into a monstrous form that embodies that inner desire of the individual, like food for the woman who is trying to maintain these sort of unhealthy beauty standards as prescribed by the entertainment industry and society as a whole. So some examples, other examples that you find are the steroid protein monster whose desire is to build muscular strength and was likely a bodybuilder prior to monsterization. The speed monster who dreamed of being a track and field star and in turn killed his friend out of jealousy of his running skills. The tentacle monster who morphed out of an extreme desire to survive which he then turned against humans, choosing their death over his own. And all the monsters thus mentioned, including the actress, take forms that embody Korea's experience with modernity, mainly the increasing drive for success, both in looks and actions, as well as estrangement. The biomedical and beauty industry, along with the media, set unattainable standards, and through that, at least through natural ways. And this places increasing pressure upon the individual to conform or else fall behind. Furthermore, the isolation of city life leads to the detachment in an unhealthy form, fostering resentment and even violence. So now, however, not all monsters within Sweet Home are innately violent, and some take on more passive characteristics related to personal connections and survival. The slime monster is a child who transforms after witnessing his mother's brutal death by the blind monster and shows just a simple desire to be invisible and hide from other monsters. The Reach monster is a father whose son was caught and killed by another monster and later regrets being able to reach him, and therefore his monsterization results in severely elongated arms. In this case, his desire comes from regret, the desire to change the past. So, and finally, young Jalin, a mother who lost her infant child years ago prior to the apocalypse, continues to imagine her child alive in this stroller in the early parts of the narrative. And after a prolonged struggle with her inner demon, she eventually quietly transforms into a gigantic fetus in the background. Recognizing this as a passive form of monsterization, Hyung and company leave her alone, which allows Jalin to pursue her desire, later transforming into Cocoon. And once she transfers into Cocoon, she is later confronted and killed and in an attempt to go over and destroy any monsters by killed, and in this process, the various monsters throughout the building and even outside start to turn in on them, as though recognizing that this kind of death is sacred and is different than other deaths, which are the more monstrous of the more violent forms of monsters when they die. So the cocooning phase in particular, which Ma Jianlim goes through, is sort of seen as the penultimate stage in the monsterization process before becoming an evolved monster. Within the cocoon, the human psyche is locked within a dreamlike state where it allows humans to play through their desires until they are satisfied and there's nothing remaining of those desires. And from the cocoon, a naked being, human-like being will emerge, and known as an evolved monster, but they no longer possess emotions. And the evolved monster then proceeds to wander around, convincing other humans to join him in the same path and purge himself from their emotions and attachments. Therefore, the cocooning process is analogous with the Buddhist path towards enlightenment. And the evolved forms, now free of their desire, are the physical manifestation of the Bodhisattva, who have achieved nirvana and are now fulfilling their mission in guiding others towards their own path of enlightenment. While this might seem as an aspirational ending for humanity, since Buddhism views nirvana as the Bodhisattva and the Bodhisattva as the ideal conclusion for the cycles of suffering and rebirth. Sweet Home does not end with a positive representation of the involved monsters. Instead, the absence of emotion is seen as another form of corruption rather than the evolution into a higher being. In the exchange between Hyung and the inner demons, the demon claim, in his inner demon, the demon claims not only futility remains only afterwards, after desires wear out, but even though a new being that reemerges, it was only a being full of futility, showing that this is really, instead of a complete transformation, incomplete transformation. In exchange, Kin Kambi questions whether the negation of self is truly the idealized form. And Hyung empathetic rejection of this confirms his this opinion. So Kanbi builds upon this further in Shotgun Boy, the prequel to Sweet Home, where he reveals that monsterization is indeed the result of corruption and hybridization between one, who is a megalomatic non-human variant desiring to destroy humanity, and Zero, a godlike being hoping to save humanity. Since Wan's dislike for humanity stems from the direct experimentation and treatment of the Corporation, Shotgun Boy shows that humanity's downfall ultimately stems through the actions of the corporation, like with Dead Days. And in the end, both Sweet Home and Dead Days reflect how desire, especially desires associated with capitalism, can overwhelm and consume society, leading into its destruction by monsters of their own creation. All right, I am done.
Thank you so much, Dr. Hall. That's a great presentation. And I think we have another presentation, our third and final presentation, which is also focusing on Sweet Home. So that'll be, I think, a really interesting conversation. So our third presentation is by Professor Kristen Larson. And the title of her paper is Supernatural versus Supernatural. I think I should have stressed on the hyphen, which is in the first part of the supernatural. So it's super-natural versus supernatural in Korean horror, Sweet Home, Hellbound, and Kingdom. Professor Kristen Larson is an astronomy professor and director of the University Honors Program at Central Connecticut State University. Her teaching and research focus on the intersections between science and society, including the history of science, issues of science and gender, and depictions of science and scientists in popular media. Her recent books include The Women Who Popularized Geology in the 19th Century, published in 2017, Particle Panic, How Popular Media and Popularized Science Feed Public Fears of Particle Accelerator Experiments, which came out in 2019, and most recently, Science, Technology, and Magic in The Witcher, a medievalist spin on modern monsters. Welcome, Professor Larson.
And can people online hear me?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, thank you. All right, thank you. It's a pleasure to be here in person. Yeah. Okay. Among the most popular recent horror series streamed on Netflix are 3 South Korean offerings, Sweet Home, Hellbound, and Kingdom. Not only are these series particularly gruesome, but they tread an interesting line between pseudoscientific and spiritual explanations for their apocalyptic events. In portraying an apparently permeable membrane between what is normally considered an either-or in Western works, for example, the scientific explanation of zombies in World War Z versus the supernatural explanation for the Cenobites in the Hellraiser series, these works facilitate a discussion on the nature of cultural science. Period drama Kingdom is based on a webtoon series, The Kingdom of the Gods, both written by Kim Yoon-hee. In the prequel film, Ashen of the North, the eponymous character is a young girl who accidentally discovers the so-called resurrection plants in a forbidden forest. A rock painting warns, this plant brings the dead back to life, but you must pay the price. While she intends to use the plant to help her dying mother, when her entire village is wiped out, They are scapegoats in a political tug of war between the ruling Joseon government and local clans. Ashin uses the plant to create zombies to exact her revenge, first against the local soldiers and ultimately the Joseon government by spreading the plant across the peninsula. In particular, shortly before the historical Japanese invasion of Korea in 1592, she sells the plant to physician Lee Seun-hee. Now, during the war against Japan, Chief State Counselor Lord Cho Hak-ju directs the physician to use the plant to create an army of zombies from sick and starving villagers, leading to a legend that the fictional Battle of Unpo Wetland was won by a mere 500 Korean soldiers turning back 30,000 Japanese invaders. In actuality, after the battle ended, the zombies were secretly destroyed. Now, several years later, Lord Cho's daughter is the pregnant queen's consort to the king. And when the king dies of smallpox, he is secretly resurrected as a zombie while they wait for the queen to give birth. The crown prince, who is the son of a concubine and is therefore destined to be replaced by the queen consort's son, smells a rat and secretly leads the capital in search of the physician. Now, a zombie epidemic is unintentionally created in the countryside when the physician's assistant, who had been bitten by the zombified king, dies and his body is used to make stew for starving villagers. Physician Ziobi slowly pieces together the symptoms of the disease as well as its cause, finding the plant in the Forbidden Forest. In all of her research, she uses a careful analytical methodology identifiable to the audience as similar to Western scientific method. For example, she notes that the assistant who had been bitten had not turned into a zombie, but anyone who ate his flesh did, as well as all of those who were subsequently bitten by the new zombies. While it appears that the zombies are inert during daylight hours, she actually discovers that it is not the sunlight themselves that governs the behavior, but the air temperature. And since they are unfortunately heading into winter, the zombies will become increasingly active during the day. When Cho Hak-ju himself is bitten by a zombie, Seo-bi recalls seeing that the zombies are afraid of water. They had refused to cross a small stream, and she immediately immerses the bitten man in a bath. When worms are seen emerging from the wound, Ziobi realizes that the plant is just the inert carrier of the disease. Rather, it is parasitic worms that lay their eggs on the flowers. Now, there is an interesting amount of real-world science in this series. The resurrection plant is based on a real plant, Ramonda myconi, one of the resurrection plants that are so named because the plants themselves can be revived from an apparently dead and decayed state with the application of water. Smallpox was one of the most feared epidemic diseases in Korea until the early 20th century. In the Joseon period, smallpox was a particular problem. However, much of the science in the series is actually related to traditional Korean medicine, or Hanbang. Hanbang is a holistic system of treatment that relies on 4 treatment methods: acupuncture, traditional herbal medicine, burning dried mugwort placed on particular parts of the body, and cupping. Illness is thought to be related to an imbalance in the vital forces of or yin, and yang. Therefore, symptoms are often interpreted psychosociologically. Reading the patient's pulse is of a particular importance, and traditional Korean physicians often diagnose based on the pulse alone. An important example can be seen in Kingdom. Lord Cho asks Seo-bi to examine his daughter, the queen consort, and using her pulse alone, Seo-bi determines that the pregnancy was faked. In addition, the original zombification method uses acupuncture needles to deliver the parasite into the brain of the king to revive him. Parasites are a familiar trope in the horror and science fiction screenwriters' toolkit. They speak to what horrifies and simultaneously fascinates us. Parasites are natural, and they can also be metaphorical, as seen in the Korean film Parasite. But spiritual possession is a supernatural type of parasite as well. Now, Sweet Home is based on a webtoon, as we've just heard, and it follows Cha Hyun-soo's move to a rundown apartment complex named Green Home after the accidental death of his family. The building's tenants are misfit loners, broken people who might be considered monstrous to the masses even before the supernatural events unfold. Hyun-soo's plan to waste time on the internet and eat delivery food until committing suicide is interrupted when his neighbors start to turn into monsters. A ragtag group, including Hyun-soo and firefighter Si Yi-kyung, come together to fight for survival as the monsters increasingly run amok both outside the building and within. One of the websites that Hyun-soo frequents is the Crew blog, which warns people about the monstrous transformations, calling it a curse rather than a disease. The military eventually declares martial law and shares with the citizens that, quote, an unspecified number of people have been turning into unknown creatures. It is not a respiratory or blood-borne infection. Quarantine those who show symptoms of hypothermia, nosebleeds, fainting, and auditory or visual hallucinations, unquote. The residents of Green Home are confused, initially refusing to believe that there is a connection with human desire. Instead, they cling to the idea that it is a virus or radiation, a more scientific explanation, although the possibility that it is God's punishment is also possible. Now, while the residents try to keep each other safe, Hyun-soo experiences symptoms, but does not transition into a monster, except that he has the strength and healing powers of one. Perhaps because he is already dead inside emotionally, the parasitic curse has nothing to feed off of. However, he becomes relentless in his desire to help his neighbors survive, especially children. Meanwhile, Yi-kyung breaks into her fiancé Nam Sang-won's hospital office and discovers that he is the author of the Crew blog. Unbeknownst to her, her fiancé, a physician, had begun to show symptoms of the curse and had volunteered to be experimented on by the military. These experiments had two goals: to try to remove the monster from the human host, aligning it to parasitism, or to find a way to utilize those like Hyun-soo who remain mostly human after becoming symptomatic. These so-called special infectees were hoped to be usable as a weapon against the monsters. And again, it is interesting that a curse emphasizes psychological and perhaps ethical dimensions here rather than a physical one. But still, it is treated scientifically and studied using scientific techniques. The parasitic nature of the curse is highlighted in several ways. The symptomatic auditory or visual hallucinations can be seen as the inner monster entering into a dialogue with the infected, such as Hyun-soo. At least one of the infected has the ability to possess the bodies of others, depicted as a slime monster leaving one body and entering another. This individual, who calls himself Jung Wee Myung, also volunteered to be experimented on and noted, quote, they made every effort to separate it from me. They tried freezing, thawing, sawing, piercing, and scorching. What do you think happened in the end? It never comes out. Why not? Because the monster isn't in me, it is me. I realized then that this is evolution, that I was chosen. Humans have failed. Not only did they fail in experiments, but they also failed to be selected by nature, unquote. The truth of this claim is left vague at the end of season 1, but begs the question as to whether humanity can live without its inner monsters in general, like a symbiotic relationship whose elimination would kill the host. And finally, Hellbound is based on a webtoon by Yun Sang-ho, who also directed the Netflix series. He is famous in horror circles for his 2016 zombie film, Train to Busan. Hellbound begins in a coffee shop with young friends arguing about the truth of a social media video of a man recounting his encounter with an ominous angelic being that prophesies the time of his death and fate to be doomed to hell. Other videos online show humanoid monsters brutally killing those who received such a decree. Now, is it CGI or is it horrific reality, they argue? In the end, they end up as being witnesses to another of these decrees because the executioners burst into the shop, chase the doomed man down the street, torture and kill him like hungry cats abusing a mouse, and then they incinerate him into a burnt, smoking skeletal husk before disappearing into thin air. Now, the self-appointed chairman of the New Truth Church, Jung Jin-soo, has been posting these videos online in the hopes of convincing people that this is God's will. We either have to behave more righteously or we risk damnation. Jin-soo distances himself from his more radical followers called the Arrowhead, led by a social media influencer who wears a skull mask. Now, the Arrowhead takes it upon themselves to torture and even kill those who would question the holiness of their mission. On the other hand, on the other end of the spectrum, we have the police who conduct a very scientific forensic investigation of the victim's death. They ascertain that the body was burned at a high temperature, but that the creatures did not leave any physical evidence. An autopsy of the burnt carcass reveals that it is not a human body, but something supernatural, which utterly confounds the police. The detectives are told to investigate the New Truth Church, but, quote, not incite them because it's best not to mess with religious groups. Similarly, Min Hee Jin, a partner at the Soto law firm, attempts to help those who have received decrees from the machinations of the New Truth Church, whose pockets run very deep. Single mother Park Jun-ja is paid 3 million won by the New Truth to live stream her death as a TV reality show spectacle, with the rich and well-connected given front row seats, but their identities are protected by masks. Park's children become victims of a witch hunt by the believers who want to know what her sin was, and they barely escaped Canada. Park's death is particularly gruesome, and its telecast leads to a nationwide paralysis as people are stunned and fearful that any of them could be next, which increases the church's power exponentially. Now, Min's desire to uncover the truth behind the New Truth leads her to a rundown trailer where we find another cult leader, Kim Jong-chil. Min is shown an early interview with Jin-soo in which he describes that he had had his own decree 20 years before when he was just a schoolboy. And interestingly, his original opinion of the event was something very different rather than the word of God. At the same time, in the current day, Jin-soo is confessing his fate to one of the detectives and explains that he was just an innocent orphan. His twisted theology is an attempt to make some sense out of the situation and to share the agony of his own fear of dying with the world in an attempt to make them more righteous, even if it means inventing sins to explain why some people are dying, hiding the decrees of the innocent, and even faking some of the deaths just to increase belief in God's will. Jin-soo blackmails the detective into covering up his imminent death, while Kim Jong-chil, the small-time cult leader, has been elevated. He is declared the new chairman of the New Truth, and he sends Arrowhead to kill the lawyer. That's all in 3 episodes. The second half of the season is another 3 episodes, which begins with a time jump of about 5 years, during which time the New Truth has become a worldwide powerhouse under the careful reign of showman Kim Jong-chil. Children publicly denounce their sinning parents, and the Arrowhead now openly enforces righteousness through intimidation. Deacons of the church notable in their matching seafoam green uniforms, use the police and the government as pawns to track down those who seek to hide their demonstrations from public view. The coffee house and Park's apartment, the sites of the first two public deaths in Korea, are now museums dedicated to celebrating righteousness. While the now dead Jin-soo is instead said to be traveling the world, Kim Jong-chil focuses on the ratings of his televised demonstrations. Now, the scientific study of these events has been driven underground by the power of the church. Lawyer Min, who survives the attack, works with a college professor and others to protect the families of those who are given decrees. The professor notes that the church, quote, tells us only sinners are subjected, but we know that's a lie. It's more like a supernatural thing that can't be explained. Jung Jin-soo gave meaning to this by calling it God's will. While it is just like an earthquake or any other natural disaster, it can happen to any one of us. It is not about punishing or being punished, unquote. The professor is murdered by arrowhead in a faked demonstration at the deacon's behest. The corruption of the church itself is demonstrated to the world when a newborn baby receives a decree, doomed to die and go to hell in the first week of his life. What could he have possibly done to deserve that? Lawyer Min announces the decree to the world and assures that it will be live streamed. Don't worry, you can go ahead and watch this with a clear conscience. The baby, dubbed Tuffy, does survive due to a plot twist. But the corrupt and power-hungry chairman of the church and his deacons now have to talk about how they're going to change their theology in response to an innocent baby's decree in order to prevent the loss of their ultimate power over the docile masses. Steve Green of IndieWire summarizes the series as reflecting, quote, the dangers of weaponized beliefs. But a careful consideration of the series in a Korean social context reflects a far deeper meaning behind it. South Korean media critics were quick to point out that the series pokes fun at religious fanatics and cults, and political cults as well. For example, it was noted that Pastor Kim Jong-chil's name is eerily similar to that of Kim Jong-il, the former supreme leader of North Korea, who, like Pastor Kim, inherited power from his predecessor as part of a religious dynasty rather than a political one. It should be noted that there exists considerable tension between the secular and the spiritual in South Korea. Recent polls suggest that 60% of Koreans identify as having no religion, up from 50% nearly a decade ago. Fringe religious groups have been implicated in fraud, criminal behavior, including rape, mass murder, and suicide. For example, in 1987, 33 bound and gagged members of the Odeon cult were found dead in a factory, including their leader, Park Jun-ja, who believed that this decadent, sinful world was coming to an end. South Korean viewers would be aware of this history. Western viewers, not so much. Herein lies a major problem with viewing these three series through a Western lens. Kingdom interrogates the modern prejudice in Western culture that frequently denigrates pre-modern and folk knowledge, especially as it applies to medicine, as superstition, as does Sweet Home, with its acceptance of what seems to be a disease that has a psychosocial basis. Jan Soriana of the Cinema Escapist website complained that, in her opinion, Sweet Home, quote, doesn't clearly explain why certain creatures turn into monsters, leaving the audience scratching their heads. The series alludes to human material desires as the reason. While this idea is interesting, it's never fully explored, getting muddled in a poorly executed plot, unquote. Now, to someone who understands the holistic nature of traditional Korean medicine, the plot makes a great deal more sense. Finally, Hellbound speculates on how society might respond when neither science nor mainstream religion can provide an explanation to supernatural events. In particular, in a culture such as South Korea, that has a rich history of syncretism and the melding of different belief systems. American viewers of these 3 series are certainly missing much of their message. In particular, the subtleties of the intersections between the scientific and spiritual, the supernatural and the supernatural, will be lost in translation. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor Larson. Excellent. So we have now roughly 20 minutes or 19 minutes for discussions based on the presentations. Do we have any questions from the audience? I unfortunately don't actually see the audience, so someone might
I have a question. Hi, I'm Julie Kim in communication. I have a question to Christine Larson. You covered so many aspects of supernatural scenes in Korean horror scenes, and I learned a lot from you. I have a question. So, like, as a viewer, what was your reaction after watching those supernatural things in South Korean horror dramas or movies? And so you mentioned a little bit about some cultural difference, but could you explain more details about like what kind of cultural differences that you can say like between South Korean versus US horror scenes, especially in terms of supernatural scenes?
Yeah, in my first viewing of the series, I was struck. Whenever I watch any of these things, I immediately glom on to the depictions of Western science, being a scientist. And I found it very interesting how they were sort of, I found, blurring the line between things that were very scientific with things that were more supernatural. But then as I was doing some more research and was learning more about Korean, traditional Korean medicine, and how it has more of this holistic value where you're looking at the balance between, you know, the pulse and traditional herbs, which again, from a Western viewpoint, there tend to be a lot of pejorative thoughts about Eastern medicine, that I'm like, oh, I need to go back and watch that again through a different lens. And having educated myself on some of these things, I was picking up a lot more in a second viewing of these series.
So do you think those supernatural scenes affect popularity of Korean horror movies or dramas?
No, because I don't know that the average viewer is looking at it as deeply as academics do. I mean, just from a surface viewpoint, they're all very enjoyable on their own. But I think that it's very easy to sort of think about these as being very fluffy, light, sort of gruesome entertainment when there's very many layers in all of this. So it's a shame that people don't see some of the texture to it.
I think we have a question from the Zoom participants. In fact, it's one of our panelists, Carrie.
Yeah, thank you. My question is for both Christine and Emily, potentially. I'm really struck by how much the South Korean narratives that you guys have discussed here are really focused on working through, it seems like working through religious challenges or religious ideas. I'm a huge fan of Sweet Home, and I agree that, you know, a lot of those layers that Christine mentioned were lost on me because I'm not as familiar with some of these contextual elements in South Korea. And so because I've come to science fiction through a really you know, English-speaking North American perspective, we often see science fiction as working through challenges about technology. So what do you think it is about the South Korean cultural context that makes them focus? It seems to be so recurring that it's this place for them to work through religious ideas, because I'm noticing even in the first story I talked about with Doomsday Book that seemed to be very Christian, it's the same idea that it's the corrupted desires, this Buddhist idea of the corrupted desires that monsterize people. What do you think it is about that?
Do you want to start off, Emily, or do you want me to?
Sure. I mean, I can kind of start off on that one. So, I mean, I think this was already kind of talked about on that there's this sort of syncretism in Korean society. There's various different from shamanism, Buddhism, Christianity, Catholicism, and then also new religions and such, which all kind of engage within there, within Korea. And especially like the kind of primacy of like Christianity as sort of in its own way a new religion in Korea, but an emerging one in the late 19th century, and then merging and becoming much more powerful in the later 20th century, and being very much tied a lot of times to the state and government and such, and having that kind of those close ties between religion and government. And also it like sometimes these get the concepts, one, are not quite understood, and two, gets blurred with the power structures that are out there. And so it's like Korean Christianity, it takes different forms than like Western Christianity, and sometimes takes even a lot of the beliefs take on kind of the concepts which are similar to Buddhism too, and especially a lot of people, when they go to Christian churches and such, they look at it as another form of worship in order to gain, or to either of salvation, or to gain something, like to pray to gain an entrance to university, to pray to gain some kind of wealth or something like that. So they'll go to Buddhist and kind of Christian, Christian Buddhist temples and Christian churches as well, and express the same desire. And so there's a lot of people a lot of Koreans are not strictly one religion, and for the longest time, because of the ties to power and stuff, Christianity did have a hold on the kind of way things were expressed, and started to be on there for at least in the late 20th and early 21st century and stuff like that. So it's I think that as far as literature goes, it's a way which people can work through these ideas, and especially when you talk about horror, science fiction and stuff as being, that kind of safe area where you could talk about it without being attacked quite so fervently as then if you wrote some kind of treatise out there about religion. So,
and interestingly, after Hellbound came out, there were actually preachers in Korea telling their congregations not to watch the show.
I believe
because
it.
they felt that it was attacking them in particular, even though they invent a cult for the show. It hit too close to home to a lot of small churches in South Korea, which has a history of having issues with cults, some of which involved in very bad behavior.
Yeah, there's a lot of corruption within new religions and even the Christian religions and such, and mainly because they have strong ties to power, which power corrupts. So
Yeah, thank you. Any more questions in the audience on the ground? I don't see any questions on the Zoom chat. I do have a question, but I'm going to hold it off till I make sure that everybody else gets an opportunity. Should I go ahead, Kathy, if there's nobody in the audience on the ground who has a question?
Go ahead, Darshan.
All right. So one of the questions sort of which sort of came up for me as all three of you were presenting your papers is this sort of, again, I think already we've sort of broached on this question, this interconnection between religion on the one hand, right? And, you know, we just talked about how it's not just Christianity or Catholicism, it's this whole sort of amalgamation of different philosophies and religions which sort of come into the picture when we talk about Asia, East Asia in particular, and Korea specifically, I would say. So in this conversation, I'm wondering also whether you see a distinction between what we consider as Anglo-European or Euro-American, however you may term it, this sort of Euro-American conception of sci-fi and horror. And then on the other hand, you know, this sort of very particular East Asian, let's put it that way for the purpose of the present discussion, East Asian horror or sci-fi, right? Now, the reason why I bring up this point is because if you look at, let's say, a show, a typical, you know, sci-fi or horror show such as Supernatural, right? The classic sort of, I don't remember how many seasons it ran for, but probably 9 or 10, the sort of classic horror show, you know, supernatural show, Supernatural or X-Files, which is sort of a combination of supernatural horror, sci-fi, all of it in one go. And, you know, if you compare those kinds of, you know, the classic American sci-fi with East Asian sci-fi, you know, what I notice is that this sort of East Asian sci-fi has a certain philosophical slant to it, which you don't necessarily see with the other kinds of, particularly the Anglo-European sci-fi, and whether you could just comment on that based on your work with East Asian sci-fi and horror. Would anybody like to start us off?
I don't know if this really fits in with what you were saying, but with when I was listening to Carrie's talk, I was thinking about Xinjin Louis' The Wandering Earth, and talking about the fact that it's not against technology. There, the big tension is which technology to use. And there is this sort of a conspiracy theory that, oh, the sun's not really going to explode. And, you know, why are we taking this technology and moving the earth? Why didn't we just build rockets and leave the earth alone? And so that is a very different thing from the sort of, I think what Carrie was saying, the Western Frankensteinian, you know, the technology run amok sort of thing. And it's a much more philosophical, deep sort of look into the use of the technology and choices of whether to use technology and which technology to use.
I'll just say that, yeah, this is exactly what I was trying to answer. And this is, as I mentioned too, I'm just starting to research these ideas. So my ideas are very superficial as of yet. And I'm just really noticing what you're noticing, which is that there's a different focus in the North American, European hysteria around technology and the focus on unintended consequences of science. And that's at the center of these narratives. And we see a whole range of different foci in other science fiction. And that's what I found so interesting. I agree that there seems to be a much more philosophical, introspective, cultural inquiry kind of foci to the East Asian science fiction that I was looking at. But I would say that that's also the foci of literature, generally speaking, elsewhere. So it kind of makes the question more about, like, what is it about English speaking science fiction that makes it so limited in its focus, or more limited in its focus, to just contemplating the unintended consequences of science. And you're like, well, you know, it's science fiction. I guess that's the point. And I think these other traditions are showing us it doesn't have to be limited to just that point. There's a lot more. I mean, we've done the killer robots to death. There's a lot more interesting things to think about in science fiction. So maybe we're just kind of seeing the maturation of these ideas and the way being led by some of these other cultures to help the English speaking ones start to look outward to other themes and ideas. So.
Yeah, I want to build off of that. So yeah, I also have to I'm not exactly sure if I completely agree that the Western doesn't have philosophical bent to their science fiction, but yeah.
True. I'm just talking about, major trends.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
So, but one of the things which I did like with Carrie's when you were putting in what it was, especially in Korea, you're like spot on on what it is on there, but like I think a lot of it has to do with their like historical trajectory of these various different nations. So like the US and even like a lot of Western Europe and stuff has more of that tied to technology earlier on than places, and even Japan started to get it earlier on than perhaps than even Korea. And this is the reason why Korea does not have as much until recently, and because they had such a compressed kind of modernity in their country where it just had so many different influences in various places, and trying to just grasp all the different types of changes in technology in a very short amount of time, and also while under authoritarianism. And and so this is like Korea didn't even really have a true democratic nation until really the beginning 90s, and though it was democratized in late 80s and such, it like you didn't have that. And so and there is and there was such a strong push towards thinking about things within the country and having to overcome that usually you didn't have more that look outwards and the hypothetical and the plausible. And so you have and then and so I think that is that. And now Korea, because it is such a hyper-focused technological giant, is why you see that more speculative literature starting to come forth, especially at this time. And I think that's really, in my interpretation, why it is that you start to see that. And also why Korea's is so dark is because they have such a kind of dark past and cynicism attached to that, that it's the dystopian literature and dystopian ideas are more frequent than utopian concepts. And so.
Yeah, thank you. So I think what's really interesting about the dystopian literature and the popular media is also their sort of fundamental critique of the horrors of human health, so to speak, right? And you see this with Squid Game. Is it just mere violence? Is it just mere horror, or the sort of the unbound consequences of sci-fi, or is it trying to do something beyond that, right? For example, I think Sweet Home is probably the best example, and even Hellbound, I would say, that we discussed in this set of presentations, is it's really doing something beyond the production and the sort of consumption of performative horror, I would say, right? Do we have any more questions? We have a couple of minutes before it's time for us to close the session.
I don't have any question, but I do have a comment actually on Sweet Home. So because we both did one of the series, I did the webtoon series, and I forgot your name, but
Christine, that's fine.
Christine, okay. Did the drama series and such. And so I actually, because I've read the webtoon first, and then when I watched the series, I did actually feel that, and this is kind of my interpretation of it. So what they did in the difference between the webtoon and the series is that they really emphasize government involvement, which is almost absent in the webtoon, which takes more of that philosophical bent. And I think because they wanted to still tie in that philosophy and the root of what Sweet Home was, which was the monstrification through desire, they had to continue that within the series. But in order to popularize the series and not make it so high philosophical per se, they gravitated more towards a more familiar trope within Korean society, which is the government and the government's sort of intervention within society and such. And I think that's probably why there's that kind of disconnect between those two concepts and ideas in there. It was sort of trying to kind of do both in there, and sort of in the way the monsterization philosophical sense lost to the more popularized forms. So that's just my opinion.
Thank you, Emily. Kristen, did you want to respond, or should we
No, but
close?
I mean, you definitely see, but what's interesting is that the government and the military did not create the monsters. You can argue that they might have, we'll find out in seasons 2 and 3 how much they may have mutated them perhaps, but they did not cause them, which is again different from the classic Western trope where the mad scientist, but even in the webtoon you have that wasn't it the corporation or something where you had the two? Yes, so you've got some powerful entity creating it, a power structure creating it. In the beginning, it's just a different kind of power structure.
Oh, that was in Shotgun Boy, which is the prequel, which came out way later. And so it's that one I felt like they actually tied in, even they re-tied it back to the series in some way by including that in there. But yeah, it wasn't in the original Sweet Home. That's in Shotgun Boy. So just wanted to say that. Sorry. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So I think we are out of time at this point. It's been a wonderful session. Thank you for all the panelists and as well as all the organizers who've been doing all the hard work. Thank you. And please do join us for the next session at 3:15.
All right. Thanks.
Take care.
That's very okay. I mean, you have a teacher. Well, I have a teacher. Yeah. That's what that can be almost true.
No. So, yeah.
That means
What, like a Mac video, like a Mac.
Oh, okay.
The camera's up here.
Yeah, slide out too. And then this is the mic. Hello. All right. Hello, everybody. Thank you for being here. Our 3:15 to 4:45 session panel on narrative in Squid Game. We have 2 people live and 2 people online. Hello. It's good to see everybody here. I am Amy Pozorski. I teach in the English department here at Central Connecticut State University. I am the moderator today. I thought what I would do is introduce each speaker before they present. We'll go in the order on the program. Each presenter will speak for about 15 minutes or so, which will leave plenty of time for discussion in the end. So our first speaker is Rebecca Brommer. She teaches English as a second language in Brisbane, Australia, and has studied drama, film, and television and applied linguistics, and has also lived in the UK and worked for BBC Worldwide. She has been contributing to the Australian Film, Television, and Media Journals, Metro, and Screen Education since 2008, with over 20 articles published to date across a range of topics and genres, including science fiction, television series, and documentary features. Most recently, she presented a paper at the 2022 conference, Blade Runner, Origins and Legacies in the UK. She is a freelance writer with no current academic affiliation. Her Master of Arts was awarded by University of New England, New South Wales, with an undergraduate studies in education, film, and television, completed at Queensland University of Technology, Brisbane. The presentation is called Let's Team Up, Constructing Narrative Through Alliances in Squid Game.
Thank you, Amy. Thanks so much, CCSU, for having me. All right, so because there are 4 of us, I will just jump straight in. Okay, so this is my presentation. As Amy said, my title is Let's Team Up, Constructing Narrative Through Alliances in Squid Game. So my presentation will explore how forced, chosen, and false alliances contribute to the narrative in Squid Game. A key reference is Mayer Sternberg's model, which describes 3 narrative interdynamics. And these are suspense, prospection, curiosity, retrospection, and surprise, recognition or recognition. We want to think of it that way. And these three narrative interdynamics work together within represented and communicative temporalities in narrative. Suspense in particular, which Sternberg describes as our felt uncertainty about the narrated future and rival scenarios envisaged about the future, is certainly a key narrative driver in Squid Game. So with reference to this model, I'll incorporate examination of alliances as narrative in competition-based reality television programs such as Survivor. Some interesting research on this includes Patrick Keating's exploration of Sternberg's model in competitive reality shows using Project Runway as a case study. He argues that, like episodic fictional drama, competitive reality shows need to maintain audience engagement over the season. So producers and story editors guide the formation of narrative arcs. Rebecca Trelease analyses narrative characterization on Survivor through the lens of the soap opera. I'll discuss these and other views on narrative in reality television in relation to specific alliances. But I also wanted to just give a little shout out to a previous presentation I heard today on another panel. Lindsay Steenberg talked about gladiatorial games on television, and she also did an interesting comparison between fictional drama and reality TV programs as well. So in Squid Game, Gyun is established as the flawed hero from the focus on him in episode 1 and throughout the series. Film critic Steve Aoun argues that this is a misstep of the series. It lets us know in advance who's going to be the last man standing. I would argue that this is a narrative expectation that we already have of the genre. We know Katniss won't get killed off in Hunger Games, regardless of whether we know the book, and I don't really regard this as a spoiler or a flaw. Rather, this leaves the audience open to the why and how of the hero's survival. Knowing that other characters will be killed off builds expectation of when and how, and with it, an anticipation of our emotional investment in characters that we'll lose. Keating posits that the dominant dynamic in competitive reality TV is not curiosity about who will win, but rather suspense generated by our feelings of hope and fear as the contestants work towards their goal. And this idea can be equally applied to Squid Game. Trelease notes in reference to Survivor that while winning the cash prize might be the goal, the show is at its heart a social game, as well as knowingly being a social experiment. The same could be said of Squid Game from the viewer's perspective. Whilst, of course, the characters are focused on the cash and how it could fix and transform their lives, for the audience, our interest is in the social interactions as much as the gameplay. As Stephen Aoun also points out, from the outset, Squid Game establishes the rule made famous by Survivor. If players want to survive elimination rounds, they'll need to form alliances. Since they're all playing the long game, though, they'll also need to go on to eliminate the very people responsible for their survival. Australian Survivor's 2023 season features the theme of heroes versus villains, one that has previously featured on the US version of the show. This format establishes an inherent mistrust among players and between teams, encouraging sneaky machinations and conflict for the audience's viewing pleasure. In Survivor, the initial teams can be viewed as forced alliances created by the show's producers. In the first Squid Game team up, they are chosen. The way Squid Game players organise themselves into group alliances early in the series lays the groundwork for a heroes versus villains scenario. Deok-soo sets up his own team of violent villains based on his malevolent leadership and swaggering bravado. As Trelease states, a number of Survivor contestants recognise that the characteristics of the villain are vital to their gameplay. Deok-soo, established as a gangster and thug outside the game in episode 2, is clearly coded as a villain. Mignot asked to join Doksu's team, but it's made clear she will only be admitted in exchange for sexual favors. However, he's also shamed in front of his allies when Saebyok rejects his invitation. Responding to the threat of violence in the bunkhouse, Gion establishes a team of protective heroes with Sangwoo. They choose to protect Ali and Saebyok, two vulnerable people. And I want to give another shout out here to my fellow panelist, Lakmali. I was lucky enough to see an excellent paper she presented on Squid Game at the NEMLA conference last month. And she talked about the othering of the character of Ali in terms of his ethnicity. So might want to follow that up in a discussion afterwards. The elderly Ilnam asks if he can join. And as this is a compassionate team so far, they agree. Gion tries to keep things positive for the others, suggesting it will be fun like boot camp. When the group discusses how to protect themselves from attack during the night, Sangwoo suggests they keep watch in pairs to stop each other betraying our team. Ji-young first becomes part of the heroes team for the tug of war at Saebyok's invitation, and Mignot is also allowed to join them. In an episode of Australian Survivor, the heroes and villain teams take part in a physical challenge, and the huddling of teams to strategize beforehand recalls Gion's team prior to the tug of war. Allowing the audience to hear the strategy beforehand is an important narrative device, using the function of curiosity. Will the plan work? Are the team right to trust the person giving advice, in this case, Ilnam, who is still an unknown quantity? He suggests the strategy while they're in the elevator riding up to the game platform, but the temporality is manipulated for dramatic effect by continuing his instructional voiceover during the game, with the diegetic sound muted and the images slowed for the first part of the challenge, before switching to real-time sound and vision for their dramatic victory. In Squid Game's tug of war, the heroes did not compete directly against the villains, but witnessed them ruthlessly defeat their first opponents, building fear and suspense for future confrontations. Sangwoo and Gion at first appear to be an obvious chosen alliance, having known each other since childhood. Although the hometown connection draws these two together, the alliance is tenuous at best. They've not been friends as adults, and their lives took very different paths. Sangwoo appears to find Gion's gushing hero worship of him rather embarrassing. But beneath that lies a deep shame in his personal fall from grace, which has found him among people he no doubt looked down upon. Gion's affections for him are contrasted by his own coolness towards his friend. This piques our curiosity. Is his alliance merely for personal gain? In the Dalgona challenge, he knows what the game is, but does not warn his teammates, instructing them to each choose a different shape, a divide and conquer strategy, while choosing the simplest shape for himself. There seems to be some guilt on his face when Gion chooses the umbrella, but he says nothing to stop him. Saebyok, however, has witnessed this. Sangwoo's decision-making helps his team win the tug of war, but this too is self-preservation. In that particular game, all would die if they lose. When he reaches top 3, he eliminates the dying Saebyok, leaving he and Gion to face off in the Squid Game. In the end, the friends cannot kill each other, and Sangwoo chooses suicide, surprisingly not betraying his friendship. Despite the ultimate outcome, Gion takes care of Sangwoo's mother by gifting her a large portion of his winnings. He also saves her the grief of losing her son by not telling her he's dead. So Mignot, she uses alliances for self-preservation also, with a willingness to switch when it suits her. Despite his earlier dismissal of her, she surprisingly gives Doksu a smuggled lighter to help him survive the Dalgona challenge, therefore securing a chosen alliance with him, but on her terms. The alliance is seemingly for physical protection and sexual companionship, but her intentions spark our curiosity. Trelise notes that couplings and flirtation have been used as a form of alliance to get further in the game, in Survivor as well, although some of these romances thankfully have happier endings. Even after her help and their sexual encounter, he refuses to let her join the tug-of-war team, believing her feminine weakness will lose them the game. So she joins Guillaume's team, who win their round with a brains over brawn strategy. Her alliance with Doksu proven false. She kills both him and herself during the Glass Bridge challenge. In a game that she knows she's likely to lose, she chooses revenge. I would argue that the surprising death of our chief villain at the hands of a betrayed ally, rather than one of the more obvious heroes, proves a more satisfying one for the audience. The extremely private Sae-byok seems determined to be a lone wolf, despite her participation in the heroes team, grudgingly accepting the need for alliances with others for physical protection, but giving the impression that if she could avoid them completely, she would. This fiercely independent streak is her own form of physical and emotional self-preservation. When she agrees to help Minyo in the bathroom, it's an uneasy alliance, chosen, but with the threat to turn false at any moment. Ji-young also makes attempts to get close to her early in the game after being invited to join the heroes team in the tug of war. Sae-byok instructs Ji-young to keep her distance and won't even give her name when asked, leading Ji-young to label her cold as ice. The two women team up for the fateful marbles game, where they just decide to play a single round. Ji-young suggests that they spend the rest of the allocated time telling each other things they couldn't tell other people. Alison Miller identifies the narrative voice in reality programs is given in part to the contestants themselves, with specific reference to Big Brother's Diary Room and the piece-to-camera confessionals in Survivor. I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, RuPaul's Drag Race, and many others similarly use this feature as a way for contestants to reveal more about themselves and aspects of their strategic gameplay to the audience. When Ji-young encourages Sae-byok to share her personal story, a confessional of sorts is constructed. This scene employs the narrative function of curiosity, as we discover more about these two characters who previously remained quite mysterious. Their position seated on the stairs, facing the camera, but not each other, which adds to the confessional feel of this part of the scene. They're in effect telling the audience their secrets. Their exchange of names just before playing is a significant emotional beat in the scene. The switch from static to handheld camera in the face-to-face close-up after Ji-young throws the game gives a more verite-like feel, as well as contributing to the scene's emotional impact, presenting Sae-byok at her most raw and vulnerable. Ganbu, the marbles game, is the game that breaks our heart 3 times, with the deaths of 3 characters that we've grown to care about. Players ostensibly choose their allies, but are betrayed by the game to compete against each other, creating a false alliance that is also forced by deception. The remaining heroes team is split apart by this strategy. Even though all 3 of our final trio let their partners die, Ji-young was willing to sacrifice herself as she saw Sae-byok as more worthy of a chance at the win, and Il-nam showed that he knew of Gi-yeon's deceit. Sang-woo's cold deception of Ali recasts him as the villain, which prepares the audience for the final Squid game between him and Gi-yeon. Il-nam and Gi-yeon are, of course, the ultimate false alliance. When the elderly player runs into Gi-yeon in episode 2, it is supposedly accidental, but he's in fact setting up and courting him for the false alliance to follow. This ensures Gi-yeon's sympathy for him, which results in his inclusion in the heroes team and the later marbles game team up. Sternberg states that, for surprise, we must be lured into false certainty for a time about time past. This narrative twist with its emotional core reinforces my notion that knowing or predicting who will win is not a spoiler. The reveal of Il-nam's deceit is the real spoiler of Squid Game and delivers a thrilling gut punch surprise that the audience experiences along with the hero. This also activates our recognition or recognition of all their previous interactions, and this is a key element in our enjoyment when we rewatch the series. As Sternberg points out, We map surprise onto any gap in our knowledge of the action concealed thus far and sprung on us after the event that we now belatedly recognise. The parallel storyline of the investigating police officer Junho generates its own suspense, curiosity and surprise. The locale of Squid Game is reminiscent of survivors' frequent tropical island locations. And in the case of Squid Game's contestants, they're not aware they're on an island. They're completely in a sealed domain and they're brought in unconscious. However, Junho has to battle the unfamiliar and dangerous environment in order to survive the mysteries of Squid Game's island. In effect, to quote Survivor's tagline, he must outwit, outlast, and outplay his pursuers. He survives a number of physical challenges, both within the walls of the game buildings and outside, culminating in his spectacular fall from the cliff after being shot. The revelation of his brother Inho's identity as frontman adds another element of surprise to the narrative, as well as satisfying his and the audience's curiosity. Excuse me. We don't see Junho die, and as viewers, we know the rules of that narrative game. Viewed alongside Guion as the game's winner, whom we see reject his chance at freedom when he sees new players being recruited at the airport, we're left with two survivors without allies, leaving narrative space for a possible season 2 alliance. Squid Game follows survivors' lead in constructing what Stuart Richards describes as contestant-centric stories that build over time to a cumulative narrative, which sustains the audience's attention as much as the gameplay. He also posits that Survivor fans have a heightened awareness of storytelling mechanics. As viewers, we come to Squid Game with similar awareness and expectations. We know it will be a fight to the death. We even arguably know who will win. But we also expect and enjoy the complex setup of relationships, alliances, and narrative twists that keep us engaged alongside the challenges. I'd like to finish by bringing it back to the overall conference theme of dystopia. Baccalonia and Moylan identified dystopian fiction as prophecy and warning of disturbing socio-political tendencies. While recognizing that dystopian narratives are traditionally bleak for protagonists, those they identify as new critical dystopias leave space for contestation and opposition. We can certainly see this in Squid Game and its contemporaries such as the Hunger Games. Whilst the outcome of the games was undeniably bleak, the two sole survivors of Squid Game's dystopian world leave us with the hope of resistance. And that's it. Thank you.
While we transition to Dr. Jayasinghe, I will read her biography. She is an assistant professor of Anglophone and World Literatures at the Department of English here at Central Connecticut State University. She works on topics in migration, borders, and human rights in world literature and film. The topic of her paper, Diegetic Violence as Narrative Necessity in Squid Game.
Thank you so much, Amy, for that introduction. And thank you, Rebecca, for the shout out. I'm actually going to refer to that paper ever so slightly. Getting in to my presentation, this is really an analysis of violence as a necessity for the narrative structure. And I'll probably touch upon some of the points that Rebecca has also already made. In his book, Fugitive Cultures, Henry A. Giroux makes a distinction between films that depend on violence that generate what he calls pure spectacle and technological overstimulation, and those that engage with violence of a more symbolic nature. He finds intrinsic value in the kind of violence that is used to explore, and I quote, the depths of everyday life in ways that expand one's understanding of tyranny and domination, and that probe the complex contradictions that shape human agency, the limits of rationality, and the existential issues that tie us to other human beings and a broader social world, close quotes. Giroux pits films such as Schindler's List, Unforgiven, and The Crying Game against films like True Lies and Die Hard with a Vengeance, pointing out how the latter two films, for instance, and I quote again from Giroux, maximize the sleazy side of pleasure, reinforce demeaning stereotypes, and provokes cheap voyeurism, close quotes. It is reasonable to state that ever since the release of Squid Game, global public opinion vis-a-vis the topic of violence as represented in this hit TV show has been divided along the lines that Giroux discusses. Despite Squid Game's global popularity, there has been criticism of the show's explicit depictions of violence, which bled out of the screen to affect reality when, for instance, children started to reenact screen violence on their playgrounds. In this paper, I draw upon Giroux's distinction between symbolic, and to use Giroux's term, sleazy violence, as well as Devin McKinney's concept of weak and strong violence to argue that the diegetic hyperviolence embedded in Squid Game is not merely performative spectacle or voyeuristic overstimulation, but a narrative necessity that forces the audience to engage with the simultaneously dystopian and contemporaneous reality of class societies such as South Korea. While gratuitous violence is a key ingredient of Hollywood fare and many other media industries, Squid Game transcends such sensationalized violence. The violence present in Squid Game is a narrative necessity and its prime allegory, without which the show's Yeatsian center cannot hold. In this diegetic violence that holds the different strands of Hwang Dong-hyuk's masterpiece together, it is important to note how the diegetic quality of the violence comes out in this show. Intrinsic and organic to the narrative, without the violence, the narrative loses meaning and signification. At one level, the majority of the players' lives prior to joining Squid Game are riddled with various forms of violence. Consider the character of the Pakistani immigrant sans-papier Ali Abdul, whose daily reality as an undocumented colored immigrant in South Korea, one could argue, far exceeds the momentary horrors of bullets and blades present in the ludological Squid Game world. Ali works under questionable working conditions in a factory at which he has not been paid for the last 6 months. Presumably from an accident at the factory, he has lost 2 of his fingers and has been unable to receive adequate medical attention due to the lack of money and health insurance. Ali addresses all the Korean male characters, in fact, all Korean characters, with sajangmin, particularly the males, which translates to boss or chief. When he tries to reason with the obnoxious female character, Ham Minyo, she threatens him by citing his illegal status and the lack of a visa, the mention of which immediately silences Ali. As German Jewish philosopher Hannah Arendt would argue, Ali's doubly discriminated status as an illegal colored immigrant has rendered him devoid of even mere humanity, which is a phrase that Arendt uses. The show affords a peek into the lived reality of colored immigrants in monoracial South Korea, which privileges what Amber Kim terms white skin privilege. As portrayed in the show, living under the radar as invisible citizens, individuals like Ali are routinely exploited and brutalized for profit by unscrupulous employers who know with certainty that such immigrants will receive no protection or help from any government authorities, and that their very illegality prevents them from approaching authorities like the police for legal or physical protection. It is also interesting how Korean language use also captures Ali's marginalized state and positions him as a ripe victim of violence. Ali's station in life and in South Korea in general is immediately signaled by the informal speech, or pammal in Korean, used to him by other characters. It is significant that this semiotic signaling establishes Ali's social status before the audience and other characters are given access to Ali's backstory. Ali's interpellation via the use of informal speech or pammal can be interpreted as a form of verbal violence and an act of deliberate indignity, which feeds into what I call the myth of the colored immigrant in South Korea, which, as already has come up, it's a topic that I have explored in a different paper. Violence, thus, is no stranger to Ali when he is introduced to the ludological violence of Squid Game. Similarly, consider the character of Song Gi-hoon, one of the protagonists of the show, who is threatened with regular physical violence by loan sharks, who have legal rights to harvest his organs to pay off his debts. Ironically, it is precisely to prevent and escape such harsh yet mundane, and I use mundane in an ironical sense, mundane violence that individuals join the Squid Game. Those who ultimately decide to take on the role of players are already victims of various forms of violence. The pre-existing violence, as well as the ludological violence, point to the inherent and systemic victimization of individuals such as Ali Abdul and Song Gi-hun in South Korea's extremely competitive and unforgiving capitalist system. Each and every individual who joins the Squid Game is beset with financial problems and approaches the Squid Game as their last resort. On a connected side note, it is troubling how South Korea has consistently ranked very high among countries with the highest suicide rates, which can be interpreted as a form of violence perpetrated against self and society. The World Health Organization reported more than 700,000 people have died by suicide, do die by suicide every year in South Korea. At a second level, the entire premise of Squid Game is founded on a Machiavellian violence that requires players to eliminate others in order to survive, to increase one's monetary reward, and to take home the jackpot. Thus, the death of another, whether by being shot by a game associate upon failure to succeed in the game, or by falling to one's death from a height during the tug of war or crossing the glass tiles game, rather than generate solidarity, empathy, or sorrow, triggers glee and greed. The ginormous glass piggy bank that hangs from the ceiling in the main room acts as a deterrent to any critical or active engagement with the ever-present violence. Rather, it justifies and makes the violence desirous in a context where violence is the only means to survive and achieve financial success. This dynamics plays out well during the marble game when Cho Sang-woo deceives Ali Abdul and steals the marbles, and when Song Gi-hun tries to manipulate Oh Il-nam, very well knowing that the loser will immediately be shot. It also manifests itself when Cho Sang-woo stabs an already weak Kang Se-byuk, which I think Rebecca already referred to in her presentation. This was not necessarily the case with Red Light, Green Light, the first game, when the players did not realize that elimination meant certain death. What is important to note is that even when given a choice to leave the game, and even after becoming familiar with the irrevocable violence underlying the game, players return to the game while being fully aware of the consequences. In this light, the presence of violence far exceeds the mere performative spectacle. Without the violence, the narrative simply cannot exist, both within and without the game. In this light, the violence present in Squid Game can be categorized as strong violence as opposed to weak violence, which is a classification that Devin McKinney introduces in his article, Violence, the Strong and the Weak. Referring to Robin Wood's theory of the incoherent text, McKinney states that, and I quote, "Many of the most violent and interesting films are so multi-layered and resistant to singular meaning that their systemization can be built only on contradictions." Close quotes. He points out that, open quotes, perhaps movie violence must contain multitudinous meanings if it hopes to avoid the prison of ideology and cliché, if it seeks to draw anything more than a distant formalized response, if it wants to outlast its moment, close quotes. The violence present in Squid Game achieves precisely this effect and goes beyond the formalized and merely aestheticized response of films known for their violence, such as Kill Bill or Reservoir Dogs. Instead, as Jiru points out, it invites the audience to engage with, and I quote from Jiru, the depths of everyday life in ways that expand one's understanding of tyranny and domination, close quotes. Squid Game lays bare the underbelly of capitalist structures that victimize the already victimized have-nots for the material and psychological benefits of the haves, such as Oh Il-nam and the VIPs, for whom Squid Game is truly nothing but a game. It is also a critique of the large number of colored immigrants who are routinely abused, exploited, and discarded without pay, protection, benefits, or rights. This brings me to the third and final level of analysis. It is precisely the VIPs and OILNAM's appetite for cold and designed violence perpetrated on desperate individuals who face a Hobson's choice that give birth to the microcosm of Squid Game. In a Marxist analysis, the player proletariat works to fulfill the excessive needs of VIP capitalism at the cost of their lives, alienated from their means of production and profiting from none of it, except for the single player who survives, of course. In classic capitalist logic, the sacrifices and failures of the players, the losses of their very lives, are necessary for one player to become incredibly rich, providing a rich analogy of the way capitalism works. While the violence is necessary to the scathing critique of capitalism, it is also a crucial element in the visual and material articulation of the embedded violence of the human psyche, which is depicted through the portrayals of both the VIPs and the players. But what stands out is the calculated ease and enjoyment with which the VIPs watch the players being shot and fall to their deaths while lounging in a luxurious observation deck. Furthermore, OILNAM designs the game because he is bored. Player 001 turns out to be the classic decadent, a la Charles Baudelaire or Carl Huysmans, whose ennui inspires him to design and execute the Squid Game. Before his actual death in episode 9, OILNAM philosophizes on the boredom and ennui that sets upon life, which cannot be mitigated by any amount of indulgence in material and physical luxuries. The old man, as he lies dying, takes no responsibility for any of the violence and deaths perpetrated through the creation and execution of the game. As he emphatically states, no one was forced to take part in the game. Everyone took part in all the stages voluntarily and knowing the repercussions. Player 001 or OILNAM can be compared to an unrepentant and immoral Dorian Gray of greater scope for evil than Oscar Wilde could have conceptualized. Or is he the quintessential decadent creative genius who spearheaded a psychological snake and ladders game of deadly consequences, consumed by perversity, ennui, mistrust, sickness, both physical and psychological, and disregard for traditional morality and humanity? Both the character of Player 001 and his brainchild, the Squid Game, ignore the common and universal understanding of morality, traditional values associated with civility, trust, and community, and basic conceptions of humanity. Within the game, the aesthetics of pleasure, sensuality, experiences that can penetrate the overstimulated and dulled sensory receptors of the rich and wealthy, such as Player 001 and his VIP guests, take precedence over what is moral and right. The VIPs and the game's employees normalize violence as an essential element of entertainment or lucrative financial opportunity, to the degree that organ trafficking of eliminated players who are still somewhat alive has become a side gig for a group of employees. At this level, the human penchant for gratuitous, deliberate, and lucrative violence, reflected in the examples from the non-ludological real world, appears more problematic than the mere performance of on-screen violence replete with blood and blades. The stylized and hyper-articulated violence embedded in the culture and the alternative reality of Squid Game functions as the show's key allegory, which depicts the insouciant violence inherent in capitalist structures and human nature. The real horror that Squid Game compels the audience to confront is the deeply disturbing aspects of human nature itself. Reminiscent of the paintings of hell by Jan van Eyck, for instance, The Last Judgment, or Hieronymus Bosch's The Garden of Earthly Delights, Squid Game is a sprawling audiovisual canvas, theatricalizing the horrors of human hell spawned by the inhuman or human psyche. In referring to the film Taxi Driver, which McKinney categorizes as embodying strong violence, and which he states gave him nightmares when he watched it, he points out that, and I quote, "Perhaps Movie violence must bring the heart and mind together and aim for the emotions as much as the viscera. And perhaps in order to entertain a discussion of strong violence versus weak violence, one has to accept the notion that some nightmares are worth having, close quotes. I would argue that nightmares triggered by Squid Game are worth having, as they push the audience to engage with the horrors of both the materialism of contemporary capitalism and the horrors of the human psyche. Squid Game masterfully utilizes diegetic violence as the foundation of its narrative strategy, and without this underlying violence and the visceral shock it generates, the social and political critique this show presents would lose its impact. In Jiru's words, the particular genre of violence employed in Squid Game safeguards the show from the sleazy side of pleasure and cheap voyeurism. It probes the complex contradictions that shape human agency, the limits of rationality, and the existential issues that tie us to other human beings in a broader social world. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Jayasinghe. Our third speaker is Sung-Hoon Jeong, an assistant professor of film and electronic arts at California State University, Long Beach. He wrote Cinematic Interfaces, Film Theory After New Media, co-translated Jacques Derrida's Acts of Literature into Korean, co-edited The Global Auteur, The Politics of Authorship in 21st Century Cinema, guest edited the special issue of Studies in the Humanities titled Global East Asian Cinema, Abjection and Agency, co-edited Thomas Aliser's The Mind Game Film, Distributed Agency, Time Travel, and Productive Pathology, and wrote Global Cinema, a Biopolitical and Ethical Reframing. The title of his paper is Squid Game as Reflexive Heterotopia, From Text to Context. Thank you for being here.
Hi, but I submitted my video recording. I think you have it.
Yes, we do. We're calling it up there.
Okay. In this talk. So I examined Squid Game moving from the textual to the contextual level. At the textual level, let me begin with by characterizing the remote game island as a heterotopia in Michel Foucault's term, which is a cultural counterplace that reflects or supports the rest of the world. The island is a metonymical part of the world adjacent to it, and at the same time, a metaphorical microcosm of the real world resembling it. Here, the story of adults' lethal struggle for money disguised as a children's play appears to be a simple allegorical critique of capitalism. But in my view, this isolated part of the world does not reflect the rest of the world so much as the entire world, including it. By including itself in its own reflection, the game space suggests that reality operates with such an unreal and exceptional state of being. In this sense, I call the island a reflexive heterotopia. The critical point here is not capitalism itself, but how capitalism's complementary socio-political system colludes with its apparently unacceptable state of exception. It's easy to criticize the inhumanity of a survival competition for the death-ridden, but it's noteworthy that games are touted as fair contests, correcting the polarization and inequality of opportunity that result from the dehumanizing capital system. Games are run as a pretext to resolve the system's contradictions and act as a curative supplement to mitigate its toxicity. Herein lies the unfulfilled ideal of Adam Smith's liberalism, which is individual desire and competition between individuals will increase the wealth of an entire society when everybody can equally join the market economy and pursue their success. The fair enforcement of the rules of the games thus proceeds as if to realize values that the existing capitalist system lacks. So what matters is not the game's content, but the biopolitical powers summoned to enforce them, determining the life or death of the players. The 6 official games and the 6 pseudo games can all be analyzed from this perspective. For example, the game of Dakji, used to recruit participants in the game, is a pseudo game reminiscent of the red pill, blue pill choice in the Matrix in the film. Those who choose the blue Dakji, which is virtual reality, fall into a matrix of the game Wonderland. The win get paid, lose get slapped rule here signals the reward or death binary in the official games, initiating one into the arena of biopolitical disciplinary mechanisms. Later, while the freedom of participation in the actual game is seemingly guaranteed, participants are brought to the island by an unannounced extrajudicial process of enticement, abduction, and confinement. That is, the rules the rules always open the possibility of an anomalous state of exception. The 3-part game agreement also omits the decisive extrajudicial condition that elimination means death, thereby increasing the potential number of innocent participants. Finally, each contest is a gamble for VIP spectators who bet on a single player to rake in the stakes. It is a secondary, undisclosed game. The official games also begin with a crucial anomaly hidden behind the rules. The first game, red light, green light, takes on an absolute evaluation since everyone starts from the same line and can pass the finish line for themselves without competing with others. But as no one initially realizes they will be killed if eliminated, the first sight of death inevitably causes panic and chaos, leading to a massacre. The second game, 뽑기, in which the random choice of one of the 4 mothers can make or break the game, suggests the structural inequalities of the real world, where fair competition is inherently and absurdly skewed. The third game, Tug of War, introduces relative evaluation. Half of the players are eliminated through team matches instead of individual achievement. Any solidarity and mutual trust developed between team members in the tug of war is shattered in the fourth game, a round of 2-player marbles in which victory relies on chance and cheating tactics rather than adherence to the rules. The fifth game of Crossing the Glass Bridge combines both absolute and relative evaluation, simultaneously provoking teamwork and team division, hostile symbiosis, and accidental annihilation. The final eponymous Squid Game embodies the winner-take-all ideology in a one-on-one battle of death and destruction on the bare, natural ground. All these games make players internalize the compulsion for the order of a system territorialized by lines or boundaries, while exhibiting the supralegal punishment of losers who are pushed out of the system. The pseudo games between the official games play out these biopolitical laws and exceptions as well. Immediately after the first game, the survivors are given a democratic vote to decide by majority whether or not to continue. But interestingly, the last voter to break the dramatic 50-50 split is later revealed to be the creator of the entire game world. His unique status as a supralegal sovereign, transcendently immanent in the democratic process, implies that the system as a whole will always contain its state of exception. But facing their hellish reality again, the survivors later return to the game island in a state of nature, where they must wage the war of all against all at a ratio of 1 to 555, far beyond the 1% versus 1990% world, betting on cruel optimism. This voluntary return leads them to assume personal responsibility for its consequences, even though their freedom of choice is only a structurally generated illusion. The last pseudo game continues to test human behavior, psychology, nature, and ethics in extreme dilemmas, as if providing evidence for the creator's anthropological report on humanity. The creator and Gi-hoon, winner of the game, bet on whether someone will save a homeless man who is freezing to death on the street on Christmas Eve. The creator, who believes there will be no such salvation, advises Gi-hoon, who feels a sense of ethical debt to the dead people, to enjoy his prize money as the successful result of his luck and effort. Based on the view of human nature as selfish rather than altruistic, this stands borders on the fascism of desire that erases guilt over others to share in supra-real enjoyment. So even if there are fair rules, anyone can go beyond ethical prohibitions to survive unless there is a rule not to betray or kill. The creator has designed games to embody this bestiality as a natural part of humanity. The VIP representatives of the global capital system also naturalize the fierce competition of the capitalist market. Furthermore, for the creator, the Squid Game is like a new business of gambling and philanthropy in the sense that it cleans up the human trash that can both burden and resist the capitalist system. And it also creates secondary profit opportunities for VIPs, whose wealth is redistributed through this entertainment. If winners fully embody the game's ideology and continue running the business like the frontman, the game will continue to play its social role. Therefore, despite the simplistic demonization of VIPs, we should pay more attention to their structural function than their human characteristics. In this respect, the heterotopic Gametopia functions as a void in the real-world system, exceptional to its law and ethics, yet necessitated by its biopolitics and economy. At the same time, the rules and anomalies inherent to any game reflect the laws and exceptions of reality. The game island is thus a reflexive heterotopia that allegorizes the entire world in which it is situated. If the rules stand for the ideal principle of liberalist fair competition, the anomalies represent the realities of the current capitalist system, including its neoliberal contingency, unfairness, self-reliance, free-for-all, and winner-take-all aspects. In this double structure, the game performs the ideology of reality more brutally than the reality does, justifying its inevitability by attributing it to human nature. There is no need to worry about abnormality or bestiality involved in this performance. It's human, so embrace it. That is the creator's advice. Of course, as the ending suggests, Season 2 of Squid Game will show Gi-hoon disrupting the game organization. But no scenario may escape the ultimate predicament. That is, the reality he will return to will remain the same, except that a game space unknown to everyone else has disappeared like a mirage. The same capitalist system that he knows it will thus reappear as the best option for everyday life at the finale of the Squid Game series. So why should we watch a fictional reflexive heterotopia being built and then dismantled as if it were real? What is this system critical show which ultimately brings no change to the system? Good for. Here, let me make a shift in focus. The show not only inspires critical analysis of today's world system at the textual level, but also invites a broader approach to the nature of the system that playfully celebrates, co-opts, recycles, or recreates the very dark text at the contextual level of global media culture. Put otherwise, the exceptional critical mind of the text is normalized and even trivialized in the context of reality it criticizes. Indeed, upon its release, Squid Game became a game that could be played in the real world, as evidenced by endless memes and parodies, analysis and reaction videos, imitations and variations, and costume plays and dalgona candies. Squid Game also opened a discursive space that various groups of people and positions sought to appropriate while discussing related issues. The global boom of Korean dramas, soft power and cultural hegemony, streaming services and the platform economy, the show's graphic violence and its educational impact and the like. Two contemporary contradictory political tendencies are specifically noteworthy. One is to use the style of the show to expose and educate about the problems of capitalism actively, or to mobilize public opinion on specific issues. So posters were, the protesters wear Squid Game costumes for union activities or environmental rallies. The other tendency is to diminish, marginalize, or outright refute Squid Game's critique of capitalism. Ben Shapiro-style right-wing reactions lead to historical and ideological debates about the superiority of capitalism over socialism, even though socialism is never mentioned in the show. More importantly, this cinematic critique of capitalism is enabled and structured by the cultural industry rooted in the capitalist system of globalization. One may remember the bizarre scene of the Netflix CEO wearing the abject Squid Game protagonist's tracksuit and smiling like a jubilant child at his $283 billion company's quarterly earnings interview. The streaming media giant's stock price rocketed thanks exponentially to the relatively cheaply produced local dramas globally appealing harsh critique of capitalism. Shortly after the release of Bong Joon-ho's smash hit Parasite, Squid Game became another global Korean product that manifested the performative self-contradiction of the capitalist market, capitalizing on anti-capitalist culture and vice versa. This paradoxical feedback loop of mutual benefits underlies today's cultural survivalism. Moreover, while Parasite demonstrated the performative self-contradiction of today's auteur cinema through the recognition of the traditional authority, the Cannes and Academy Awards, Squid Game hit the capitalist jackpot with the most anti-capitalist content by dominating the global supply chain of Netflix from the start. Media content can now depict capitalistic catastrophes more cinematically by depending more financially on the capitalist system. Conversely, this system can reinforce itself more powerfully by embracing and investing in such critical content more benevolently. In sum, Squid Game showcases the expansion of this contradictory entanglement with global media capitalism that even takes advantage of global crises such as polarization, debt crisis, and the pandemic, which boosted people's consumption of OTT services instead of moviegoing. If this is a cultural new normal, we could expect to see even more films and dramas reflecting how our lives are threatened by the global system on the one hand, and to notice such cinematic content reproduced by post-cinema media corporations embodying the same system on the other. But we cannot anticipate how long this productive contradiction will perform itself, and if or when it might reach a tipping point of self-implosion or self-transformation. At least one thing is sure: dynamic contingency and unknown anomalies mobilize both the capital system and the critical culture in such a convoluted feedback loop. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor. I love how you pointed out the irony of capitalizing on anti-capitalistic art forms. I hope we can discuss that more. Our last speaker is Dr. Sung Hwan Shin, who lectures on Korean film and culture at the University of Pittsburgh. His works include Singing Through Impossible Modernization, Sonye and national cinema in the era of globalization in the two Koreas and their global entanglements. And Korea, the land of the living dead, the biopolitics of the Korean zombie apocalypse. His media appearances include an interview with NPR on Squid Game. He is currently working on a monograph, Disenchanted Times, Enchanted Cinema, New Korean Cinema Reframed. The title of the talk today is K-Dystopia and Global New Mediascape, Squid Game, and Survival Game Narrative. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank you, the organizers of this wonderful conference, for giving me this opportunity to share my thought about the new media environment and the Squid Game as well with you. So, okay, so without further ado, let me start my talk. So my talk is, the objective of my talk is twofold. First, I want to talk about the impact of the global expansion of the Netflix, the leading online streaming platform, the leading global online platform, how it has affected the media production environment in South Korea, and in these changing times, how Squid Game became one of the most viral, shows presented by Netflix in the recent past. And then I'm gonna go. I'm gonna move on to some textual analysis of Squid Game. I think the contextual discussion is kind of limited in explaining why certain contents can be successful while many other contents, Netflix contents, are not. So there are some important things to think about within the context. Within the text, sorry. Yeah, so my second part will be about the text itself. So, yeah, I wanted to show you these pictures. The first one is the interior of the Netflix service Korea. I mean, Netflix Korea is thriving now, and they have this interior. It's a combination of the national cultural references and the Netflix sign, big N, right? And the second one is the page. It's a page from Netflix, and it shows the slate of new titles for 2023. Netflix announced that they want to present 34 new titles, but this is not yet determined. Actually, they will add more titles, I think, as the year proceeds. Okay. And one more comment on the term Netflix. Why is not Netflix or Netflix? Because I mean, I invented this term to emphasize that Netflix as the #1 global streaming platform is not quite unilateral. It's unlike the traditional, centered to local expansion. Netflix is known for the opposite direction. Netflix is known for local to global vision. So Netflix is, significantly different from the traditional model of, global expansion for, US or Europe-based big media companies. So that's why I wanted to use Netflix instead of Netflix. I hope that term makes sense to you. All right, so Okay, first, how big Netflix is. Now the Netflix is the number one, on-demand, global on-demand streaming, platform. Now it has more than, 200 million subscribers, right? So recently it showed really big, rapid growth, especially of the international subscriptions, especially to 2019 and 2020, it surpassed the 200 million marker, and it's from 2019, right? The Amazon Prime is in the fifth spot. There are some Chinese platforms, but they are not considered to be global because in terms of the geographic, the areas, they are quite limited to China. So the number one global streaming service is Netflix, and the second is Amazon. And yeah, all right, this is a more recent data. It's from 2022. From the last year, Netflix is still the number one, global streaming service, right? And I wanna emphasize this. Over the past 2 or 3 years, Asia or the Asia Pacific has been the fastest growing region for Netflix subscriptions. So that's why we need to think, pay close attention to this region. And now I want to show you more data. So let's look at the Asia Pacific. In 2020, the international subscriptions in that region, really jumped up, right? So over 9 million subscribers were added in Asia. This was a 65% jump from the past year, 2019. And the revenue increase was 62 points in that region. And the revenue increase in Europe, Middle Eastern, and Africa was 40%. So the Asia or Asia Pacific was the most important region for Netflix over the past 2 years or so. And I also want you to, this one. But when it comes to K content, its viewership growth is not limited to Asia Pacific. It's been the case all across the world as well. Let's take a look at the Europe, Middle East, and Africa. Here, last year, this region outperformed US, Canada for the first time. So this region has more Netflix subscribers than the US and Canada now. But even in this region, the K content is having great influence, right? Look at this. They are all red. This is the strength of K content. But look at this, Middle East, Africa. So, in some African countries, in some Middle Eastern countries, K content has shown strong performances. So that proves that K content is creating a sensation all across the country, and K content is very important for Netflix and its global expansion, right? Okay. By the way, this is about The Glory, the latest, Netflix hit, right? And this is the Glory world viewership, right? So the K content has been a major contribution to Netflix global viewership. According to the audience data disclosed by Netflix last year, over 60% of all its subscribers, 134 million out of 223 million, regularly watched K contents last year. And the K content has regularly made Netflix top 10 series list across over 90 countries last year, with Extraordinary Attorney Woo viewed for 657 million hours over 20 weeks. Squid Game holds the record with 2.3 billion hours viewed across 20 weeks. All of Us Are Dead generated around 660 million hours in 10 weeks. So, okay, oops. Yeah, so once again, Netflix for Korea's sake and Korea for Netflix sake. This shows the growth of the local media industry. The Netflix Korea was established in 2016, but the Netflix Korea didn't contribute any show in that year, but the following the next year, the Netflix Korea started providing, lots of shows. Now we have, 25. Last year, Netflix Korea had, 25 dramas and 11 original series. By the way, Netflix is investing more in its own Netflix originals. That's a trend in the market of the global streaming services, because they don't want to lose contents, popular contents to production companies or other rivals. So they started creating their own originals, and Netflix also has done the same. And Netflix poured lots of money to Korean Netflix originals. Now we have, this year, we are supposed to see about, 15 Netflix original series made in South Korea, right? And the Netflix also had, connections with a variety of different, broadcasting companies or production companies like this, right? And yeah, so now the texture is kind of, the text is kind of broken. Yeah, now I want to talk about why Netflix is successful. I want to compare Netflix with rival platform, streaming platforms, and my example is HBO, right? Home box office owned by Warner Media. So HBO Max is like a specialty store with high-end shows. So HBO Max is like whole food, right? And it's a premium streaming platform for must-see content. But the must-see content are usually made in the United States or Europe. So it's an example of the traditional, the center to local distribution or expansion, right? But Netflix is quite different. Netflix is like, Netflix is a mall of entertainment with a large, long catalog. So Netflix is like a big outdoor farmers market, right? And it is targeting a wider range of consumers with endless options from various regions. So we have many, shows of mediocre quality or disposable entertainment quality in Netflix. So if you go to Netflix, you will be overwhelmed by, lots of shows. You'll know what to see, right? Yeah. And the strategy of HBO Max is once again the center to local, and they usually purchase, try to purchase more broadcast right by buying titles from media companies or financing their projects. And actually one of the key strategies for HBO Max was investing money in producing its original program. So HBO Max has lots of top quality originals, right? But Netflix is quite different. Its global expansion strategy is from local to global, right? So Netflix invests more in local contents with potentials of global appeal, and the Netflix operation is not quite US or Europe centered, is rather decentered or multi-centered and multi-directional with more autonomy to local production. And HBO Max, briefly put, gives less opportunities to local productions. When HBO Max tries to expand, the local, players usually show lots of resistance. We are going to take over by, our industry will be taken over by this, global streaming giant, HBO Max, right? But Netflix has given more opportunities to local content makers. So with the establishment of Netflix Korea, the local content makers in South Korea saw a significant growth, and the growth of K-content viewership in the world quadrupled in Southeast Asia in 2002, right? So Netflix is actually, congenial to the growth of, local production, especially in the case of South Korea. So the Netflix invest model, look at this, the cost per episode of Game of Thrones by HBO Max, 15 million per episode. Look at this, the Squid Game production cost, about 2.4 million per episode, just 21.4 million in total. So for all the episodes, right? And according to a report, it created about 900 million, revenues, right? So it's a good business, right? Netflix tried to have a number of, Netflix now has a number of quality award-winning titles through this, business model. Of course, still, many titles on Netflix are, disposable entertainment. So they, for Netflix, weekly ranking is very important because this is very important, viewership guidance, right? But still, Netflix has played an important role for the growth of local production, right? Okay, so Netflix gives more money and creative freedom for the local content. This is one of the reasons why Netflix has been helpful for the growth of the local production. These are quotes from the people who have been deeply involved in local productions in Asia, right? So the Morten Juhl, a producer of the Chestnut Man, he's from Denmark. He's he said, Netflix always worked from the project out, not the other way around, which gave us the opportunity to do what we are best at. And Mari Yamazaki, a Japanese manga artist, said lots of money was given, and they requested little, they gave little direction. So compared to traditional anime production, a wider variety of stories that were not tied to a single cultural value can coexist. And a Korean director also said this: while TV stations meticulously oversee the details of production process, Netflix never sticks its oar into casting or other important decisions. That means lots of freedom for local, content makers, right? Squid Game is a great example. You may know this, right? Hwang Dong-hyuk openly said that his project had been rejected over and over again in South Korea by local studios until it was picked up by Netflix, right? So for Hwang Dong-hyuk, Netflix was a savior. Without Netflix, his drama could not have seen light, right? And yeah, so of course there are some concerns, legitimate concerns, right? So some people say that Netflix can be a new form of imperialism. I mean, the Netflix is definitely different from the old center to local model, right? Some people say that Netflix is showing a new form of cultural imperialism, right? Or imperialistic global expansion of, global capital, something like that, right? So the legitimate concerns include the over-dependence on Netflix. More money, more autonomy to local production leads to, this. Netflix with quality shows become a preferred platform for both creators and consumers. So creators and consumers in local areas all rush to Netflix. What happens? The infrastructure of the local production collapses, right? So here, the threat to domestic media production and distribution companies. Actually, South Korea is seeing a significant decline of local production industry, right? So many, local production companies are struggling when they cannot work with Netflix. So Netflix has become a savior for all local production. But what if, they cannot get contracts with Netflix, right? The situation is very dire for many local production companies. So one of the major concerns is this: what if Netflix pulls the plug on Korean content? Netflix monopolization of Korean content production can quickly lead to the collapse of the entire industrial base, and the infrastructure of local production and platform need to be protected. So this is one of the major questions people raise in South Korea. Okay. Oh, 2 minutes. Right. Okay. But there are positive aspects of Netflix's expansion in the local areas. As I said, Netflix has given more chances to local players, not only to top-tier creators, but also to new talents. So many new emerging, creators could get the opportunity to, reach out to a wider range of audiences all around the world. And this also led to some significant change in the hierarchical relationship between powerful TV stations and production companies on the contract. So the powerful TV stations were very abusive, but now, they cannot do that, easily, right? And many local creators also broke with the restricted customs in the local drama industry, such as the 16-episode format, 9-minute runtime, primacy of all the risk-free formula over innovative storytelling, largely due to the revenue structure highly dependent on commercial advertising. So since local creators have more financial, leverage, they can be more creative, and the Netflix actually has given local creators more creative freedom, right? And this also led to diversification of local content. The romance was the major genre until recently in K content, but nowadays we see lots of different genres: horror, thriller, legal drama, detective fiction, sci-fi adventure, zombie story, documentary. Even some reality shows are also very popular on Netflix, right? And it also led to the development of unconventional formats, new forms that are longer than a feature film and shorter than a multi-season series. So the HBO has lots of multi-season series, but Netflix usually have one season, multi-episode shows, right? So this is a new format, and many South Korean content creators are taking advantage of these new formats to express or to show their, talents, right? So there are some important changes caused by the Netflix increased involvement in the Korean media industry, right? Okay. All right. Let me skip this part. And a few thoughts about the narrative of Squid Game. Okay, so in terms of the narrative structure, what I found most intriguing about Squid Game is the way it reinvents the death game narrative. Indeed, one of the most remarkable tendencies in Korean cinema and drama has been creative orchestration of social critique and genre imagination. Squid Game, I think, is one of the latest examples. Turning the death game narrative into a profound philosophical question, the drama shows the genre's validity as a powerful means for a serious reflection on some problems at the core of today's capitalist society. As in well-known death game dramas such as Battle Royale, The Hunger Games, and Alice in Borderland, the death game narrative hinges on the struggles of characters trapped in or forced into the game against their will or wishes. In contrast, the Squid Game presents participants an opportunity to stop the game if they want to through a vote. So a clip.
동의서 제3항 참가자 과반수가 동의를 하면 게임은 중단된다. 맞습니까?
Okay, so at the end of the first episode, they have a vote and they decide to, end the game, and everybody leaves the game venue. But in the subsequent episode, which is titled Hell, the drama follows the life of each main character as if to shed light on how they cannot help choosing to return to the game in the end. In a nutshell, what separates Squid Game from other survival dramas is that players are given the opportunity to choose or choose to end the game. This narrative strategy challenges the viewer with some serious questions. Why do people return to a game even when they learn that they know that their lives are at stake? It is our reality. Is our reality as hellish as or more hellish than the game world? Do we really have a choice in this world? Indeed, a painful irony Squid Game brings to our attention is that at least in the game, players can have one last chance to redeem themselves, no matter how slim it is. Yet in the real world, they are just doomed and cannot even have such a slim hope. this unsettling, realization, feeling that, values such as free will and agency have all become little more than an empty promise is more eloquently highlighted at the finale of the game. So that's what it is. Perhaps I think it's too long, so let me give you a few more words about this part, and then I will, end my presentation. So at the end, the Ki-hun tries to stop the game using the clause 3 of the agreement. But when he tries to hold out his hand, Sang-woo, instead kills himself, right? So when Ki-hun regains compassion and hopes to restore friendship, Sang-woo does not allow it to happen by ending his own life. For Sang-woo, Ki-hun's humane gesture would only make both of them losers, because restored friendship would never solve any problem they have in the real world. For Sang-woo, there is no way out in this game. Players can only be free from the game when they win the game or die in the game. Or you may say that the only way to make any real change in the outside world or redeem himself in the world is let the game go on all the way to the end by making sure Ki-hun becomes the winner so that he can take care of his mother in the real world. Otherwise, everything would come down to nothing. For Sang-woo, humanism can never be a real solution to our world, but rather little more than a beautiful illusion. I ran out of time, so let me stop here. Yeah, thank you for your patience. All right.
Place to end. Please help me first thank our magnificent technicians here who have made everything run for this panel and all panels. Please help me thank the panelists, the two online, the two here on stage. And our conference organizers have done such a great job of connecting us all. So if you have discussions or questions, we can talk about that over dinner tomorrow and on email, since we have contact information. So